and the floor is all yours.
Hey, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Also, shout out to Andrew for helping me take care of my little problem here. I am Pep Talks. I am a political streamer. I have more leftist views than some care to share with me, but I am very open to other people's opinions, especially on my channel. I try to engage in the best faith that I possibly can, and kind of I'm a little too nice sometimes for my own good with my chatters. My main chatters are obviously, they're awesome, but realistically, let's see. Trans issues are pretty much my main issue as far as if you come into my chat and you think, trans rights are not human rights, then I just kind of go, yeah, I really don't want to engage past that much further. But outside of these kind of debates, obviously. And yeah, that's really it, man. And yeah, 420 friendly. That's what I could say. So sorry, my brain is cooked COVID. So I appreciate the welcome.
No worries. We might do better when we get to the open discussion because we did
That's all
just
right,
have all that tanking. But yes, big thank you to Andrew for helping us through that. It is much better to be able to see the speakers. So I'm going to hand over the rest of the time to Will. So you have up to 10 minutes on the floor.
I want to share my screen.
Sure thing. All right. And that is up and running, so I'll start the timer right now.
How much time do I have? 10 minutes?
You have 10 minutes, yes.
Really? We're there. Oh, okay.
Right. So, are there more than two genders? My answer is obviously yes. And spoiler alert, gender is a spectrum. Let's go ahead and get started.
This guy really fucking got a whole setup.
The first thing I want to address is that gender and sex is extremely easy to oversimplify because we really want to make the world simple so we easily understand
a
it.
Genderbread person
are not as simple as we want them to be, and gender and sex are one of those things. Gender and these characteristics that people have is much more nuanced and complex than just pick one of two options. So the graphic I have on the screen here is a very effective tool to understand the complexity and nuance of gender and sex and how they relate to people. So there's three different options on this, three different categories on the screen, and we're going to go through each one. So the first one is gender identity. Gender identity, the most important part about it is that it's purely psychological. Gender identity is something that exists in the mind of the individual, and it is the person's inner opinion about themselves. It is their opinion, and their opinion about themselves could be more on the woman's side, more on the man's side, on both sides as androgynous, or on neither sides, or on something completely different. There is no wrong answer when they choose one because it is a personal opinion about how they identify themselves. And that's simple enough for gender identity. Gender expression is, in fact, the outward expression and manifestation of a specific kind of gender. And this can include things like how they dress, what accessories they have, the way they talk, the way their mannerisms, and others. And a key point here is that gender expression does not need to match gender identity. They don't have to have the same one. You can have masculine women and vice versa. And then we have anatomical sex. Anatomical sex is the physical characteristics of the person, and those physical characteristics are usually associated with a sex. Those physical characteristics can include things like genital structure and chromosomes and hormonal makeup and bone structure. And these are not binary either. They are also on a spectrum. You can have more female physical characteristics or male or both or neither or something completely different. There is no one anatomical sex. Now, where there does come in rigid rules is sex assigned at birth. You don't have a lot of options here. You got three. You got female, male, or intersex. And this is where transgenderism comes into play. Transgenderism, well, first let's talk about the DSM-5. The DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it is the gold standard of psychological medicine in modern day. So it's a very reliable resource here. And the DSM-5 recognizes transgenderism as a person who has gender dysphoria. And gender dysphoria is when an individual's sex assigned at birth does not match their gender identity. That's all it is. And the DSM-5 does not recognize gender dysphoria as a mental disorder or a mental illness, right? It is just a psychological characteristic of an individual. Now, that being said, there are times where gender dysphoria can cause stress and can cause uncomfortableness in the individual. And when we face that situation, we need to look at these individuals as what they are, and they are people in our society, members of our community, and they deserve, being members of our community, they deserve respect and empathy and support when they need it, right? So the question is, how do we support a transgender person when they're going through a stressful situation related to their transgenderism? On the screen, I have 6 individual articles, all up-to-date, modern articles that are peer-reviewed.
I thought the topic was, is there more than 2 genders?
Gender affirmation surgeries helping transgenders.
What does supporting transgender individuals have to do with that?
Mentally, and be further away from depression and suicidal ideation and things like that. This is
so
evidence
completely
that
off the prompt already.
It does help them. It does support them and makes them stronger for it. And we want to build people up in our society, right? Golden rule. Now, I know some people are very afraid of gender affirming surgeries for transgenders, and there's good news for those people. There's actually a much more effective way to support these people and help them avoid suicidal ideation and depression. That other method has to do with supporting them socially and through empathy and vocally advocating for their support and telling them that their opinions are valid because it is their opinion, and you want to help them because they are valid, and you want to recognize them as who they are and that you respect them openly. That is the #1 way to help transgender individuals. And in fact, suicidal ideation and depression isn't a symptom of gender dysphoria, right? Gender dysphoria isn't what causes those things. Suicidal ideation and depression is the result of your community rejecting you. That is what causes these mental issues in people who are transgender. When your community isolate you and tells you your opinions and your thoughts and your feelings are wrong, that is what causes the mental illness and the depression and the suicidal ideation. That is the problem, not the transgenderism themselves, not the gender dysphoria. So that's a quick summary of my argument, and I think I can wrap it up here. I hope we get into who can use the bathroom. I hope we get into sports. Who can play what sports. I hope we can get into all the gambit of different topics related to this. And I think I'll wrap it up for my time here. Appreciate you guys.
All right, you got it. So we're going to hand it over to the other side and have 6 minutes on the floor per speaker. But if you haven't noticed the big, giant white billboard beside me here, DebateCon 5 is fast approaching. We're only 2 weeks away. As you can see, featuring Andrew Wilson. He's going to be doing 2 debates on that for the event, I should say.
Possibly 3.
Ooh. Possibly 3. Well, yes. Keep an eye out for that. We'll keep you guys in the loop. It's going to be exciting. But yeah, it sounds like you're going to be our MVP this time. This is going to be in Newark, New Jersey. So if you haven't already checked the link for the tickets below, we are fast selling out those tickets. If you know that you can't make it, but you want to help us out, I do have the Indiegogo linked in the description there. Let's see if we can get past that 75%. And I'm going to share that in our chat and see if anybody else is willing to share that, since I know some of our people are live right now. I think Pep's live, maybe Andrew, I'm not sure. But let's get going. Who would like to go first, Andrew or SpeakeaZy? 6 minutes.
Yeah. What do you think, SpeakeaZy? Do you want to go, then I go?
Yeah, sure. I got a real short one, to be honest.
Perfect.
Yeah, so just want to start off. Thank you to Modern Day Debates for the opportunity. I appreciate it. My name's SpeakeaZy. I go by SpeakeaZy on my channel. I'm a conservative commentator, a debater, a musician, and I run an open panel blood sport every Friday on my channel. It's different than this, but a lot of blood sport debates going on over there. The straightforward answer to the prompt is no. It's a completely barbaric, and it doesn't make any logical sense to even consider more than 2 genders. There's only 2 genders based off the biological facts, and that are always that are and always have been linked to sex and used interchangeably. Humans being classified into male and female or man and woman categories according to their reproductive anatomy and chromosomal patterns. Men typically have XY chromosomes, while women typically have XX chromosomes. These chromosomal distinctions are crucial for biological processes, reproduction, hormone production, and secondary sexual characteristics. Regardless of whether the individuals have XX or XY, or there's some, I know they're going to point out the individuals with XXY or the reverse. There's only ever two paths a human being can form. And there's some genetic mutations I'm sure the opponents are going to love to bring up. Without this binary understanding of the definition, the definition of man and woman just becomes ambiguous. And it leads to a world where these terms mean absolutely nothing. Like I can literally just say my opponents are women and I'm right in this chaotic worldview. They can't say no. They have to say yes. In modernity and historically, societies all around the world predominantly only recognize two genders. It's shaped all the legal and medical fields that we stand on today. It's the framework and foundation for all societal organization. So to wrap my part up, to recognize only two genders is deeply rooted in biological science, offering a clear and practical approach to understanding human identity.
All right, you got it. And we'll give the other 9.5 minutes over to Andrew. So yeah, you have up to 9.5 minutes to make your case. And thanks again, SpeakeaZy, for your introduction. We appreciate you being here as well. But with that, we'll hand it over to you, Andrew. Thanks for coming on back to Modern Day Debate.
You know, you can always tell when it's going to probably be a spicy debate is when everybody has a very wrapped up, tight opening statement because they just want to get at each other and get right in the meat of things. I always like that, right? I should bloviate for 9 minutes and waste everybody's time, though, just to be a dick. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I will say to Pep Talks TV, it does seem like you are paying attention, trying to be good faith. Just remember that because we have a differing view than you, that doesn't mean that we hate trans people or what, you know what I mean? That's not actually what that means. This is the rhetoric of the Democrats that if you don't believe, you hate. So my opener, again, very brief. The they, them, we, us, Zer, Zy, pers want us to believe the dumbest thing on earth. That is that the Zy, per, Zer is a category which conveys something that isn't complete gibberish. You see, in order to be a Z, they, Zy, Zer, you must simply feel as a Zer, Zy, Zer would feel. What does that feel like? Who knows? Because even if you have the exact same behavior pattern as every Zer, Zy, per on planet Earth, if you identify as a they, them, or we, us, the Zy, Zers, or Z, pers have to admit you are one of the they, thems, or we, us's, and not a Zy, Zer, per Z, right? Here is what this means. It just means that the category of gender doesn't really tell us any information that we can follow coherently. Imagine if we had a chart, like a genderbread chart. And this chart had every category behavior of what is female and what is male, which, of course, that genderbread chart couldn't have. And it couldn't have it because you can't actually make a chart like that. If such a thing could exist, let's say, theoretically, then I would just kind of like to know, what would it be pointing at? What's it pointing at on either end of the spectrum? It's going to be pointing to male. It's going to be pointing to female. When you say there's a spectrum, what's on either end of this spectrum, right? It's a binary. And so what they do is they put a decimal point inside the binary and try to pretend like this creates some sort of spectrum where there isn't one. Okay. Imagine if we had this chart and this could exist. This technically could exist. It can't. It can't exist. And I'll explain why. This gentleman you can see him doing like the destiny triangles. He can't really tell you what's going to belong inside of this list. Like if a man wears a dress, does that make him more of a woman? He would say, well, yeah, sure. If he feels like it. If a man has a purse, does that make him more of a woman? Well, sure. If he feels like that. If a woman is wearing, pants. Does that make her more of a man? Well, sure, if she feels like that. Meaning that you can have somebody who has every single one of these categories, right, and says, I don't feel like that, and they aren't. Or a person who has every single one of those categories and says, I do feel like that, and they aren't. That's why it makes no sense. It's complete gibberish. Imagine, for instance, they say trans rights, right? Pep Talks TV says trans rights aren't human rights. When somebody says that, it makes Pep Talks upset. But why? You're talking about a fictitious category, not people. So like your opponents aren't talking to you about a category that they believe is even real. When we say, so this is where you live in what's called equivocation, right? You both of you live in equivocation. Because you believe that this categorization is real, you say that that's a proper human category. And we just basically say, but wait, that's not a proper human category. We still see these people as human. We just don't see that category as being valid. That's where the great equivocation comes in. They say gender is a spectrum. Gender and sex is an oversimplification, or shouldn't be an oversimplification. That's what the genderbread, which, by the way, they don't even use the genderbread anymore because it's outdated. And here's some of the reasons why it's outdated. He says an oversimplification or can't be an oversimplification. Remember, inside the nuance, what he really is claiming here is that it's just a feeling. Gender is a feeling. That's it. But then he goes on to say, but it's very nuanced and complex. Well, no, the fuck it isn't. It's just how I feel. Now, but if you say that, it opens you up to all sorts of ridicule, right? For instance, if I say, oh, well, I don't feel that you're that thing you feel like you are. Why am I wrong? Well, because I don't feel like you should feel like I shouldn't feel that way, right? It leaves you open to all sorts of criticisms that make zero sense, right? They say a person's inner opinion about themselves is what he says for the genderbread theory. There is no wrong answer, he says. So there can't be a wrong answer then about how I identify them. That can't be wrong. Do you understand? Like, if you say there's no wrong way, remember in his opening statement, quote, it's a person's interfeeling opinion about themselves. There's no wrong answer. Then there can't be a wrong answer about how I feel about their identity. Do you understand? It's the same thing. Gender doesn't have to match sex, he says. Well, yes, it does, because these are the two ends we're using for actually making these categorizations to begin with. They say sex is a spectrum, but then he goes on and he makes a massive mistake. And this is one of the reasons why the genderbread theory should be thrown out. He says that there's three sexes. No, there isn't. There's no, and he'll never find a credible scientific source anywhere that will ever call intersex a third sex. That's insanity. There is no third sex. Intersex isn't a sex. It refers to variations in a sex and it isn't a sex category in and of itself. It never has been. It's never been classified as one, and it still isn't. It's an umbrella term. Like, for instance, men who have their testicles shriveled due to external conditionals can be considered intersex. They're still men, right? You can't say it's a third sex. And by the way, that would bring up all sorts of problems for you if you even thought that, right? Could the third sex only breed with the third sex? Can the third sex breed with both of the other sexes? Who can the third sex have kids with? Can the third sex, you know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense. They would still fall under a sex binary category for reproduction. That's why it can't be a third sex classification. That is the stupidest fucking thing that I've heard in weeks, postulated by Will, who didn't take 5 seconds to look into whether or not intersex was a sex. I want credible scientific biological classifications for intersex, which make it an actual third sex. Because to my knowledge, there's ova and there is sperm, meaning there's small gametes and there's large gametes. That's it. Is there like a medium gamete? Is there a medium gamete somewhere in there that we could classify as the third sexual gamete? That's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Will? By the way, this is why they stopped using that genderbread man in mainstream trans apologetics. You must be like out of date by a couple of years on your trans apologia, Will, because they don't even use this anymore, bro. Because of these various problems, you should get like the genderbread man 3.0 update version for trans apologia. So just pointing that out. With that, I do think it is important to be completely fair. These guys haven't been assholes yet. We're not going to be assholes to them yet, as long as they stay not being assholes. But I do think it's fair if they want to move outside even the domain of this debate of are there only two genders and get into things like transports and things like this. But we better clear up some of this stuff first to just make sure we're not even talking past each other. Because when somebody says there's a third sex, that to me sounds like the equivalent of aliens just landed on planet Earth. I mean, that is real serious breaking fucking news, ladies and gentlemen. That is something which is like an outlandishly crazy claim to say there's a third human sex, and I can't wait to hear all about it. So with that, I will yield my time over. Appreciate it.
All right, 1 minute left on the floor, so we'll end the timer there. We're going to go into an open discussion, but do want to remind the audience who's watching right now, if you haven't had an opportunity to, because it's very difficult, smash the like button. It's just waiting for you. I also put up a poll in the live chat. Are there more than two genders? So let's see where that's at. 17 to 83 right now for no. So 83% on the no side. So keep your votes coming in. Let us know what you think about our debate topic tonight. And also, we are going to do super chats at the end. So if you want to ask a question to one of our speakers, like many of the people have already, put it into a super chat and we will ask them out at the end of the debate. With that, I'm going to set a 50-minute timer and I'll check in with you guys as long as things are moving along cogently. I'm going to hand it back over to Pep Talks to respond to some of what you just heard, and also Will, and then feel free to jump in there, Andrew and Speakeasy.
Well, can I just ask an opening clarifier, right?
Mm-hmm.
To Will, who can the third sex reproduce with? Like, who can it? Because I would think that if you say the sex can reproduce with the opposite sex, then that infers a binary. So who can the third sex have sex with and have kids?
All right. So appreciate the question. So intersex is a term that is used to describe someone whose sexual and reproductive autonomy does not fit into the typical definitions of female or male. That is what intersex means.
Yeah, that's an umbrella term. It's not third sex, though.
That is what. You don't want to call it a sex?
No. You called it a third sex. I want to know how.
Perhaps you didn't like the way I used that term. That's fine.
How do you use that term where it means something other than a sex that's not male or female?
It means your genitalia or your chromosomes do not match what you typically associate with male or female. That's what it means.
Yeah. So a deformity would be intersex?
If you want to call it a deformity, I'm not gonna
like if you were born.
But
if you were born
and
if a horse kicks you in the balls and rips off your penis and your balls, are you now a third sex or not, Will?
Well, that depends on what you want to define sex as.
What the fuck do you mean? It depends.
Wait, I mean, if you were in Game of Thrones, technically,
how
technically they did.
Hold on a second, Will.
Andrew.
Hold on, Will. I do want to let Pep in here as well. So over to you, Pep.
I was just saying.
You're a eunuch. You're a third sex, boys.
The ones that had their dick and balls ripped off as like a third sex, like what they call. God, I forgot what they call them.
A eunuch.
A eunuch, yeah.
But I mean,
that was technically a third sex right there.
Not a third sex. So
kind of.
Here's what you're saying.
Think about it. It's putting them in their own category at that point, and it's like
it's not its own category. It's now a man. It's now a man who has lost his penis and balls.
Yeah, but he says it himself that he doesn't consider himself a man anymore in that way.
No. They don't say that they don't consider themselves men anymore.
He did. The spider did.
Andrew, do you define sex based on genitalia?
Hang on. Listen, Will, 1 second. Let us have our exchange. I promise we can get back into it. But I'm not going to interrupt you with your crosstalk with Speakeasy either. So just real quick on this. Do you agree with me, Pep Talks, that if a dude gets kicked in the balls by a horse and it rips off his penis and his balls, he does not become a third sex?
No, I don't agree with that.
Wait, you don't agree with it?
No, what I'm saying is I don't agree that that automatically makes them a third sex. I think that not having your dick and balls, that doesn't mean anything.
So what makes you a third sex?
Well, have like hermaphroditic tendon stuff.
Hermaphrodites aren't a third sex.
Is that not classified as a third sex?
Nope. Not even chimeras. No, not even chimeras.
See, I'm not.
I'll explain it to you.
So I don't know.
Hang on, I'll explain it to you. Well, it's not obsession to just know what the fuck you're talking about when you take a position on something.
Fair
right?
enough.
So even when it comes to like chimerasism or things like this, it is true that this would be ambiguous, but you only have two developmental pathways, reproductive pathways, only two. And let me explain how I know that that's true. Because nobody on planet Earth can impregnate themselves. Right. If you had two viable reproductive pathways, you could impregnate yourself, and nobody can.
I heard a story about this when I was like 10 years old.
And there's all sorts. Hang on, there's all sorts of tales out there about people who possibly could have or things like this. It can't be done. You cannot have, because the human body only has so much space for so many organs, and you only have two reproductive pathways you can go down. Only one of the two is ever going to be viable. That's why sex is a binary. It has to be.
Wait, so
hey,
I'm actually asking.
Let me finish.
And
I'll answer. I'm almost done, bro.
Hold on. Let's let Andrew put a bow onto it. I just want to let them.
I just want to finish the point.
Respond as well.
So really simple. Okay, there's only two developmental pathways for sex. There's no third pathway for sex. If there was, I would agree with you. If there was a third developmental pathway for sex, I would say there could be three sexes. But because there's only two developmental pathways, there can only be two sexes. You can have ambiguity inside of those two pathways.
Developmental pathways, and I keep saying, like thinking, well, they're. I mean,
you can only ever impregnate the opposite sex. You can't ever impregnate somebody who's not that.
Yeah, but
so there's only two pathways.
Just basic sex and gender thing. So again, this is based on like the like identity part of it, where it's kind of like. See, I'm all about just respecting people, whatever they want to be called. Like, because I go back to when I was like in kindergarten, and the first time that somebody said, "Hi, my name's Timmy," and I didn't call them Jimmy, kind of thing. I'm just, it's kind of
people tell you they want to be called
issue.
King,
yeah, but you can't. Okay, and I think that's fair to say, but it's unfair to say. Well, I'm here to talk about the identity basis of this, which is fine, but then don't make claims about sex. Don't make claims about there being a third sex. Like,
again, this is where I wasn't trying to like be bad faith in my joke. I was actually being kind of a little serious. You guys are more focused on this way more than like any leftist content creators. I can tell you that. Right.
Give me a break.
No, for real, man. Like, no, you made debate them, but I can
Destiny, Demon Mom. I mean, dude, I can literally name so many content creators who are obsessed with this.
You're using three people that have literally been ostracized by the leftist community. Like,
they haven't been ostracized by the leftist community. Destiny was your fucking rock star until he diddled the wrong piddle and sent out the wrong video. He was your fucking rock star last fucking week.
You're talking to the wrong guy on that one. No, I never. I was never.
All right, just 1 second there, guys. Let's wheel it back in. So, SpeakeaZy, you were trying to jump in there on the point.
Oh no, it's just when he said about like, I just want to respect people. So like, if people want you to call them master or king, you're gonna do this too. Is that what you're saying?
No, dude.
It's not very respectful.
Why don't you respect me?
Call me king, baby.
The rest of the debate, I would like you to call me master.
Hold on. Actually, if that's your name, SpeakeaZy, then maybe. I mean, I have met some people that have some weird names.
It's my identity.
I would feel like
I want you to call me master. All right.
Well, hold on. I'll say this. I'll just ask you at that point, just because I want to be consistent in my values. I'll just be like, all right, show me your legal ID that now says that your name is Master, and I will call you Master.
No, it's my identity. It's my identity.
Show me on your identity where it says Zer.
See, I thought that's where I was muted. No, I always thought the Zer stuff was always ridiculous, and I thought it was.
But that's how they want to be identified, bro. That's how they want to be identified.
Yeah, but it's nothing that is ever really brought up, like outside of these little debates. I got to be complete. Like, dude, I'm coming from a perspective of lived experiences. Like, I have a lot of I have one friend specifically that is one of my best friends. I'm literally going through this with her where I see the hate. I see the blatant hatred, and I see how she's treated differently. I see exactly what she's worried about right now, and it's not fair, man. Like, I don't like second-class citizenry. That's why
not second-class citizenry. Like, if you, let me ask you this: like, if you said to me, "Listen, affirm I'm the Queen of France, or I'm going to kill myself," right? Should I affirm that you're the Queen of France?
How convicted is this person?
They're very convicted.
Yeah, well, I mean, does it hurt you to say it?
Can you answer my question without asking me one?
Well, I mean, no then, because honestly,
no. Why?
Because it costs you nothing to say that to save somebody's life.
So you should affirm the delusion of somebody, reaffirm the untruth.
To save their life? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so hang on. So in this case, would you roll out a red carpet, put a robe on them every morning?
Why do you think that's what's happening? See, you guys
you
do this weird conflation.
Can you answer my question?
William, I'll let you take over. After
No,
this,
William,
Appreciate
let's
that.
not let you
No,
take
I think
over
I
until
will
we're
take
done with
over
our
because Pep
inquiry.
Talk
Yeah,
is done
let's-
talking, and he's handing it over to me.
Okay,
Andrew.
got it. So we
I
can't finish our
appreciate you,
exchange.
Andrew. So it is not a.
I'm sorry, I can't
illusion
answer any of
to
your
have
questions.
a
I'm going to have to
gender
turn it
that
over to
you're
Speakeasy.
identifying
My
with, because
bad.
a gender is a
I have to turn it over to
psychological.
Speakeasy.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
gonna have to
property.
take
Gender is
over.
purely
And I'd like you to
psychological.
call me
Hold on, hold
master,
on.
please.
I can't answer any of your
Like
questions.
master.
Speakeasy has to take over, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right,
So
so I
gender
do
is
want
purely
hold on.
psychological. Gender is purely psychological. It is something that exists in the mind. It is not a delusion. It is an opinion. It is just as real as your favorite color. And
Now,
you
are
cannot
there-
be wrong about your
One
favorite
second.
color, right?
Okay. What's a delusion?
A delusion is something that doesn't exist that you believe does exist. Now, your opinions.
Wait. That's
do
what you
exist.
just said. Wait. Your opinions.
Opinions
What?
exist.
Okay.
Right.
So if
Opinions
it's your
exist.
opinion, you're the Queen of France. It's true.
Queens are real, measurable constructs. In
How do you measure a
society.
queen?
It is a intersubjective aspect of our society. We know
Yeah,
what
that's
a queen
not
is.
telling me how you measure what a queen is. How do you measure it?
Okay, you know what a queen is. I'm not going to explain to you what a queen
No,
is.
I need you to
But
explain to me what a queen
gender
is.
a specifically an identity.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't
something
know.
that
Stop,
you
stop running away,
manifested
dude.
in your
Hold on.
mind.
You see, you're just
queen-
running.
Just
A
hold on a
queen-
second there,
a
Andrew,
queen is
so he
a
can make his point.
title.
And then we'll have some back.
A queen is a title.
A
Why-
queen
How do
is
you
a
objectively
title.
measure what a queen is?
Objectively, you don't, because it's an
You don't.
intersubjective reality. It's an intersubjective reality that we all agree upon. It is very
Oh,
different than
I
a gender
see.
identity. It is very different than a gender identity.
How is it
because
different?
We don't always all agree about what gender identity means.
We don't always all
It's
agree on
something
what a
that-
queen is.
That's why it's intersubjective. Yes.
Right. So then this would also be intersubjective.
Yes. Yeah, it's
So then,
intersubjective.
so then you just defeated your own argument.
I
That makes no
didn't.
sense. You said,
intersubjectivity is
Here,
something that you cannot
let me
measure
steel
in
man.
reality.
Well, I'll steel man it. I'll steel man it so you know I don't get it wrong. He says, ladies and gentlemen, the reason that this is different than if you affirm that you're a queen is first, he says, because you can measure it, right? I say, you can. How do you measure what a queen is? He says, well, you can't because it's intersubjective. And I say, well, wait a second. This also sounds intersubjective. He says, no, it's not. And then 5 seconds later says, no, you're right. It is intersubjective. Can't be measured either. So it's just an affirming opinion. So when he says it's not delusional, he would have to admit, because it's intersubjective, that if you claimed you were a queen, that wasn't delusional.
Okay. So
Why would that be delusional?
A gender identity is about your own perception about yourself. It cannot be wrong.
Like I'm a
It cannot
queen.
be wrong. No.
Why am I not a queen?
Well, you can believe you're a queen. That's
Yeah.
fine.
What makes it
Like,
wrong?
It's not wrong because you're not using the legal
Then it's
term.
the same
Andrew,
criteria.
just real quick, I want to ask: do you like tell
Then it's, do you
5-year-olds that they're
understand
not
that?
Spider-Man?
Hang on. Do you understand that then you're giving me the same criteria twice and saying one is a delusion, one is not, but not the threshold breaker for what makes one the delusion and one not.
One is, so hold on. An intersubjective reality is something we all agree upon that we have in existence.
We
that
don't all agree on intersubjective reality, or it wouldn't be intersubjective.
No, it can be intersubjective and us all agree upon it.
Yeah,
as
it
well.
can be intersubjective and we all agree, but you said intersubjective means we all agree. That's not the case.
Right. Okay. The main point I'm making is gender identity is the way you think about yourself on the inside. That is real. That is your identity. That is how you feel. Right.
Yeah, I'm a queen. That's how I feel.
Okay, you can feel that way.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean you have the power of a queen.
Okay,
You know what I'm
well, wait a second. What would make that a delusion, though? It doesn't mean you are a woman because you feel like a woman.
Well, let's define a queen. Right. A queen is someone who has power. A queen is someone
No.
who has rules over.
No, you
Oh,
can
what
be
is
a queen. The Emperor Napoleon was in Alba, had no power. He was still an emperor.
Napoleon from France.
Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte.
He
correct.
had a lot of power.
He didn't have any power when he was in
Shit,
exile on an island.
Okay, he wasn't a. It wasn't.
Yes,
in
you can
charge
have
when he was-
kings. You can also have kings who have no power who are prisoners. You can have
Then
kings
you're
who have
not
no
a
power
king.
who are just born and have no power. How can somebody
No.
who's a crowned king's just born have power? How do they exercise power, sir?
This is a silly argument. So
No,
kings
what's silly about it?
This is silly.
effectively have power.
What's silly about it?
If kings have power, the fact that you're trying to stretch the argument to genetics is really
Well, how much
stretching.
power?
It's still
Like,
really
am I the
reaching.
king of my house?
Dude, you're just going
No,
off your own
because you're-
argument.
because you're making up
you're so far
definitions.
off base.
Yeah, you're trying
Just
to
say
make an
that's an
arbitrary
assertion.
definition.
That's an assertion. Here's my argument.
It's not an
My argument is
assertion when
simple.
literally you're off.
If I
the
say
point.
that I'm the queen, if I say I'm a queen, you
Mhm.
say that's delusional.
Yes.
I want the metrics for what makes that delusional. But if I identify as a sex that I'm
Andrew,
not, that's not.
No,
It's
I'm dead
because a
serious now.
queen
Do you
has a-
think that when kids say they're Spider-Man that they're delusional?
No.
Like, seriously.
No.
Then what
que-
is your problem?
Well, wait.
Queen
But
has a
kids are
well-defined
using their
definition.
imagination,
Hold
right?
on.
If a kid
Yeah.
wanted to be
Speakeasy's
Spider-Man
trying to
and
jump
jump
in,
off the
guys.
roof, I wouldn't tell the kid, "Yeah, you're Spider-Man. Go
But
ahead."
they're wrong. I would tell the kid they're wrong.
Queen is a defined term that has specific attributes, right? It has to do with either, if you really want to bring it down to genetics, then
Yeah, but it's
fine, you
intersubjective.
can
The
use that.
attributes can be whatever you want them to be because it's intersubjective.
That's true, but in our world, in our definition, we have all agreed upon
No,
general
we haven't all agreed.
about queen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what a queen is.
I don't know what you call a queen and why I
You
couldn't
don't-
be one if I wanted to be.
You can't think of what a queen is, what any attribute of a queen has.
Hey,
you can't do that.
There's those
Sure.
rapper chicks.
What does that have to do with
calling
anything?
themselves queens
That's
all
the
time.
difference.
Why are they not?
I can think of all sorts of attributes a woman has, and that's how I could tell you're not one.
That's no. A queen.
That's the same argument, bro.
Queens have physical rule. In
Yeah, so do
society, right?
females. Yeah, that's correct. Females also have. In fact, I would say there's more agreement on what a woman is than what a queen is. Intersubjectively.
An identity is how you think about yourself. A queen is not something you think about yourself because queens have physical manifestations in reality other than just it being in your mind, right? Queen is not a identity that you have in your mind. And
Neither is your sex. That's not just an identity you have in your mind.
So do any identities just exist in your mind, Andrew?
Are they just constructs of the mind?
Yes.
Some.
Okay, so they can exist.
But that's not what's in dispute.
Yeah, of course it is. That's
What's
the
in
entire
dispute. What's
disputation.
in dispute is what makes an identity delusional or not.
No. But we agree that some identities can exist solely in the mind and not in the physical world around us, right?
Yeah, I would say that there's all sorts of things we could identify or
now,
classify.
one
that
of
way.
those things is called gender identity.
Yeah, but what makes a thing which you classify as an identity in your mind delusional? What would make it that?
It's not delusional. It's
I
your
didn't ask you
opinion.
what is delusional. I said what would make a thing in your mind a delusion.
I understand.
What?
Okay. It's when you believe something
That doesn't
should
correspond with
manifest-
reality?
Yes.
Okay, great. You, if you're a male and you claim that you're a woman, and the way that I categorize these things, along with the rest of most of humanity intersubjectively, is that a woman means adult female, then you have just refuted your own argument, sir, because what you're stating is very simply that,
Female.
hey, this doesn't correspond with reality. If indeed
Female.
hang on, if I grant your argument, though, you still destroy it. And here's how. Because even if I grant that what you're saying is true, then that would mean that a queen then does correspond with reality just as much as gender does, as long as it's your own self-identification.
No, queen has physical manifestations outside of their own mental
So does
capacity.
woman. So does woman.
Incorrect. When you're
That's not
talking about
incorrect.
the context, when you're talking about the context of a gender identity, you're incorrect. If you were talking about the context of a gender expression, you might be more on the correct side of things. And if you're talking about anatomical sex, then you are very much.
Oh, well, help
in
me
the
out
right
here
direction.
then. I'm sorry. What's a gender expression pointing at?
A cultural exception of a certain type of gender.
And that type of gender is utilizing the attributes of one of two sexes. Is that right?
No,
It's
No.
not?
no, it doesn't have to correspond with a sex. No,
Then how do we know whether or not, or which is male or which are female attributes?
it's a cultural accepted feeling. It's a cultural accepted opinion. It's an
And what are those
intersubjective
what are
reality.
those cultures pointing at, though?
An intersubjective reality.
Yeah, but what are they pointing at? They're pointing at man and woman, right?
Right?
Like
It's
if you
what-
play,
yeah,
like
okay.
if you play with dolls, right?
the stereotype,
And that's
yes,
considered
it's the stereotype.
feminine, right?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
and so when I say it's considered feminine, what am I pointing at?
The intersubjective reality that
No,
we've
what
constructed.
I'm pointing at the behavior
wait.
this sex
No.
has.
It is intersubjective reality. That you're pointing at an intersubjective reality that we have constructed as a society. That's what you're pointing
That's
at.
not what's in
which is a
dispute.
stereotypical.
It's not what's in
feminine
dispute. Why are you
attributes of
arguing things we're not disputing?
women?
Here, let me explain what's in dispute. What's in dispute here is just this. I'm going to concede a whole bunch of your points because they're irrelevant. Okay, so let's get through the concessions
Fantastic.
very quickly first, so that we can get back to the topic. I will concede the point that intersubjective realities not only are possible but happen all the time. There's no doubt about it. What we're talking about is what makes one delusional, an intersubjective reality. It can't just be agreement. Because if that's the case, then the only thing that makes you delusional is that most of us agree you are. But you said, no, that's not the case. It has to actually be something which just doesn't correspond with reality. What I'm saying to you is that any of the things that you consider to be gender attributes or conditionals for gender are actually pointing at sex, and that's where they get the feminine, masculine portion to associate gender to begin with. So we are pointing at something. You see what I'm saying? Because we're pointing at those things, that's not intersubjective now. Now we're talking about biological correspondence with reality. So that's how I can make the same determination you can about delusion. You would have to agree that's true.
So I think I see maybe some disconnection here. I think it'd be helpful if you were more persistent on labeling what you're talking about as gender identity versus gender expression. Gender expression points to a intersubjective reality we have constructed. Gender identity does not point to an intersubjective reality.
So you don't have to have any expression for gender?
No.
Then it's just I am this, so I am?
In your mind, yes. For gender identity.
So how would that correspond with reality?
Gender identity does not correspond with reality outside of what is in your own mind.
There we go.
Outside of what is in your own mind.
If it doesn't
correspond
correspond with reality, exit whatever you decide in your own mind, right? Then you've just determined it's a delusion.
It's not a delusion at all. It's a psychological manifestation.
What is a delusion?
It's a psychological attribute of your mind.
Then what's a delusion?
It's like you're saying me liking the color red is a delusion because or it's my favorite color is a delusion because favorite colors don't exist in reality.
No, that's
favorite colors don't exist. I can't measure favorite colors.
Guys.
It's actually a terrible argument that makes my point for me.
Sorry, you guys were riffing. It might be a good idea, though, if you guys want to give some final thoughts on this, and then we can move into some of those social issues that you guys were discussing earlier, such as bathrooms and sports. So you guys can pick your poison, but maybe if you want to
get past this.
Yeah, I can.
This is really important.
You guys can keep riffing if you'd like to. Okay. I'm just kind of wheeling it out there for our audience, but
you want variety.
Let us know in the audience what you'd like to hear. They smack that like.
I have a quick question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what Will is saying here. So you're saying with my identity, I could be a woman and still look exactly like I do right now, and you should respect me and say I'm a woman. Is that what you're saying? And I'm also a man. So my gender expression is a man, and I'm a woman. So I'm a woman, man.
Yeah, it's just a mind state.
Your gender expression
at that point, isn't it just
can be masculine. Your gender expression can be masculine, and your gender identity can be a woman. That is correct. You can be a masculine woman.
To be clear,
you can be a. No, I said you can be a masculine woman. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm just wondering.
Then I'll even for the sake of argument grant this just to wreck this too. If that is the case, Will, if it is the case that it's just an idea of a mind state, and so there can't be any untruth to it. It's just my mind state. Yes. It's just my mind state of identity. Would you agree then that something like Christianity would be that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the Christian mind state is to make determinations about what are men and women. That is our mind state. It's part of our ethos. So if that's the case, hang on, but Will. So if that's the case, Will, that this is just a mind state, then this also is true. Christianity is true. Just like this is true because of the mind state. So if that is the case and Christians say, well, you're not a woman, they can't be fucking wrong. They can't.
So you can't be wrong because in your mind, that is what you've constructed. You're right. Just how a gender identity cannot be wrong.
So tell me why Christians are supposed to call these people men and women. If they can't be wrong about
actually, hold on. I will step in on this one. No, because no. Andrew, hold on.
Wait,
how come Christians expect us to respect their religious views, especially widely in this country?
Because it's a mind state, and you got to do what we say.
No. I mean, I know you're being cheeky here, but no, come on.
No, I'm not being cheeky. Either Andrew, you respect me being a Christian, or I'm going to kill myself.
Andrew, I don't think you understand.
Now do it. I want God.
You don't understand respect.
I want God on the dollar bill, or I'm going to kill myself. I want prayer in school, or I'm going to kill myself. Yeah, I want the affirmation of my religion, or I'm going to fucking kill myself.
So
hang on, stop, bro. Is your name Pep Talks? Is your name Pep Talks, bro?
I can discuss anything.
Can I finish my convo with him?
Can
I finish my convo with him?
This is a 2v2, bud.
Yeah, I know. And can we at least get that 1v1 part of the 2v2?
You've been talking like some
guys. I'm just the COVID spectator here, guys.
I do want to give them a chance to have their back and forth. I'm sorry to put you on mute there, Will. It's just too much crosstalk. So I do want Andrew to have a chance to engage with what Pep had asked there, just because Pep hasn't had a lot of time on.
No, actually, I do mean that though, because I came from religion, and I can tell you right now, in my religion, in the evangelical sect that I came from, we definitely pressed missionaries, all of it. It was the entire mission was about going and converting people. And it was because we viewed them as, oh, you're sinners, you're not saved. So we were putting our belief system on them. I turned around and said, okay, that's just inherently wrong. So I understand kind of where you're coming from. Like if this was being shoved down your throat the way that you claim it is,
to put it
but
on
it just
people.
isn't.
Makes sense.
Well, hang on, Pep Talk. Let me respond. I'm going to pass it over to SpeakeaZy. Will's right. Me and him have had most of the engagement. I agree with that. But the thing is,
I appreciate
the thing is, bro, it's like this is really simple. Just think about what you've actually stated here. You said if somebody said that they were a queen and you didn't believe them, right? You would still treat them as a queen, right? Because if you didn't, they'd kill themselves. That's what Pep Talk said. No, it is. You can rewind the tape. Will, Will, do you want to bet me $100 bucks?
You can clip it all you want, dude. But in the context of
$100?
somebody standing on a bridge saying that they're going to off themselves, and I just happen to be walking by, and they're just like, "Call me the Queen of England now." But and they literally have like even worse. Then they have a gun to their
So
head
then
and
what you're saying,
the
hang on,
bridge.
Pep Talks. Then what you're saying is this: if there's a school, right, or where 13 Christian kids all put guns to their head and say we want prayer in school, or else, are you going to do it? Pep Talks. Are you gonna give them prayer in school?
Well, I can't give them prayer in school.
If
You're
you
asking
could.
me. You're asking me something that's
Amazing.
solely
If you
impressive.
could.
No,
If you
hold
could.
on, Andrew.
If
This
you
is the
could,
bullshit
Pep Talks.
argument that I'm going to call out real quick.
Answer.
It's like what you
Answer,
just
Pep
did
Talks.
there is you pivoted to something that's so unrealistic from a situation that is totally realistic. You could totally
Hypotheticals are
run it.
designed
Hold on,
to
just
Hey, bro.
stop. You can run into somebody that is going through something like that, and then you can just make a capitulation, even if it is, giving into their delusion at that time. I don't care what it is. If it's saving that one person's life at that time, I don't see the problem with that.
Okay, so then here's the thing. First of all, a hypothetical doesn't need to be realistic. It only needs to align.
I understand that, but you're playing in it.
Bro, I didn't interrupt you. Just let you talk.
Sorry, you're right.
So the idea here is if it is the case that 13 Christian students said prayer in the school or else, and you are the unilateral dictator of the United States, are they going to get
if I have that kind of power, then yeah, sure.
Then they
at
can
that
pray.
School?
They're going to pray in school?
No, but
No,
if
okay, so if they say all schools.
No, all schools?
Yeah.
No, greater good, buddy. Bye.
Oh, so then they would all go for the greater good. So then I got to ask you something. If more than half of the world's population, well, actually, it's far more. 70% of the world's population is religious, and
I hope I'm engaging in this.
Yeah, if 70% of the world's population is religious, right? Then, by your very harm definition, there that it causes them harm by affirming this, then you shouldn't actually push for it because you're causing harm. Do you understand that?
Okay, I kind of get where you're going with that, but no, I disagree entirely.
Based on.
I disagree that the harm is being done by us propagating like their identity. I don't think that like them wanting to be identified as something else is actually causing any harm.
Yeah, but what if 70% of the planet, right, followed a various or let's just say, roughly 4 billion people or 5 billion or 6 billion people followed a certain set of religious ethical values, and part of that identity, which you affirm is a legitimate identity, is to not call these people by these preferred pronouns. There's very few of these people who demand to be called by the preferred pronouns. You would actually be affecting billions of people based on the few. And when I test your logic the other direction and say, well, what if this few was going to unalive themselves who happen to be Christians? You'd say for the greater good, we would have to let them do it. So tell me something, sir. In the reverse, why would it not be the case that Christians and Muslims and things like this shouldn't say, well, for the greater good, if you're going to unalive yourself, all right.
Andrew, why is it lying to use their pronouns? Why is it lying?
Well, whether it objectively is lying or not, you would have to agree with me that the idea from your perspective, from the idea from Christians and Muslims, etc., is that it is.
Yeah, why do you think it's lying?
Whether or not it is or not, it's irrelevant. It's not even relevant.
Think it's lying?
Why? Tell me why that's relevant.
Because it's not lying, and I can explain to you why it's not, and you might be convinced.
Yeah, but who are you arguing at that point? What are you arguing?
I'm arguing
what's
the reason why it's
what's
not
the
a lie.
point of the principle of the argument? Let's just say I'm wrong, and I just believe it's lying. So what?
I can tell you why it's not.
Why
lying.
does it matter? Even if you were
because
to
then it
prove
wouldn't
to
be
me,
harming you if you're
even
not lying.
if you proved it to me, if I still believe it's a lie,
I know
it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to convince you it's not a lie.
That's nice. I'm not here to be convinced whether it's lie or truth.
No,
I'm here to make the determination of whether or not it's a greater harm or lesser harm. If this many people believe it's a lie,
Andrew, you're
And
concerned about the harm it's going
they
to bring to
believe it.
Christians. You're concerned
Yeah.
about the harm it's going to bring to Christians.
Well, not
they're
just
gonna
Christians,
lie,
Muslims too.
whatever. They're gonna lie, and that would harm them because they are going to be lying in their brain, right?
Yeah.
I
Correct.
can talk to you and tell you why you're not lying, so you would not be harming this person.
What if you
How would that
can't-
contend with the argument, though?
Like, what if
Because
you
you
can't
wouldn't be
convince
harming
them? You're
yourself.
just,
Hold
you're
on,
just,
fellas,
wait,
let's
you're just
speak easy.
assuming that you can convince all these people. What if you can't?
Yeah,
That's what,
yeah.
that's what
Like
Andrew's
it doesn't. That
asking
doesn't
right now.
contend with the
What if
argument.
you can't-
That is perfect.
can't?
That is a next step in the argument.
What-
Okay,
You
here.
don't
The next step
explain
is-
why it's not
Here.
lying.
That's
Here,
for a second,
Will,
you guys,
just for
I
the
want-
purpose of good faith.
Nobody can hear
Here we go.
Speak
You
Easy.
ready? I'll show you. I grant your argument. Just grant, for the sake of argument, I
Try and
grant
speak
it that I was wrong. Now, can you contend with my argument?
Then now you agree it's not harming yourself by using their pronouns.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't contend with my argument.
No, but your whole argument is it's harming you, so you shouldn't use people's
No,
pronouns.
no. It didn't. It's not me. It didn't say me specifically. The
I'm
entity,
just
which is
accusing
Andrew
you.
Wilson.
Come on.
So even if I grant this, even if I were to just grant it for the sake of granting it, it does not contend with the argument. Would you please contend with the argument, please, Will?
I guess I'm
You
lost
can't.
on what you're arguing.
Okay,
because
here's my
I thought
argument.
That was a part of
Here's
it.
my argument, right? There's way more religious people on planet Earth than there are people who are trans who want to be called by certain pronouns. Because that is the case. If all of those people are, if you're asking every single one of them to respect and affirm a thing they believe is a lie, whether it is or not, Will, they just believe it is. They just believe it is, Will. Then can you show me how it is that under the harm threshold, those people aren't being more harmed?
They believe it's a lie because they don't understand what gender identity
Who
is.
cares?
That's
Why?
if they
It doesn't
understood
matter
reality. Wait,
It
wait, wait,
doesn't
wait.
matter
All right,
why.
let's-
That's not how the
let's-
harm
hold on,
principle
hold on.
The
Works.
debate
works.
of this,
Let's
My
give Will a
God,
chance
how
now.
Will it
the
wouldn't matter
topic
why
of this
why they
debate,
thought it was
I
a lie.
believe Brian
Hold
said
on, hold
I had
on.
the floor. for a
We're
second.
gonna just
Okay,
give him a
thank you.
chance. Sorry, we're gonna put
I
you on
believe
mute
the
this time.
topic of this debate is there two genders? Not does everyone think
Yeah.
there's two genders? Not what's everyone's opinion on if there's two genders? Is there two genders in reality? Not in the mindset of certain
Yeah, but
religions.
based off your argument,
That is a very
that's
different
what matters.
topic.
Is if everyone thinks. That's what matters.
Absolutely not. That is not what I
Everyone
said at
thinks
all.
it,
If you
that's what
listen to
matters. That's what
any
you're
of my
saying.
argument, you listen to any of my argument, gender identity exists in here in your
Right,
mind.
right.
It doesn't matter if anyone agrees with you or disagrees with you. It exists here, and you cannot take that away from me.
Oh,
You cannot
right,
take
but
that
why
away from
can
anybody.
but why can you take away from me how I feel about yours?
I'm not taking away from you
So
at
then
all.
it's not
You
lying.
can believe anything you
It's
want
not
about
lying,
me,
right?
Because
No,
you
actually,
can-
to your point, Speakeasy, I think you would have a problem if somebody tried to do that to you, though, wouldn't you?
We do. They're called trans people. They're trying to do it right now.
You
Right.
can't take someone's identity away. It's
What are they
impossible,
taking away
no matter
from you?
what you do. You cannot take someone's identity away. You can force them to change their gender expression. That would
Safe
be
porn
horrible.
searches.
That'd be horribly
Now, Will,
inconsiderate. You
okay.
can force them to align with what
Bro.
anatomical sex they like, and that's also very unkind. But you can't take away their gender identity. That's untakeaway.
Can you take away the religion?
No, you can do it in your bedroom. when you're
Okay, so here's the
spinning your
thing.
mind.
So here's the thing. If this is a category of the mind,
Yes.
is lying a category of the mind?
Oh my god. Can you get to your point?
Is lying a category of the mind?
It's an interesting question. No.
Okay.
An interesting question
So-
that makes
so-
him sound like
so
he's
wait.
got the one up in this debate, but it
it's
has
not-
nothing to do with this.
So it's not. Well, actually, no, it does, and I'll tie it in just a few seconds. And you're gonna feel dumb, even though you should feel dumb anyway, because
Go on,
you
Andrew,
haven't
come
made
on.
a cohesion point. But anyway, what
New
makes it
YouTuber,
not
what
a
would-
category of the mind?
Because you can say things that are false objectively.
Okay, but objective means not dependent on mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
why I said it's not a feature of the mind. So
okay,
it's on
so when you say lie, you're saying that there's objective truth. There's truth which is not mind dependent.
that. Yeah, there's objective truth.
How would you determine that objective truth absent of mind?
You don't know what's objective truth.
So you couldn't determine what is objective truth.
No, but you can tell what's more likely.
So then
What's
that
less
wouldn't be
likely?
objective, though.
'Cause
that would-
Statistics
that-
aren't objective?
No. Well, they are.
Of course
if
they
you're saying
are.
objective would mean mind independent. So statistics would be
Statistics
subjective.
are mind independent, Andrew.
They are.
Yes.
They don't need to be interpreted by the mind.
Statistics are statistics. They exist independent of minds.
How?
Math exists independent of minds, right? Andrew?
Does logic exist independent of minds?
No, that's different.
Well, what?
They're
I'm sorry.
different
I'm sorry.
quantities.
Isn't logic a mathematical expression?
No, mathematical expressions are a subcategory of logic.
Oh,
right? And
I didn't know that.
Math quantities exist independent of humans, right? So if quantities exist, then things can be grouped together without a human being there to group them together, right?
So math is mind independent, but not logic.
You changed my mind. Math is mind dependent.
Okay, math is mind dependent.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Oh, okay. So then, how do you know what's objectively true then?
Because of measurements that are external.
But that would be independent of mind.
Yeah, that's
you just said math is mind dependent. That would be subjective.
Wait, measurements doesn't mean math. You can make
I'm sorry, what?
math.
How do you measure something without math?
You ever heard of a ruler?
What does a ruler use?
Numbers aren't math. Numbers isn't 2 + 2. Numbers is counting, right? There's a different thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are numbers a representation used mathematically to express something?
Numbers are measuring a distance isn't the same as calculating a distance, right? Those are two different concepts.
How do you measure something without math, sir?
Dude, I feel like we need way more joints in this for this to be a conversation.
I'm serious. Now I'm seriously confused. How do you measure a thing without math?
How do you measure math, bro?
I think a child can count without understanding math, right?
Yeah, but they're not doing math.
Exactly.
They're not measuring something.
Oh, perfect.
What are they measuring?
You can count without needing to understand.
Yeah, that's just recognizing a pattern. That's not mathematics.
You can count the number of apples on my table.
Come on.
Wait, no, you're not. No. You can't count the number of apples on the table, right? Unless that's dependent on a mind, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then when we're talking about mind-independent concept subjectivity, you think truth itself is
so
subjective.
do you think vegetables actually have an objective?
Well, okay. Well, then
wait.
Wait, hang on. Here's
no,
why this
for real
is
though, Andrew.
I'm going to answer the question. Let's finish our engagement real quick. The reason that this is so important is because if you say these are all categories of the mind, including lying, right? That he can't even say that Christians are lying. Like, couldn't even say that they were lying or that trans were telling the truth because these are just subjective categories based on your internal mindset. Like, there's no real objective truth anyway, right?
So fundamentally speaking, Andrew, if we really want to fundamentally question the reality of the universe, yeah, we could be in the Matrix.
I'm not trying to do that, though. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Exactly what you're doing.
I'm not even trying to get into metaethics. I'm just trying to say,
no, it is.
If it is the case that, well, then the metaethics are starting with you by saying because it's a mind state, it's true. You would be the one making the first metaethical claim, not me. So if that's or metaphysical claim, that would be you. You would be getting into the meta first, not me. So what you're saying is this is true. That's a truth claim, right? So if that's the case, is it subjective? Are lies a product of the mind? Or are they not?
Lies are product of the mind, yes. But
okay, well then you can't say that we're lying.
Let me finish my response. You gave me.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So, does objective truth exist? Yes. Are we going to be able to comprehend it with absolute certainty? No. Those are two different categories. So, although I can be very confident about something is true, can I say it's true with 100% certainty? No. Does that help?
Like truth apt, you mean?
I don't know what that is.
Truth like. You can't make the determination that something's 100% true or 100% false, but it's truth apt, like true enough, maybe.
Yes,
something like that.
Yes,
right. That's not exactly what truth apt means, but like close enough for what it is you're trying to express.
I would like.
What I'm trying to say is just this, right? And then I'll finish it here so that you can move it along, and I'll let you respond to it. What I'm saying is that if it is the case that you just believe Christianity is a mind state, and you believe transness, whatever that is, or gender is just a mind state. Yeah. And you agree both are equally true by that categorization, which you've agreed. Both are equally true. If lies are dependent on the same mind, which grants that these things are true, these can't be lies. These people can't be telling lies. They can't be telling a lie because based on their own mind state, it has to be true.
I agree with you on that.
Well, then what the fuck is, then from the harm principle side, I would have to be right because we just significantly outnumber trans people, bro. So they would be doing more harm.
More of you, so there's more. No,
there would have to be object. Yes, more harm. Yes,
I would say the harm is far less.
All right.
All right.
Let's try to push into one of the social topics there, fellas. I could flip a coin on it, but let's just I'm gonna hand it over to SpeakeaZy. He said objectively the least floor time here. So without interruption, I'm gonna hand it over to SpeakeaZy to talk about some of the social subjects that we usually get into, such as the bathrooms, the sports issues, stuff like that, and see if we can unpack a little bit there. So go ahead when you're ready, SpeakeaZy.
Well, like this just touches on what I said with my opening statement, is that the binary of gender has literally formed everything with legal, with medicine, with sports. Like this is there's no, again, if we have an ambiguous definition of gender, we can just allow anyone, like they want to do, put anyone into sports. So why should anyone even have to take the certain HRTs and all these, or why should a man have to take the HRT for a certain amount of time before he goes into the women's sports? Why don't we just make every sport neutral that way and just have dudes boxing out women all the time? Like, is that what you want to see? Is that the world you want to live in? Like, I just...
All right. So why do you want to divide sports up by gender? It's because of fairness. I'm not even going to explain that. You want it to be fair, right? The thing is, gender is not going to always tell you what is or is not fair in a sport, right? If you want to gauge fairness, there are better metrics to use other than gender, right? There are some adult women who are much stronger than me, much faster than me, and can kick my ass in some sports. And that's not fair, right? They're better than me, but they're a woman. So it's disagreeing with your mind, with your paradigm, right? If you want fair sports, there are other metrics that you can use that are better, apt to gauge fairness, such as strength that can be measured, speed that can be measured, even skill could be measured, muscle mass, BMI. There's many metrics that can be measured that can better suit a fairness in sport than just gender. Gender is a non-consistent way to gauge fairness.
I just ask a single question very briefly?
Please.
If men only compete with men and women with women, how's it unfair?
It's unfair because not all men are equal to each other, and not all women are equal to each other. It's not fair always.
So what you're saying is that sports themselves, the idea of sports themselves, isn't fair to begin with.
Fundamentally, they can never be perfectly fair. The goal is to make it more fair. But if I challenge Michael Phelps in swimming, that's not a fair match. Just because we're both men, he's physically way more adept to swimming than I am. But it's not fair just because we're both men.
Yeah, but the point of sports is to compete, right?
Yes, and you want it as fair as possible. That's why you have to use metrics.
So what would be a more fair system?
Strength. You can measure strength. Speed. You can measure speed. You can measure BMI. You can measure skill level even in certain sports. These are metrics that are much more apt for fairness in a sport, that you can gauge, is this person fairly gauging against this person? That is the best way to measure fairness. Right?
Okay, so here's what I'll do on this particular argument. I'm going to cede a bunch of ground to you again. In this case, though, I'm not even going to destroy you like I did last time I ceded. This time, I'm just going to cede the ground and say, I'm perfectly happy with women beating the absolute fuck out, or men beating the absolute shit out of women in all categorizations of women's sports. Like, I'm totally fine with that. I'm content with it. I don't care if they kick their faces in. I don't care if they beat their brains out. I don't give a shit if they throw them into walls. I don't care if they I don't care what they do to them. Like,
you don't care.
My idea is, here's what I'll say. My counter is, the reason you always see it's the M to Fs who want to do all the competing and not the F to M's, especially in contact sports, there's basically none, is because of this reason. Because obviously the M to Fs feel like they have a statistic, an advantage, right? And often they do. And so the thing is like, because of that, I find it to be that men are invading women's sports, and I'm totally fine with that.
Right. I'm not fine with that.
I don't know if you realize
NBA. You're not fine with it?
NBA is a gender neutral sport. I don't know if you know that, right? The reason they made a women's NBA is because no women could compete, right? So this is what Andrew's saying is,
I don't understand why he's not fine with that, though. Why aren't you fine with that?
Pretty boring anyway, so let's just make sure we take them all out by putting them in with the men.
Did you just get Bugs Bunny, boy? I said duck season, you said rabbit season, then we just reversed it. Now you're arguing that men shouldn't be in women's sports, bro?
Maybe I was not representing what I thought when I said that. What I meant was, I'm not okay with unfair sports. I want sports to be fair. And using gender as a distinguishing fact, because that makes sports fun.
No, right? I think it makes it way more fun when they're not fair.
Well, that's because you're a sadist. But in
Wait,
reality,
I'm
you-
sorry. Wait a second. When you go and you watch somebody get
Yeah.
completely brutalized
and
in a
make lot of
sport,
money.
you think that shit's not fun for people?
It's fun
I mean,
for one
people,
team.
People have a weird tendencies towards sadism.
Yeah. So what do you mean? Of course, it's more fun. Of course,
I'm a
it's more fun.
Blackhawks fan, trust
but
me.
it's at a certain point, it's not fun, right? It's unpleasant to experience. True cruelty is not fun for me personally. But I want a sport that's fair. I want sports where two people are evenly matched, and gender is not the way to address that. And I don't know if you heard what I was saying, SpeakeaZy, but there's better metrics that can be used to gauge fairness other than gender. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, those metrics we already do these in certain sports. Right?
Yeah, we should throw out gender.
Like
then,
boxing,
if we're
for
using those
instance,
metrics.
we keep the certain weight classes of men together. Yeah, we do this.
Perfect
But
example.
again, all you're gonna do is just eliminate all women from sports, and it'll be a bunch of the only women in your worldview that you'll see in sports is dudes wearing dresses.
Not at all, SpeakeaZy.
No,
In fact,
not at
you
all,
would
dude.
have plenty of women who could compete
No.
much better,
No.
and much more
Hold on,
fair.
hold
I'll
on.
beat
Will,
the
actually,
brakes off of
I got
every
something to say
woman
about
UFC
this.
No,
fighter.
no,
I
no,
promise
Hold on,
you.
because
I'll
honestly,
beat the
no,
brakes off
Let's
that
let Pep in. Let's let
he's
Pep in,
missing
guys.
the point that there's intramurals. You guys are also missing that there could be other leagues that could be developed through this. Like, dude, I've played in a gay men's hockey league. I'm not gay myself. They needed a backup
A
goaltender.
gay
but-
men's hockey league? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's a gay men's hockey league in Chicago. Actually, I kind of noticed your background there. That's you not recognize the Sears Tower.
Why don't you guys let the lesbians play with y'all?
They do. It's co-ed. I was just getting to that.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said gay
guess what?
men's. You
And
said
the
gay
thing
men's.
is, outside of the co-ed, outside of playing for the gay men's hockey league, which is all co-ed,
That
all these other,
that was a
I can tell you
co-ed
right now,
league, that's
every
all.
other men's league,
Learn to
pretty
speak,
much
bro.
in the entire tri-state area of Chicago, also has women on their hockey teams. And I can also tell you that most of them are certifiably badass.
So it's not a men's hockey league then if it has women
It's
on
considered men's hockey. It's literally called men's hockey league.
Look, listen, my position on this, like, I don't even know why
So
conservatives.
SpeakeaZy's just going to freak out over that.
Like,
now?
I don't even know why SpeakeaZy. You don't even need to fight them on it. The truth is that the feminists fought for 75 straight years in order to have their own sports divisions and sports leagues and prove that they were just as good as the men and all of this shit. Now the radical turfs, the trans exclusionary retarded feminists, are out here saying, "Hey, you can't have the in our sport." I think it's fucking great. I love the fact that they're getting their fucking brains bashed in because they vote for this shit. I don't give a shit. Like, I say more men and women's sports. More fucking men and women's sports. Do it now. Do it fast. As many of them as want to go in, that's fine. That's my actual position. What's the problem here?
Sadistic. So, SpeakeaZy, can I explain to you why it would not eliminate all women out of sports if you did approach
It
this
definitely would. Yeah.
No, let me
And like,
explain to you why.
I agree where it would make sports, all fun instead of, you have to wait for the women's sports channel part,
So let's say you, instead of using gender as the metric of
Women
fairness, you
UFC fights are boring. I always
you
skip those ones.
Oh my god. Speed.
I just
You
want to say
instead
we'll jump in here. I'll
you
cue
ins-
you up your mic there, Andrew, as well.
Thanks, Ryan.
Go ahead there, Will.
Instead of using gender as the metric to distinguish what is and isn't a fair fight, you instead use strength, right? And if a woman comes in and they have a low level
I'm muting
strength,
myself, Ryan. Sorry. I'm sorry. He just said something. I was just responding. I'm actually muting myself.
Oh yeah, no worries. If I was just hitting the unmute just so that when you're ready to come off mute, it's available. Just because I took away the ability to unmute oneself. I can undo that though, because you guys are doing quite well.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to interrupt as these guys are doing their back and forth.
No worries. All right.
So if someone comes into the sport and they have a low level strength, they do not have to depend on their gender to hope they're going to be matched with a fair person, because instead you could be matched with someone with a similar level of strength. Right. There are some women who have very low level strength, and they could be matched with women who have low level strength or men who have low level strength. In fact, it would be more inclusive. More people would have opportunities because it would make things more fair. You could have weaker people join sports when they wouldn't have before because they're only divided by gender. That is a much less fair metric to use to gauge fairness. It would be more inclusive. More people could join in, have fun. It'd be a more better system overall.
Yeah, like I don't care about it being fair amongst the men.
What do you
right?
care about it
Again,
being?
I like watching the better fighter take out the less better fighter. Like I don't
then
know
we
why
can
the
bring
fair
back the
part matters.
Coliseum if you just want to have people kill each other. Like, that's not how modern sports are tackled. Modern sports is about competition and about who's better than the other one and about who trained better than the other one. It's about trying to be the best.
No, like,
not just about
dude, they
someone
should
killed in the middle
let
of
the
town
UFC
hall.
fighters do steroids too, so that they can really fucking give us a show.
That is
You
an
know what I mean?
irrelevant point. That's not even close to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be more fair if I mean, like, what is even the objection to steroids in sports? If all of them take steroids, that's more fair.
They don't.
It's an
That's the whole
irrelevant
thing
point.
with UFC, though.
It's not relevant to the thing we're talking about. If you want points, steroids are not.
No,
it's
I'm
not
explaining
relevant
to you. I don't care about the fair part.
Competition?
Where you're making it. So let's make the
Well, hold on, Speakeasy.
men
No, hold on,
fight the
Speakeasy.
really
The
pushy
right
women.
wing.
I don't
No,
care about all
the
that.
main right wing talking points are though. That's the problem there. You may not be making.
If you don't care about fairness, then why do you want to separate sports based on gender?
Again, I'd prefer not to watch the men beat up the women. But as to Andrew's point, if this would just eliminate women's sports in general, and that would be probably better.
Do you think what I'm describing would eliminate?
Yes, 100%.
But you could still have
the whole reason we made a second basketball
participate.
league and all these other leagues is so that women could have their own leagues to play in. So
But
if
women
you
could
want to
still
just take that away,
participate.
sure, I'm with it, bro.
But women could still participate in the system that I'm describing, right?
Yeah, they can try.
That.
Sure.
No, it's not try. You would actually be more competitive. They would have better competition because they would have people closer to their match level rather than just, oh, you're a woman, being the woman.
Sure.
You
have this opinion, and my opinion is they would just get eliminated from sports. And we have proof to show that that's what happens when you don't allow a different league between men and women. We have proof that this is what happens. They can't get in. So,
but why can't they get in, SpeakeaZy? Why? Please.
Because they can't compete with men.
Why can't they compete?
Explain to you. Like,
why can't they compete?
That's the whole point.
Why can't they compete, SpeakeaZy?
Men are better at sports.
Okay, so it's a skill level
differently, right?
It's about strength.
No,
all different types of things. There's strength, there's twitch muscles, there's the way their hips are formed, the way
SpeakeaZy's live right now.
Masses.
That's perfect.
Are you live, SpeakeaZy?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
You guys can unmute yourselves again, by the way. So just let you guys know.
Okay. So those things you just described, SpeakeaZy, mass, muscle, strength, speed, all those things, those are metrics that can be used to gauge better, fairer fights, right? If you really want fair fights, then that's the reason you're dividing it by gender. You can do that without talking about gender. You can do that with the actual attributes themselves. And that would make a much more productive, competitive environment for everybody.
My reason to divide it by gender, right, is with my moral worldview is men beating up women would be pretty bad. But if it's going to eliminate women's sports, I'm kind of for it.
Not a serious person.
I don't understand why that's an unserious position. It seems like our enemies are destroying themselves. So if the idea here is that radical feminists are becoming trans exclusionary and literally they're called trans exclusionary radical feminists, so I say retarded feminists. I think that the reasoning that we would have of the enemy of my enemy is destroying itself. What's the problem here? Why does that make us not serious people?
Well, let me try to track what you're saying. So you are happy you're destroying feminists? Is that the idea? You want them to die? Is that it?
Die? Why did you make the inference of die?
Well, you like them being beaten up in matches? I'm trying to understand.
Die?
You said you like them getting beaten up to like really bad, which can be correlated with death.
If you consent to the idea that men can be women, you can't then make the argument that you can't compete in your sports teams, bro.
Have you listened to what I've been saying? I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I know, but they're saying that. They're saying that. They're saying, well, not only did we vote,
I'm not defending them. Why are you defending?
I understand, but this is what our argument is about. When I say
it's irrelevant,
when it's not irrelevant, because you just asked, why should we take you seriously if this is your belief? And I'm giving you the rationalization for it. So you can be upset about that, but the rationalization is fine. The rationalization is just these women vote and have pushed for trans ideology. You cannot make both the dualistic claim that men can be women, but if they are women, you're affirming they're women, they can't compete in women's sports, or you're saying they're not women. You agree with me, right?
So I really appreciate you arguing against this argument that I did not make, and I'm not going to defend that because
you said he's not a
stance.
serious person.
Yes, because he just said he likes getting women beaten up. That's
because why though? What's the rationale behind it though?
There's no real rationale I'm gonna.
Oh, I just gave you the
entertain.
fucking rationale, bro. Can you repeat it to me?
That you like them suffering the consequences that they set up for
Yes.
themselves? Is
And
that
what's
the idea?
wrong with that? What's the No, the argument is that if you say men can be women, and then B, when they declare they are women, you cannot then exclude them from things which are women. Otherwise, you contradict yourself. That makes no sense. So our rationale on this is consistent. Their rationale is not consistent.
So again, I will say what I've been continuing to say. That is not my stance. I don't believe there should be gendered separated sports. I think
Neither do we.
sports. Common ground, fantastic.
Yeah, and the reason is because you create a contradiction if you say that men can be women, but they cannot compete in women's sports. That creates a contradiction, and you have to suffer the consequences of your own contradiction.
I'm not arguing against something I didn't argue for.
I'm giving you our position. It's not an argument. That's
Okay.
a fucking position.
I gave you my position as well.
Yeah, so I think we can move past this. We're heavily in agreement here. Let them go in. Let them kick the shit out of them. I don't care.
I don't think
All right.
that's. Yeah,
I'm going to hand it back over to SpeakeaZy then, and we can discuss the other hot button topic that usually comes up in these debates, since we didn't get to discuss it too much, which is usually the bathroom. So, if you guys got something else that you think is more pressing right now, feel free to correct me. But I think that's still something that a lot of people are talking about. So go ahead there, SpeakeaZy, when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry. It cut out a minute. Did you say the bathroom? Is that what you said?
Yes.
That was what was brought up in the intro. So if you want to go down into that avenue, I'll give you the floor to cue us up, and then we can get into it for a little bit. My timer did go off for the 50 minutes. So if you guys want to maybe give that one about 10 minutes, and then we can move into Q&A, if that sounds good by y'all.
Yeah, I'm here to be as long as possible.
Yeah,
so
sorry guys.
I'm here for the long game.
Sick break.
Yeah, I have enough time or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, well then let's do 15 minutes then, and then we'll go to Q&A. So yeah, if you're hanging out in the live chat right now, make sure once again that you poke the like button. It really helps boost us up in the algorithm. And also on top of that, we are going to take Q&A in a few seconds here. So not a few seconds, sorry, 15 minutes. We're going to do it, the Q&A. So if you have questions for any of the speakers on screen right now, get them into a question. Are you feeling all right over there, Pat? You took
surviving.
a sick break.
Okay.
Not feeling good, Pat?
No, dude. I am struggling.
Damn.
Yeah, I think he said he has COVID.
No, I got COVID real bad, man.
That's well, you're a trooper for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We appreciate you still holding to the obligations that we set while you were still sick. But no, this has been good. You guys have had a good discussion. So yeah, we're gonna hit this new topic for about 15, and then get into the Q&A. So once again, if you're watching live right now, get those questions in, and I'll hand it over to you, SpeakeaZy.
So is the argument from the other side just simply we should
Can I frame the question? So, SpeakeaZy, why is it dangerous to have men in women's bathroom? Why is that dangerous by itself?
Why is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Well, if you're just going to say inherently, obviously you can't just say any action is inherently dangerous, but you open the avenues to a lot of potential risks when you're involved in. Pardon?
Like what?
Dude, he's answering you in good faith. What's this shit? Like, let him answer.
Yeah, it's simply, I like I'm saying, you're opening the risks to when you involve people two different genders in the same washroom. You're opening the risks to predators, pedos, a lot of different avenues you're going down when you allow this in society. Plus, you normalize the sexualization between the genders to the public for no reason.
So is it concerning because men are more likely to be involved in sexual violence?
No.
Is that the concern?
No, the concern. So let me here. Well, I'll let you finish your inquiry, but then I have a question for you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that though. So I don't know where you.
Well, I'm just saying you're saying it's opening up doors to sexual issues, pedophilia and violence and things like that. Why do you think men being in a woman's bathroom is going to open those doors?
Well, Are you only talking about men's and women's bathrooms, or women and men's
I
bathrooms?
mean, usually that's the steel man I'm trying to make. If you want to talk about something else,
So you
that's
only
what
want
I
to
hear.
allow men's and women's bathrooms? Is that, just to be clear, that's your...
No, usually the argument against trans being in the bathroom is you don't want to have
Right,
the
but I
opposite
gave you
gender
my
in.
argument, so I don't care
Yeah.
what you...
Well, here. Let me ask you a question, Will.
Yes, go.
Why are there stalls in bathrooms?
For privacy.
Oh, but
Mhm.
I don't understand. If we didn't have stalls in bathrooms,
So,
how would that?
single stalls
hang
for
on,
all,
bro,
then,
bro,
Andrew.
stop, bro.
Wait. No,
Can
single
you stop?
stalls
Can
for
you
all.
stop? Can you stop for 5 seconds so I can
I
finish
would
my
like
inquiry?
that single stalls. No.
Yeah. So if you have stalls in bathrooms, if we eliminate the stalls, how does that increase danger for people?
How does that eliminate? It doesn't make it more dangerous.
Right,
makes
it doesn't,
more
but
uncomfortable.
Yeah, it just makes it uncomfortable.
So we should have more stalls.
This is the same exact argument, right? So the thing
I don't
is that
understand.
if we eliminated all of the stalls, you shouldn't actually have a problem with that.
I mean, so I want people to feel comfortable, right? And I want people to feel comfortable in the bathroom.
And they
they're
don't feel
using.
comfortable if
Wait.
somebody's not their sex
Well,
going
you
into their
don't-
bathroom. That's
you
the end of
don't
the
feel
argument.
All right.
That's it. Go
Calm
ahead.
down. Calm down.
Go ahead, bro.
So you may not feel comfortable with that, but there are other people who will feel
So let's
comfortable with
say-
it, right?
tell me-
And there are some. Okay, can I share my screen real quick?
Go ahead.
Yep, sure thing.
All right.
I am ready when you are.
Share. Hold on, where's the share button?
Will say when I go out and play shows, I do appreciate having a private stall. It's
Who doesn't like that, right? All right. So if we want to talk about comfort level, do you think women generally would be comfortable with having the people on the left side of the screen in the women's bathroom? Do you think women generally would feel comfortable with these people in the bathroom?
Probably not.
Probably
And you're about
not.
to tell me that they're
Because
trans, right?
Obviously I am.
Yeah.
And then the people on the right side of the screen, do you think they would feel comfortable in the men's bathroom where men can look at them, be near them, you know, this whole ideology, right? They would obviously not feel comfortable either. The
Sure.
goal is for people to feel comfortable.
Can
And
I ask you just very quickly?
Please.
I've seen this argument 100 times before. Just a very brief question. Do you think that most trans people, when they're affirming their gender, look like this, or that these are exceptions?
Oh, that is irrelevant.
Okay. Can you answer my question? Are these exceptions to how most trans people actually look?
Exceptions. It's an irrelevant point.
Can you answer my question, please?
What do you mean? People all look.
Well,
different
because
from each other.
I'll explain.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Hang on. I'll explain the entire argument. So the argument that you're trying to make is because there's a few exceptional cases of where the ambiguity is such that these people look so much like men. You're saying essentially really ugly women should be able to use the men's room. That's what your actual argument is. My argument back to you is that these exceptions, these are exceptional cases of ambiguity when it comes to sex. And if it is the case that most people don't follow this, then by your own metric, you would be increasing discomfort, even if these very few exceptions, who, by the way, are so exceptionally looking that they could use these bathrooms without anybody ever bothering them anyway. Why would you need to change policy? That makes no sense.
Well, the thing is, for these people to follow the law, they would have to use the
You can pull
bathroom.
this down now, by the way. We don't still need it up.
Okay, sure. For these people to follow the law, they would need to use the bathroom that would make people in the bathroom possibly uncomfortable.
Yeah,
And
so
the
what?
goal is
For
to
me to
make-
follow the law,
Oh,
I can't
so
take a
what?
piss off the side of the highway either.
The
So
whole
what?
purpose is to make people comfortable. If you want to make people comfortable,
If
be
you wanna
consistent with your argument.
Then this I have the most consistent argument. You have the least consistent. So I'll explain. So it's against the law for me to pull off on a roadway and take a leak. I do it all the time. I don't give a shit. And neither
I was
do
gonna
you.
say we
hang
still
on.
do it, don't
And
we?
you don't give a
Yeah.
shit either. You do it all the time, and he doesn't give a shit, and he doesn't give a shit. All of you fuckers have done it. You don't fucking care. If you got to pee bad enough, you're gonna get off the roadway. You're gonna take a leak. You don't
Decency
care.
laws are dumb.
It's
man.
your calls.
Yeah, okay, but you don't care. You just ignore them. If you take a few exceptional cases of gender ambiguity, all you're saying is really fucking ugly people where you cannot tell the difference, which are a rarity, right? Can you use whatever bathroom they want? But they already can because nobody can fucking tell. But because the vast majority of cases, you can tell. You can. For instance, I can give you a similar set piece that you just gave me of like, oh, I don't know, the health secretary, the former Biden health secretary. There's no ambiguity there. We know that that's a dude. So the thing is like, if you wanted maximum comfort, you would base it on the maximum of the cases. And the maximum of the cases is that you can tell. So them using the bathroom, which is associated with their sex, would actually increase maximum comfort. That is the argument.
So
you fail at your own logic, not me.
All right, stop trumping yourself up. So
And like, wait,
if you
even
really
by
think-
your
if we're-
definition,
if we're
even
really-
by your
Trump
definition,
myself up.
Will,
You are
even by
trumping
your
yourself up.
definition, you said I could say I'm a woman, so I would be able to go in those washrooms too. You understand what you're saying? So
Correct.
you would
So
increase the uncomfortability, right?
The goal of a comfortable bathroom is to be in an environment where you feel safe. Is that an agreement? Do we all agree with that? And safeness doesn't
know if
depend
it's
on
safe.
if someone is ugly
I don't
or
think it's-
yucky or gross.
No,
or
I
stuff
just
like that.
I do dispute
Safety
this.
is the concern.
But I think you would even agree with me in my dispute here. So I know that this is kind of petty semantic, but I think it's important for clarity. I don't think that pure comfort in a bathroom stall has to just do with safety. I think it also has to do with like things like judgment, things like that. That you can have uncomfortability even if it's not because you feel unsafe.
Andrew,
Like,
we've
you feel
all
like
been
you're
at the
physically alarmed.
stall where we're the only one in there, and another guy walks in and he walks to the one right next to us. It's happened to all of us.
That makes my point. So I don't know why you even said that, but anyway, the point is
I was
here
making your point a
is
little
that-
clearer.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody
That's
was
a lie.
unclear.
I will just go on
nobody
the
was
floor.
unclear about it. But anyway,
Ain't
so
no one
the
standing
point,
next
We'll
to
the
me.
leave
point here,
immediately.
yeah, the point
Oh,
here
I forgot
being,
that you're the only one that can make jokes here. Got it.
well, just funny ones. So the point here is,
zing.
it was good. The point here being, before I was so rudely interrupted by our socially ambiguous friend over there, is that I don't actually understand how this would increase comfort if all you can do is point to the exceptions to the rule and say these people who already could use the bathrooms of their choice, nobody would ever dispute it because they couldn't tell the difference anyway. Somehow we need to now let all the people, the vast majority of which you can tell the difference, now go into the various bathrooms. That increases the uncomfort level. It doesn't increase it. So can you explain that to me?
All right. So I think it's very important to try to unify comfort and safety into one cohesive unit, right? That is the most important part. Safety.
Yeah, I reject
You
that.
might not like being next to another man who's really figuratively in a way you don't appreciate. You feel like they're yucky or something, even though they're a man. That would make you uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean they get to use a separate bathroom for ugly people. That is not your argument you're making, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No,
So
I'm giving you the
you want-
extension of your logic. You're just saying that really ugly people who are so ambiguous you can't tell their sex would be able to right this second use the bathroom of their choice because nobody know the difference. If it were in fact the case, as you say, that nobody can tell the difference between these people being male or female, then there's no problem anyway. It's only if people could tell that they would become uncomfortable. The fact of the matter is that you can tell in the vast majority. The vast majority of times you can tell. So by your assessment of uncomfortable, you would increase discomfort, not decrease it.
I think you're advocating for trans going into to women's bathrooms, Andrew.
Can you explain how?
Because you just said these men who identify as men and were born as women would be socially looked upon as men. And if they're socially looked upon as men, then they should be using the men's bathroom.
No, well, wait a second. So you're conflating two different things. It's not that they're socially looked upon as men. It's that you can be fooled or tricked, and at a glance, you could think one thing which is true, which is not true. That doesn't mean that it's socially acceptable. It just means that if it is the case that it's so ambiguous as to not be able to draw distinction, they should already be able to use the bathroom of their choice anyway.
Andrew, do you think those men should use the men's bathroom or women's bathroom?
If it is the case that all of those people can already use the bathroom of their choice because nobody can tell the difference, what the fuck is the problem? Unless you're saying people where you can tell the difference can't. Can you explain that?
Because they're breaking the law.
So what?
What?
So what?
They're breaking the law isn't an issue from your perspective?
No. Well, what law are they breaking?
They're breaking gender bathroom laws.
Yeah, if nobody can tell, right, then nobody cares.
No, the law cares, and if you ever get found out that you were using a bathroom that you weren't supposed to be using, you go to jail, Andrew. Do you not see that as an issue?
No, they're not going to go.
Do you not
First of all,
understand the
they're not going to go to jail for one, and
whatever.
Two. Here's the other big problem that you have is that we don't dictate public policy on exceptions to rules. We don't do that. Law is always a trade-off. It's always going to be a trade-off for some. Based on the many. For instance, I could make great arguments for why it is you should be allowed, according to the Constitution, to own a bazooka. However, we have public policy statements where we say, look, we have to limit that for the purposes of social cohesion or whatever else, other types of arguments that you want to make for this. The point being is that there's always a trade-off when it comes to law. In this particular case, we're not going to uplift the entire social order because there's a few people out there who are really ugly women or men who you can't tell the difference already could use the bathroom, so that the vast majority of them where you can use that bathroom, because that actually does increase discomfort, and discomfort does increase safety risk to both, by the way, to both.
Would you advocate for more gender neutral stalls where you're not even sharing a general bathroom with people?
No.
Like a room that no one else can go in.
Here, McCormick Place in Chicago. In McCormick Place in Chicago, they have nothing but non-gendered bathrooms.
Okay.
And it's safe? You're not uncomfortable
it's
around
safe.
people around
Nothing.
you?
You're no crime.
This is
no
the
nothing.
most optimal possible environment that a bathroom could be in.
It's always funny
You're
too, because there's
isolated.
always lines to the like the stalls, but the urinals are always open. So
right, these are the kind of things that
that's because men are just very frequent,
community. Right? So would you advocate for things like that, Andrew?
No.
Do you think that's but why not?
Because again, it wouldn't maximize comfort. All it would do, so at that point, you would be putting an expense on both taxpayers and private business owners, massive expense that they don't actually need to comply with, in order to compensate a very, very, very tiny minority of people for no particularly good reason. When you consider
first of all,
stop, bro. I'm just trying to respond. Let me respond. Okay, I'll let you ask your question in its entirety. Can you give me a chance to give me my answer in its entirety? So we would not draft public policy creating expenses, necessary expenses for people. Like in rural Georgia, they might not have any fucking trans people. They're going to put in a trans neutral bathroom. It's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. All that does is put an expense on a business owner for no good reason, with the potential that maybe one day there might be one somewhere. That's fucking dumb. What you could do instead is say, because there's such a drastic minority of people here, and if they're already that ugly at what you call passing, they can already use those bathrooms. All you're doing is saying we're going to maximally increase the discomfort immediately of people by allowing people you can tell the difference to go into their bathrooms. That's stupid policy. It doesn't even make sense.
Let's let Pep in here as well, there, guys. I think Pep was trying to
honestly,
point as well.
I'm good. I'm about to I kind of feel like I'm a yak guy, so just yeah, make your points.
No worries. All right. Go ahead there, Will, and SpeakeaZy. Also, feel free to jump in as well. I know that you've been having a chance to stew a little bit. Actually, maybe let's ask SpeakeaZy what he's thinking about what we're talking about here. We still got about 5 minutes or so, let's SpeakeaZy in, and then Will. I'm sure you'll still.
Yeah, well, there's not really much more I can add on to this. It's again, Will is not saying that we want to do it for the people that are extremely passing and able to trick everyone, because that nobody would say anything to begin with. They wouldn't know, right? There's nobody that like, and this complaint about they would go to jail. Like, fathers and mothers bring their kids into the opposite gender washroom all the time so that they don't have to go into a washroom by themselves. They bring them with them so that they can supervise what's going on. Nobody called the police on these parents and said, "Yo, you better take them to jail because they're bringing an opposite gender kid in the washroom." Like,
the difference is that
that's what would go on. Right.
The difference is
problem is you want people like me that look exactly like me to be able to say I'm a woman and go into the washroom. It's ridiculous, and you don't have anything good for it.
SpeakeaZy. Why should bathrooms be separated at all? You want it because it's uncomfortable. You want to be comfortable, right? Is that the core argument, SpeakeaZy?
Realistically, that's what this all comes down to.
You want to be comfortable in your bathroom, right? You want to feel comfortable.
That's what you want. That's the reason you want trans people to be able, because you're saying it makes them more comfortable.
No,
they're a minority of the population. So why do you want the minority to be more comfortable than the majority of people? I don't understand.
You are misunderstanding me, SpeakeaZy. That is not my argument.
No,
you're about to give your argument, and that's going to be your argument. I promise.
Actually, hold on. You could apply this to disabled bathrooms too. If he wants to use that, hold on. If he wants to use that argument about minorities, then we shouldn't have disabled bathrooms either. Then.
No, we don't. There's many places you don't have disabled bathrooms, bro.
That's actually BS. I can tell you right now. In my city, it is actually.
And what did I just say? There's many places where you don't have disabled bathrooms. There's many places where it's completely up to the proprietor, or the owner. No wheelchair ramps, no bathroom for the handicap.
I live in a
There's
state
many
that's not the
places
case.
where that is the case.
Andrew, let me ask you a question right here, real quick. How do you determine who uses which bathroom?
Based on whether they have a vagina or a penis.
So trans people can use the bathroom of their choice when they have anatomical sex changes, can't they, Andrew?
Well, no, they can use the bathroom that they're assigned to their sex at birth.
That's a different answer.
Yeah, dude.
That's a different answer than you just gave. Man, I thought you were gonna own me on all this stuff.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Can you have a more consistent answer?
Wait,
what's your answer?
What did I say that was incorrect?
Oh, please. SpeakeaZy, can you try to answer
No, because you're
this?
using Destiny topics doesn't mean you're going to win it.
What did I say that was incorrect?
All right, let's break this down really simply. So you
Very
understand.
simply.
Really simply. So you said it has to depend on the genitalia of the individual going into the bathroom. That's what dictates who goes into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When you have a gender reassignment surgery, that changes the genitalia you have.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, doctors and the entire medical community says it does. So
no,
you're more intelligent
no, they
than
don't.
Doctors.
They don't say that.
That is fantastic.
They don't say it changes the genitalia. So in other words, it doesn't. All you're doing is so let me get this right. You're saying that if I chop off my arm, I'm not a man?
Oh my God.
Wait,
can you just make your point?
Are you circumcised?
Can you answer my question?
That's ridiculous question.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. You saying that there's a dismembering which happens does not change the categorization of man, woman.
No, but it changes your genitalia.
Yeah, but you're talking about a disfigurement, not a changing of sex.
Of course, it's a changing of sex. Of course, it's a changing of sex. What is genitalia?
Hold on. Better question then: is circumcision is that deforming?
Yeah, that's mutilation. Yeah.
Okay.
Not a big fan of mutilation. So, Andrew, what is genitalia? Let's really get down to this. What is a penis?
Wait, how are you not a fan of genital mutilation when you want people to?
Yeah, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. I'm not a fan of genital mutilation, but kids getting their penises cut off, that's not genital mutilation.
What?
Children don't get their penises cut off. That's a red herring.
Yeah, that's literally
what is a penis? Andrew, because you said that's the thing that decides what goes into a bathroom or not.
Yeah,
what is a penis, Andrew?
I was being facetious. I was saying based on sex.
Oh, you're changing goalposts.
No, there was no goalpost change. I was just being facetious.
Transphobic strategy. So, what dictates what goes into a bathroom?
The sex of the person.
Okay, and you're saying the sex is how is that determined, Andrew?
Well, generally it's determined at birth, and there's 3 different categorizations in which you can make a sex determination. You can do it based on the production of small gametes. You can do it based around the genetics of an XY or XX chromosome. Or the third way, when it's very ambiguous, is you can use a reproductive pathway system. This would include ovaries or things like this.
Gotcha. So there's multiple ways you can determine what someone's sex is. From that standpoint, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fantastic.
Is there anything else you wanted to add to that? Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask more questions, Andrew. If you could be quiet a little bit.
Go ahead.
So if you could change all those things, would you be changing your sex?
You can't change a reproductive pathway.
But what if you could?
You can't.
Let's just experiment in our brains for a second. A thought experiment. What if we had really fantastic technology?
What if you could grow a beak and grow wings? Does that make you a bird?
SpeakeaZy. I'm not talking to you, Andrew.
Hold on,
what if you could change?
What you're talking about? So what you're talking about is the robot brain argument. That's a better one. You should use that one instead. What if we took your brain and we put you in a female body?
Andrew, can you address my question?
Okay, yeah, whatever your question is, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'm just going to make the point because I'm not really going to ask you for your facetious answers. So if you could change all of those forms of identifying if someone is or is not a specific sex,
like
that
you
would
could change the
changing
pathway?
Somebody's sex. Of course, yes, that's what I'm saying. If you could change the reproductive pathway, the genes, which we're getting closer to, and then the genitalia, you would then be changing somebody's sex by your
they wouldn't be the same sex. I agree.
You wouldn't be. That would be a sex change, and then that person could use the different bathroom. You would agree?
Yeah. So if you were able,
so it's a technical issue.
No. It's not a technical issue.
Limit of technology.
It's not a limit of technology either. You are not able, because sex is a binary, to change a reproductive pathway. It's not the case. There's only 2 viable reproductive pathways. Period. That's always going to be unchanging. Technology is not going to be able to do anything about that.
Of course it can.
Okay, tell me how.
Well, I'm not saying I'm going to tell you how, but you
then
can
how
do
can
things
it?
Like that with technology.
Wait, you can't tell me how, but it can.
You can take someone's DNA and form it into a certain way that it can be impregnated in a different form than you would before.
Nope, you can't.
This is science fiction, Andrew, we're talking about right now. We're talking about far in the future, but it is not. There's no law of physics. There's no law of physics.
And I'll just and again, I'll concede if you change the ontology, meaning the very being of a person, somehow you were able to intersect or interject to change a reproductive pathway from birth as an egg, they actually would just be that sex then. So you're just making my argument.
No, that I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, well I'll break it down for you.
Please.
There's two reproductive pathways. You say, Andrew, if we could change the reproductive pathway, would your opinion change? Well, no, because it would still be the same problem. You're still one of two sexes, dummy. Do you get it now?
No. That is.
Do you get it now? Do you understand now?
The thing is, we're using your definition of sex, Andrew.
I'm using mine too.
I know, but your definition is wrong. It's the problem.
Oh, my definition of sex is wrong, Mr. Third Sex. Mr. Third Sex.
Psychologists who understand gender and sex much better than you.
Oh, psychologists.
Okay. You. Yeah, people who studied it for decades. Yeah, and know it way better than you do. They would never agree with you.
The guys who study John Money. The guys who study John Money.
The exercise of what I've been doing is trying to prove your illogicalness in your own paradigm.
Guys, let's hit into the Q&A. It's been a lot of fun. You guys have been having a great conversation.
I appreciate it, Andrew.
Yeah, it's been a lot of great unpacking. We had some tech issues to start, and
I did. Well, listen, I did have fun. I have no ill will.
It was a good time.
I think you guys understand that. Like, I have no ill will. The Crucible we don't do harassment. We don't do any of that shit. I do enjoy the fact that leftists are willing to show up and do these debates. I did have a lot of fun in this one, particularly with you, Will. I'm sure we'll spar again.
You're a skilled debater, Andrew.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. You're welcome back anytime, and I'm happy always. Modern Day Debate did give me permission to say this. If you want to have further conversations on your own channel, things like this, I'm always happy to come around and we can have those discussions. So I appreciate both of you very much for doing this debate, and of course my great partner SpeakeaZy. It was very, very kind of you to show up tonight. Who, by the way, will be getting half of the Crucible super chats, so make sure you send them in. Very nice of him to partner up.
Amazed.
A1. Well, we are going to get into the super chats that we have here. So if you do have a question here at Modern Day Debate, get into a super chat. Let me just check our poll out and see where we are at. And I'm going to put up a new poll for you guys to vote on. So are there more than two genders? We have 18% for yes, and then 82% for no in the audience right now. So I'm going to end the poll. But yes, we're going to be hanging out. I already let James know. I think the thing that we were missing last time, maybe Andrew will agree with me, at the debate con is we need a case of beer. Just one for everybody.
There's no dispute there. There's no dispute. The SpeakeaZy, why aren't you coming out to debate con?
I was actually, I actually have the link open for the tickets right now, so I think I actually might.
Yeah, you got to get out to DebateCon, and maybe James and those guys can set something up. That'd be great.
Awesome. Well, yeah, that's going to be an amazing time. It's going to be February 15th to 16th. And as you just heard, SpeakeaZy is looking at the link for the tickets in the description right now. So if you're hanging out in our live chat and you want to take a moment to check out those tickets, if you could be in the Newark area for February 15th, 16th, it's not going to be too far from New York as well. So, if you guys have the means to drive or fly, we'd love to see you there. If you can't be there, we are going to be streaming all the debates live on Modern Day Debate, so you are going to be able to see them here, but once again we would like to see you, and there are a few opportunities through the VIP section, I think, for tickets still, so definitely check out the link. I'm gonna have to refresh it in a second here, but I do see that we are also getting some backers in our Indiegogo link. I put it in our chat here in the Zoom, so we went from 55% up to 60%. So yeah, we'd really like to meet our goal. Hopefully, in the next couple of days, if we can get to 75% before the end of the stream, that would be amazing, guys. Definitely James is flying out a lot of people, flying me out, flying Andrew and Craig, who is going to be coming out and debating Andrew for the first night, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully hopefully everything will go to plan. It's going to be great, guys. All right. So let's get to your questions. Keep the questions coming in. If you have concerns, questions, complaints, Style and Rail Woodworking says the answer is no. 2 hours saved. Then Basil Problem says modern day debate is a platform for misinformation and bigotry. Congrats, you are true heroes. Aww. You had your moment. Okay, Richie says if transgenders' societal ideations is a symptom of the community rejecting and isolating them and not a mental illness, why is the rate higher than the Jews during the Holocaust or slaves in the USA? I'm not sure about the stats there, but do you want to stir us out on that one, Will?
Might actually be better to move off on this one.
I don't know if that was an appropriate question.
Yeah, it might be better to move off on this one for the MDD side. I would just let that one.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I thought maybe we could pat our way around it, but I said it real. He's sussy, All right, made by Jim Bob says if sex and gender are distinct, can a biological female be a trans woman? If no, why not?
So this is just a categorical error when you're talking. I really don't like it when people use the word biological, female or male, because it's arbitrary, right? It's very much up to interpretation of what they mean by biological.
So is gender.
No.
Gender is very arbitrary, bro. Come on.
I described to you very specifically what it was. There's gender identity. There's gender expression.
Hold on, Andrew. Things. Can I just say, one thing that I see in your assessments here is that you really take the humanity. You're great at seeing this as whatever talking points or having your charts or any of that, but you don't. I don't see you applying to this to somebody that is going through something like this, and you're just kind of yeah, this is kind of shitty.
Listen. I understand what you're saying here when it comes to emotion, right? You're saying
it's not even just emotion.
It is. You're saying, kind of like Andrew, where's the empathy? But I want you to think of it from my perspective, from my vision. I'm actually asking you the same question.
Oh,
what I'm saying is that where's your empathy for the billions and billions more people than the
billions.
ones in, hang on, yes, billions.
Bill
with a B. So you may not know this, but if you just look up the population of Christianity, I think it's 3.3 billion. If you look at the population of Muslims, I think it's I think it's pretty close to that. So you're talking about
it's way larger. I know, dude. Okay, so
hang on, bro. Just chill.
This one I know you're wrong on.
I don't know why you won't chill out and just let me make the argument. Now maybe I'm incorrect about these stats.
Don't do that chill out shit to me, dude. Seriously.
I'm always graceful enough to let you answer. You're just never graceful enough to let me. Where's your empathy? Yeah. So anyway, back to this. I'm just saying that even if I'm wrong on these particular stats, and I could be totally wrong. It's irrelevant. The amount of people who religiously are opposed to this versus the amount of people who demand it be affirmed is so one-dimensional. It makes me think you're the moral monster, that you're basically dismissing billions of people's feelings based on a few hundred people's feelings or a few thousand. Do you understand that?
It's not disregarding. It is absolutely not disregarding those feelings of those people. Those people's feelings are very valid, just like how the people's feelings of transgenders are very valid, because they are feelings, and those feelings are real to the individual. And gender identity is a feeling.
So then, via your harm principle, we have billions more than the few who make these requirements, and for the billions more, there's more utility in saying man-woman distinction based on sex. You really need to concede that point. I don't know why you guys won't. It makes you look so foolish.
So there's a difference, right? Gender identity is a part of the mind. It's the way you perceive yourself in your own mind. This is not going to infringe on any human being around you's rights, any human beings around you actions. This does not inflict anybody to do anything. If you want to call transgender, if you want to call people by their misgenders, that's your choice. Okay, sure. You can be a jerk if you want to.
Yeah, but that's not being a jerk. I think it's being a jerk.
Let him talk, Andrew.
Yeah, let him talk. Being a jerk the other way.
Let him talk, Andrew.
You're allowed to misgender people.
Well, our exchanges are a little different than your and my exchanges there, Pep Talk.
I'm allowing you're not being forced to do anything
debater?
You don't want to do. If you want to be disrespectful to people and make people feel little and make people feel worse than they really are, then you are allowed to. But,
Yeah, but
Christianity and other religions who want to force their dogma onto people say your gender identity is incorrect. That's like saying your favorite color is incorrect.
the
You
problem
want
that
to
you
force this shit onto everyone else.
Then
I
logical
don't-
consistency.
You
Can
want
you
to
just help
force
me out here, though?
on everyone
Can
Yes,
else.
Andrew.
Can you
wanna
help me
hear
out here
Andrew.
though? I don't understand this.
Yes.
From the purpose of utility or harm reduction, utils is going to be an affording of
Yeah.
X action,
Mhm.
which has some type of like positive reinforcement on a society and some, and
Mhm.
I admit that this is somewhat arbitrary,
Mhm.
and you would too for the harm principle, creates utils.
I
If
think I
6
understand
billion
the argument.
people believe that this is
Let me-
incorrect,
Let me address that.
hang
point.
on, stop,
Okay.
bro. Let me finish the question, then
Okay.
I'll let you answer it. You already know I will. If it is the case that billions more people believe this than billions who or thousands who don't, in this case, thousands who are making the demand versus billions who don't make the demand, you have to concede its maximum utility to not give in or concede to the demand. You have to.
Okay, let me tell you the distinction, the reason why it's different. Andrew, do you think your religion is purely psychological?
Do I personally believe that?
He
Yeah, of
doesn't
course.
personally believe it, but we know it is.
I know you don't believe it's personally psychological. I know you believe it's a part of reality.
Yeah.
Gender identity is purely psychological, and transgender people understand that. They understand it is something in their own mind that they use to identify themselves to themselves. It is their own opinion about themselves.
I don't dispute this.
That is
Well, he's
that is-
also not
that is
very
the difference.
Christ-like.
but that makes that
view
makes
of
my argument though.
discrimination. So
No,
just
That
say
makes
the-
my
the
argument
distinction-
though.
No, the distinction is that you believe your religious dogma is going to impact the world in a way that is not scientifically going to, right?
Yeah,
It's-
but Will,
What?
even if that did, his
That's
religious
that's a
dogma literally
complete-
says to accept everybody.
Wait, that's a red.
Like
that's
Jesus
a red,
is
that's
pretty
a
clear
red-
about it.
That's a red herring. If you want pep talk, if you
Red
want me to
herring,
go
mate.
on and debate with you on religious dogma of Jesus Christ, I'm happy to do it.
all day, buddy.
Yeah, I
all
know.
day.
Can you explain real quick then, pep talk? When you call somebody a whitewashed tomb in the age of Jesus Christ, is that a death sentence?
White. I don't know what that. I haven't. Heard
Yeah,
that.
you don't
I'm
know
sorry.
fucking shit. Just shut up. So anyway, back to you, Will. Very quickly, you're actually affirming.
religious dogma.
You're actually
Wait a minute.
affirming.
So you're saying that
spicier
because
than
I
we
don't
thought.
know.
Okay, so anyway, so
something
back
about
to Will.
culture.
You had your chance. You had your
I'm
chance,
like,
bro.
no.
Oh, okay.
No,
Let's get back
I get
to
it,
this.
dude. I get what you're
Okay.
doing here, and honestly, like you were saying about matching energy. Well, I'm matching yours. You're being kind of a dick right now. So I'm
Well,
just gonna say-
okay. Well, so here's the thing. When you make these kind of bold claims that you understand the theological position of Christians, when clearly
I
you
do.
don't,
I do understand.
when you say the affirmation of Jesus Christ is to accept
Christian
everyone,
for like the majority of my
hey,
life.
that's not- does Jesus Christ send people to hell?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Actually,
So there's no hell.
no.
There's no heaven.
There is heaven according to the Christian doctrine.
So
but there
everyone
is no
goes to
hell.
heaven. So
There
everyone
is
goes
no
to heaven.
hell.
Everyone goes
That
to
was
heaven.
that was created afterwards, bud.
Does everyone go to heaven?
No, actually, you guys all go to purgatory until Jesus decides to make that wonderful day.
And then
come
what
back.
happens after that?
I mean, according to them,
I don't know.
Well, hold on.
I
hold
know
on.
theology.
According to
I don't know.
According to Revelation, you guys do actually go to heaven, but you guys already debate whether Revelation might have. Yeah, we might have to let that one go a little bit. 'cause
Oh.
that guy was a little. Hey,
Did Jesus descend into Hades?
did he descend into Hades?
Yeah.
Which chapter? Which verse?
I'm asking you a question. Did he
I don't
descend
know.
into Hades? You
That one I
know.
don't know. I'm
You don't
admitting.
fucking know nothing. So anyway, so back to Will. Very
Okay,
quickly,
did
Will.
Jesus say on the Sermon on the Mount to actually love thy neighbor? To
Yeah, of course.
to not have borders, to pay your taxes.
And do you-
did he?
yeah,
Did
and do
he
you
say
know-
that he loves all thy children? Did
do
he
you know
also
what-
say like if you
Yeah.
guys do not practice what I
Let's let
preach and live in
finish his
my
thought.
way, then all of us, then you are a hypocrite, and he has a very special place for you guys.
Where's that?
Oh,
Where's that? Where is it? Where's that
the-
special place?
the not heaven.
Oh, I thought that didn't exist 5 seconds ago. So anyway, back to Will, real quick. I would
let's wrap
I'd like to dive into this with you real quick. So, I still haven't actually heard a response to this
You're
argument.
talking
from
about the utility. You're talking
Yeah,
about the utility
so
argument.
it
Ryan,
has
is this
to-
just like
it
for
has to
Andrew
be an
bloviate
entailment.
himself?
It has to be an entailment of max. Well, he's giving arguments. It has to be a metric of actual utility here. If you say maximum social cohesion, things like this, the vast majority of planet Earth agrees with me that when we say gender, we mean sex, and there's only 2 sexes. The vast majority. How does it give us maximum utility, even if it were the case? These people weren't lying; they were telling the truth. This and that. There's
Mhm.
so few of them. to upheave the entire social order based around that. That's not maximum utility. How could you ever demonstrate that?
Utility is important, but what's also important is truth, right? And
only if it has utility.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Okay, wait a second. So if somebody shows up to your house and says, "Where's your wife? I'm going to sexually assault her," would you lie?
Yeah.
Why?
I see where your point is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see your point. I think yeah, it's an interesting point.
It's good for you to think about this shit, Will. It's good for you to think about. Like, I have hope for you, bro. We're gonna bring you to the dark side.
Would not say that at all. Would not say. But I definitely think that the major difference.
Star Wars.
The major difference that I really want to push forward is that one is founded in reality, one is not. One is founded in a psychological phenomena in the mind. One is a religious dogma that is not founded in any scientific facts at all. That is a very large difference. Just because a lot of people think that these people are wrong, that doesn't mean they're right. And I would definitely go to argue that the people who are blaming, okay, here's a good question. If those people are so harmed by me calling myself, or yeah, sure, let's just say me calling myself a gender that's different from the sex I was assigned at birth, do you think that the harm that is being inflicted on those people is similar to the harm that they are all inflicting on me by saying my own opinion is wrong about the way I think?
I don't see how it wouldn't be the case.
Well, I would say it's very vastly different because I have something in my mind that I am thinking.
So do they.
The difference is they aren't going to be harmed by me saying.
Yeah, but that's a subjective metric. This is a problem. Is like you keep saying.
Control the way I think about myself.
Will, I just let you go through it.
Yes.
The problem you have here is like this actually doesn't make any sense, bro. Even from your view, like just think about this objectively for a few minutes or a few seconds. If it is the case that it's just a subjective metric for who's telling the truth, who isn't telling the truth, right? And that perhaps both are lying or perhaps both are telling the truth. I guess, perhaps we will never completely know. But from your view, I'll just say that they are. It's still irrelevant from a utilitarian standpoint. The maximum utility here would still be in the noble lot. It would still be in the idea of the social order being continued at not the expense of the entirety for the very, very tiny minutia. Even rule utilitarianism would have to agree that that's true. And you still have not actually refuted that. You actually have not still addressed that. And I think the reason you haven't, bro, is because you know that even if it's a lie, as long as there's utility in a lie, they're fine.
Okay, do you recognize that if...
Don't ask me a question, respond to the argument first, please. I've done that for you. Do that for me.
Okay. So you're saying the utility of believing in the way religious people believe in gender is more utility. There's more value in that for those people.
Well, no, hang on. But I know you're trying in good faith. I know you're trying in good faith to steal, man. I'll just reiterate the argument very briefly. It is the case that vastly more people believe that gender is interchangeable with sex. They believe that when you say gender, it means sex. We agree on that. And when they say sex, they just mean a binary too. And if the vast majority of people believe this and gained from that the maximum utility in their life with this binary, if you uproot that or try to uproot that from the ground up in order to benefit a very few, that would be massive negative utils. That's what I want you to address.
Okay. I think the core disagreement here is the utility is I think there's more utility in addressing gender the way it is in reality versus the way a religious person decides what gender is. I think there's more utility. It's not
a reality though, by your own metric. It's an intersubjective thing.
Thoughts are part of reality. And
intersubjective reality.
Psychology is a part of reality.
Intersubjectively. So I mean, you can't avoid this, right?
No, sure. But the definitions that we use in flexible gender is more utility. There's more utility in this one.
Yeah, right? That's an assertion. I need the demonstration.
I'm going to.
Okay.
So that is because I now have autonomy over my own thoughts. That's the difference, right? The religious people want to make me think something. that I don't
30
think.
seconds.
I am not
Moving on to the
forcing
next.
them to think anything that they don't want to think.
You're not
They can think gender is a binary. I'm not forcing it on them. It's not true, but I'm not going to force them to do that. The religious people want to force us to think a certain way about gender.
You still haven't engaged
All right,
with
last
the
thoughts.
utility portion, bro. You haven't engaged with it.
The push on making me think a certain way is much strongly utility negative than me telling you I'm going to live my life a certain way and you can live your life any way you want. That doesn't harm them
That
the same
can't
level.
be true
It is
if
much
lies
more
are okay based on utility, Will. It can't be the case.
Not all lies
All right,
are equal.
next.
You just said that.
Next question coming in, guys. Plastic Citizen. That was a great
again.
super
Hang on,
chat.
before
had a lot of fun
we
with that
do the next question, we have to break in Speakeazy's first time on Modern Day Debate. Speakeasy.
That's fine.
Speakeasy.
Goes out to
Thank
you. Shot for you. I know it's also Pep Talk's first time, but he's not my debate partner, so he doesn't get to partake in the shot. Speakeasy. Hats off to you.
Let's go.
You could have a shot if you want to have a shot. I mean, we appreciate all our speakers here at Modern Day Debate. Thank you so much for Speakeasy and Pep Talks for being
Breaking my
here.
rule and taking a hit. Why not?
Oh, you breaking your rule. I was going to say, you're like Craig, who's going to be debating Andrew for the debate con. I don't recall a moment where he didn't have that.
I'm breaking my rule because it hurts, guys.
And then he said he was microdosing. I just
Bro,
lost it.
don't fuck yourself up with it. You don't have to do that. This poor guy's like cooking himself over. He's like, there's a lot of pressure right now.
A little bit. You know what? I'll give you that. Peer pressure. All right. Haven't had that happen since like high school. Damn.
No worries. All right, so we got a couple more. Well, quite a few super chats. We'll try to get through them, but this has been great, guys. And it's gonna be a great time at the debate con. So as Speakeasy was saying, he's checking out the link in the description. We have our tickets there. If you can't make it, hit the notification bell for all the events that are coming up on Modern Day Debate. They're all posted right now. If you do want to help us out, super chats are great. They help us in the here and now, but YouTube takes a lot of that. So it is best if you can help us out through the Indiegogo link and contribute to the fund there. That would be super appreciated. Let's get back to those questions. Thank you, everybody. Richie says, we read that one. Sorry. Made by Jim Bob. All right. Says, if made by Jim Bob. He was on the other night with Craig. Yeah, like I was just saying, going to be debating against Andrew. So we had some fun with Made by Jim Bob the other night. Great debate. Go back and check it out if you have 6 hours to yourself. If sex and gender are distinct, can a biological female be a trans woman? If no, why not?
I think we might have asked this one last time.
Yeah, I think that was the one you just read.
I was talking about how biological is a very arbitrary word.
Didn't answer it though.
I can continue it if you'd like, but I think we're trying to push on.
Just point it out.
I must have read it without doing the call out because I did want to make sure that I made a point that Made by Jim Bob was on the other night and we had a lot of fun. So I must have forgot to do my call out, but did read the question. You know how things go. Richie says, I am a white male. Can I identify as a black female or just a female and not black? Why or why not? And what if I really feel like I am black? All right. So did you want to start us off there, Pat?
God, it's the Rachel Dolezal. I didn't think I'd have to think about her tonight.
You went right to Rachel Dolezal. That's interesting.
I mean, that's like the first one that I think of every time I think of.
Well, is Rachel? Well, hang on. Actually, this is a good segue. Is Rachel Dolezal black?
No.
but Rachel Dolezal definitely.
I don't know, man.
Rachel Dolezal definitely thinks she's black.
I know.
So is she?
No.
Okay, well then that's the end of that argument.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you heard it there. I think these guys had a moment of agreement. So, Plastic Citizen.
It happened. Look.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Not mortal enemies, right?
Oh my goodness! Isn't that crazy? Pep Talk's still here. It's crazy. No.
Oh hey.
I'm just picking. No. This is an inside thing now.
Oh, I was like, what?
Kind of. Only everybody knows, but
no, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. Honestly, man, like I was surprised I was even able to make this today. So
I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here, Pep.
You did fine, man. Even the energy matching when you said I was being a dick, even that was fair.
Sorry.
It was all good. It's all good. I'm not upset.
You hung in there, man. I appreciate it.
Oh,
thank you.
That was fun. Honestly, I see a great avenue for you guys to have a conversation about the Bible in the future, about maybe some things.
I would love nothing more.
Well, I was talking to Pep because he was the one that was
Pep
having
too.
that conversation.
Hey,
but
maybe it could be another
Yeah.
2-on-2.
It's okay,
There
bro.
you go.
It's okay, brother.
they were the ones that were getting into it. So, anyways, Plastic Citizen says, have XXY chromosomes and was born with malformed genitals of both sexes. Had surgery as an infant where a doctor assigned me as a male. So then, what am I?
That is a fantastic question. And these are perfect because these are what my whole argument is founded upon, is the fact that sex, gender, identity, and gender expression are not binary, right? There's multiple different attributes for each one. If you want to talk about chromosomes, hormones, genitalia, these are all things that add up together to paint a picture. Sex as a binary is just an oversimplification of looking at many, many different factors. That's all it is.
So you're still standing by the third sex thing?
So I addressed this in the beginning. Intersex is a label we give individuals who do
It's
not
not
know
a
how they
third
fall.
sex, though. You agree that that's true, right?
I wouldn't use that word.
You did use that word, though. You said it's
Okay,
a third sex.
It's not that important. Is the point I'm trying to make?
It's super important.
It's absolutely not, because I've
A
already
huge
told you
claim.
sex is a spectrum. So to say there's a third sex isn't that crazy. I said it's a spectrum. So
No,
there's
I'm
an
not
infinite
saying
number,
I didn't
right?
say it was crazy. I said it's wrong. It's incorrect. You would
Well,
not stand by that, right?
is it
That was an incorrect statement. Look, there's no harm. You notice how when I make concessions to you all the time, and I make concessions for you all the time because it doesn't hurt my position, it helps it. In this case, making this concession, it doesn't actually hurt your position. It just clarifies it.
I told you I wouldn't use the word third sex. I wouldn't use that. And if I did use it,
were you wrong?
then perhaps I should concede that.
Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Third sex, intersex. It's a label. The more important concept
It's
is
an
that
umbrella
it's a label.
term. It's an umbrella term
Sure.
to talk about things for biological ambiguity, but there's no actual third sex. You agree with me there, right?
All right.
You're putting too much emphasis on this third sex thing. I will give you. I would not call it a third sex, though.
Okay.
Yes.
I do want to jump in here, guys. We got so many questions, and Pep looks like he's not having a great time over there.
I'm
Pep,
dying
you
here.
feel okay? Did you want me just to ask a few questions?
Yeah,
to yourself,
dude.
and then maybe-
Close
you guys
the
don't
camera,
mind.
close
If
the
you guys-
stream, go.
Yeah.
It's good, bro.
Don't feel like
guys
you gotta
don't
run a
mind.
marathon here.
Because
No, it's all good.
I'm riding the struggle
So I
bus.
Well, I was gonna say I got a couple questions for you. So if you want to knock them out of the park just by yourself, the other fellas can just hang out and listen for a few, have a drink, do what you like to
Sure,
do in your own
fine.
space.
Yeah, if you want to interject, you can.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. Vigo said, question for Pep Talks: do souls exist?
Do souls exist? I don't believe so. No.
How can it be argued that somebody can be born in the wrong body without positing that a soul exists?
That's kind of goes back to the original question. I don't believe souls exist.
Pep Talk.
I just
this
believe.
is
I
from
believe
Nick.
literally like lights out, gone. That's it. I know. Sorry.
No worries. I'll try to push it along. It's up to you. So we'll just try to get through them. There's only a few here that are
Yeah, that's
specifically.
fine. Yeah, keep
for you.
going. No, I need this, guys. I need to go.
No worries.
I
Thank
really
you so
appreciate
much.
you being here, buddy.
It was nice to meet you.
It's
And
good
you have a
night.
great night.
Yeah. Nick had said, Pep Talk, if you don't call that person on the bridge what they demanded to be called and they jumped, should you be held responsible for their death?
Oh, no. Although I could see the problematic aspect if somebody saw that happen and then they just saw me and them there and they're just like, I just witnessed something.
Okay.
Just
I'm gonna let
aside.
William handle this one because it's to both of you. And let's just see. To quote Craig, Pep Talk has impulse control issues. I don't think so, even Lord. I don't think anybody does here.
I think we all do here, actually.
This is my
you
first
think so?
debate ever. What?
I think you're all doing just fine.
Have you did really good for your first debate, man. You did.
But I do want to let you know that I did way better my first debate. I just want to point that out.
Make sure to go watch it so I can do my homework.
Yeah, that's right. That's fair enough.
This is a skill that develops over time, though, I will admit.
Knocked it out of the park.
Keep it up.
All right, from day one. Yeah. All right. So FB says Pep Talks is far less moral than Andrew. Andrew actually wants to help people. Pep Talk is a spoiled brat who only cares about himself. That was really of him.
Jesus.
That was really of him. He doesn't believe in hell. Okay. were you an Orthodox Christian? Pep Talks, please don't act like you know Orthodox. If you were not ever Orthodox, I say
didn't
that
say
in
I
a
was
respectful
Orthodox.
way.
I didn't say I was
Alright.
Orthodox.
We will close out Pep here because
Thank you,
Pep's not
guys.
feeling too well.
Have a wonderful
Pep, I'll
evening.
give you
Get a
I
man.
really
Yeah, it's good
appreciate it.
meeting you, man.
Stay strong.
Yeah.
Man.
before I do let you go, did you want to take a minute and just let everybody know? Well, I got your link in the description, so Pep Talks is linked in the description. If you enjoy long streams, I think you do. I think I just checked your YouTube a little bit ago, and it was like 6-hour streams that you're generally doing over there. So if you want to take a minute and let
that's like
everybody
my
know
average.
what you think.
I stream from Monday through Friday, 4 o'clock to usually about midnight, and then Wednesdays and Thursdays a little bit more tentative, and then I do Saturday streams. So come check me out. Pep Talks TV at YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen a
Pep
few
Talks
of you
TV
saying
on
that I
Twitch.
didn't talk much.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure. Thanks for staying
gotta
and answering
remember, in a
those questions.
team
We will see you
debate,
next time. Pep Talks.
I really do
You
appreciate
can't
it, guys. Thank you for the
Talk too
debate.
much over your
Cheers.
partner, right? You kind of have to let
Until
one of
next
the
time.
people take
All
the
right,
lead.
well, we'll flick on over to this screen here,
So, you know,
I can get
the-
things
the
sorted
best
out. We'll keep
choice
asking
was
those
to let Andrew
super
take the
chats.
lead and
So
build.
yes, Pep Talks is gone. So if you have questions for any of the other speakers on screen, that's preferable, just because Pep Talks is not here to defend the things that they said earlier. And I'm pretty sure that I hit all the ones that you did ask. Forgive me if I didn't. So Nick Brown says, trans daddy chill. Not sure what that's about.
I think that's me. But no, I won't chill.
Okay.
Bro, calm down, bro. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
You
Calm down.
chill out.
Just calm down. Just calm down. The stereotypical no man should say this to his wife. He is an instant
No,
calm
every
down.
man
What
should
are you talking
always say that to their wife. That's how that's supposed to go.
I know. I was just saying the stereotype is that what you say it anyway. Anyway, JHGFDFGHJK says, you got quite the name there. There is biological sex, then there is gender, which is what you feel. Can feelings be deceptive and be socially constructed? If I feel like I'm a dog, am I a dog, or am I mistaken / mentally ill?
So this is another categorical error, because that's what most of these are probably going to be. And that's okay, because it's very confusing, because it's a complicated issue. Gender is a construct in the mind. Species isn't. Species is a measurable reality that is objective, more objective, at least. And gender is a construct in the mind. Anatomical sex is more of a measurable reality of somebody, right? It's depicting their physical characteristics and that you can change. But gender identity is something that's in your mind that you can change.
Yeah, it's just an identity.
Oh, wait.
So, like, again, if he's saying I'm a dog, or if I want to say, yeah, I'm a
That's a
black
species.
woman lesbian, you have to say it's true because that's your definition.
I don't have to say it's true.
If gender
your
identity is changeable, it's not immutable. And so if it's not
Identify as
immutable,
a man with a full bladder.
yeah. So if it's not immutable, Will, then you're going to have to take the L here. That anybody who has a mind state, just a mind state, a fixated mind state of I am thing, and you agree you are thing because you think you're thing, then they can't be lying. That's the same metric that you're using. This would be the same thing with religion. This would be the same thing for all these things. The metric of harm and utils, from your view, would have to be based around the belief in thing X in mind is true. If that's the case, then the benefit and utility would always externally be the outgrowth of those beliefs from the util perspective. Like, how do you get around that, man?
I feel like a big conflict that you're describing is honestly just a misunderstanding. Because
what part do you think I don't understand?
No. Well, I don't know if you would misunderstand, but religious people misunderstand honestly, they misunderstand what transgender means. They misunderstand what gender identity means.
I think that's because you guys equivocate. I think it's because you guys equivocate. You say there's a distinction between, like, I do agree with you. I'll give you an olive branch here. I do agree with you that I took a long amount of time to figure out all of the various distinctions between what was being espoused as gender identity versus sex versus why this happens, the psychological phenomenon. I don't think it's that complicated. I think it's reducible very simply to just mind state. Mind state belief equals real to you. Real to you equals respect to you. Respect to me equals positive utils because if I disrespect you, you're more likely to kill yourself. I think that is the basic reduction to your argument. The problem with it, though, my friend, is that it's easily reversible. If that is the case, then mind state me, Christian, mind state me say, Will, me doing this is disrespectful to me, thus upping the rate that I might self-harm, or it causes some harm to me, even if it's not at the rate of suicide of the transgender crowd. If you quantify that over billions, it would have to necessarily have more utils on my behalf than yours. Do you see what I'm saying?
Let's go back to the utils. So it is the point I was trying to make before is the fact that you are trying to force a thought into my brain that doesn't need to be there. I'm not.
You are.
You don't have to agree with my identity.
You don't have to agree with mine.
Okay, but that
has nothing to do with the utils. It has nothing to do with the utils. So like, you don't have to concede that Christians are right. Christians don't have to concede that trans are right. If it is the case that we both agree it's a mind state, if vastly more people agree with my mind state than yours, that's still going to be positive utility. Like, there's no way around that, Will.
No, but again, this is a disagreement about. This is a miscommunication.
What's the miscommunication? We're not miscommunicating.
No, we are. We are not you. I think general religious people. I think general religious people don't understand that gender identity only exists in the mind. And if they did understand that, they would be much more willing to accept.
I think they do, and I can prove it. Because they say that is bullshit and not true. It's not true. So they are saying that they're actually agreeing with you. They're saying this mind state that you have, they say it's delusional or it's incorrect, or we disagree based on A, B, C, or D. They are actually affirming that it's a mind state that they disagree with.
No, that proves my point. Because we have established a mind state, your opinion cannot be wrong. It cannot be wrong.
If that's the case, then they're right.
The fact that they say it is wrong proves they don't understand it. Because they are saying it's wrong, and you can't say an opinion is wrong.
Then you've just uno reversoed your own argument, because what you're saying is they're not wrong.
Who's not wrong?
Religious people.
They believe something in their brain, and it disagrees.
They're not wrong, though, right?
They have a mindset.
And it can't be wrong. It can't be wrong, Will.
It can't be wrong.
It can't be wrong
because it's their opinion.
And so then they're not wrong. So maximum utility would go with the most amount of people who are not wrong. In this case, the Christian will. That's the end of that argument.
No, the difference is me. I want to control my own body. I want to control my own thoughts. You telling me I can't do that harms me 8 billion times more than you looking at me and me living a certain lifestyle.
Nobody's saying you can't do that thing. Just we're not going to affirm it for you. You can think whatever the fuck you want in your head.
Who says you have to affirm it?
You're trying to force everyone else.
Who the fuck is forcing you to do anything?
You want everyone to see men as women.
I say you have to?
If I put on a dress and I look enough like a woman for you, you want everyone to say I'm a woman. It's you that's
okay. Well, you're just making up an imaginary person that doesn't exist, because I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that.
Well, I mean, you did. You did, Will. To be fair, you said, Andrew, I think you understand, but general religious people, you are actually creating an external monolith other than the guy you're debating with. It's just that I'm so good faith, I'll even engage with that.
I think because you might agree.
Yeah, I'm a little more of a dickhead.
No. It's not. In fact, I've been adamantly disagreeing with you. It's just that I'm so fucking good faith that I'll even engage when it's a straw man, because that's how good faith I am. Because on any of these tiers of topics, Will, I'll even if I grant them, your own logic disputes them over and over and over. You uno reverso yourself. Now, the thing is like, I could even, listen, Will, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I could actually make the affirmative transposition better than you could. Oh my God. I'm just going to point that out.
Right. Well,
that is a question, and we'll get to that. Somebody does want you to steal man eventually, but go ahead there, William. I don't want to cut you off. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that you can't, because you can't choose to make someone think a certain way and say that affects them less. When I live my lifestyle, how does that how much utility is that harming you? How much negative utility is that putting on someone else? You don't have to affirm it. You don't have to do anything. I don't have to affirm your religion, just like how you don't have to affirm my gender.
This all makes my point. This makes my point.
No, it doesn't. But gender exists still, right? Gender
So does
exists,
religion.
and it can. Yes, and religion exists, and
So where do we get our
gender-
maximum? If
wait,
our mind
You're
state can't be a
conceding the
lie,
whole debate right now.
If
Gender
our
exists in your
mind,
then it can
bro,
change.
but if it is the truth, if everything which is in our mind state is the truth, then you would have to concede that the maximum amount of utility is in the most people are telling the truth. You can't say that Christians are not telling the truth by your own admission. Therefore, we have maximum utility.
I didn't
no matter
say
what,
that
bro.
what is
Listen,
a mindset
listen.
is the truth.
gonna
I
show
didn't
you.
say that.
You did. I'll show you. In fact, you can rewind this. You've stated it's the truth over and over and over. Your argument is circular. Your argument starts here. Now, to be fair to you, Will, totally fair. Almost all arguments are circular, and there's a good reason for that. But you start here. You say the affirmations of the mind are true, right? They have to be true because the
They're
subjective.
not true. They're just affirmations. That's all they
Okay.
are. I wouldn't call them true or false. They just are. They just
So
exist.
is trans ideology true?
It exists.
Is it true?
It can't be true or false.
Okay,
It
well then-
exists.
Okay, great. So then Christian ideology by the same metric exists.
I agree.
Okay, so then if we start at the point, it exists, right? So
Yeah.
therefore it exists and mind state exists. So therefore mind state exists, I believe X. If I believe X and most people agree with X affirmation of belief, then denying X affirmation of belief brings us right back down to, but it exists, et cetera, et cetera. It goes into a util argument. So where's maximum utils in the circle is going to be maximum amount of people, that would be this part, who believe in X thing, which is non-falsifiable because it's a belief by Will's admission. Do you understand?
So I believe what you're saying, let me try to steel man a little bit.
Mhm.
You're saying that most people believe transgender, it's the confusion, is the identity exists.
You just had your mind
Do you-
blown, bro. I know. It's hard, bro.
do you think these religious people would admit that the identity exists?
I think that they would admit that these people believe that, yes.
Okay, no. I said, do you think the religious people would agree that the identity exists at all?
Well, I mean, as far as they would believe that any identity exists.
So there we go. So the identity does exist. They would say, oh yeah, the gender identity exists.
Well, as a mind state, I think they would agree. Yeah.
Okay. So if they can admit that, then they admit trans people are real. Because that's all it is. That's all it is.
No, so you took that one logical step too far. They would just be admitting the mind state is real.
That's what transgenderism is.
Not that, well, but then we're going to end up, unfortunately, circling right back to utils. So even if it was the case that all transgenderism is a mind state, then that's all Christianity is a mind state. If it is the case that both are mind states, both are making an affirmation for the mind state, neither one of them are falsifiable. If the number of people who have the mind state against the number of people who don't is vastly superior, then maximum utils would be in the people who have the maximum amount of the mind state. That's it. Very simple. It's a very basic mode of potence, right? If X then Y, if Y then Z, blah blah blah, right?
Transgenderism does not force other people to believe in transgenderism.
Neither does Christianity.
Incorrect.
Well, okay, where's
Incorrect.
Christianity
Completely.
forcing you to believe anything?
Have you ever heard of a missionary who tries very hard to convince
that's
people
what you are
that
for
a
trans people right
specific-
now. You're a missionary for trans people right this second.
No, I'm explaining the fact that something exists.
You
that is
are
not the same.
proselytizing based on a worldview and a mind state, bro. You're proselytizing on
There's a
behalf of the
difference.
trans. Right? You
The
are
big difference.
Will
The big
in the
difference.
name of the transgender Lord.
the big
You are
difference.
here to proselytize and bring us to the transgender
All right,
God.
let's bring it down enough.
All
The
right.
difference is there's no transgender hell.
Oh, we
someone's
got
going to
Pastor
go to.
in.
That's the difference. What?
Let me
There-
explain why
there
that's
is.
important. Let me
Okay.
explain why that's very
Explain
important.
why it's important.
Right? Because religious people think that they need to force their ideas onto somebody.
How are they
or else-
forcing them?
let me explain what I just said. They feel like they need to force this idea on.
Yeah, but what's the
their
force?
idea-
I need that
oh
explained.
My Lord.
I just want to force explain how they're
Okay,
forcing.
let me say it like this. Their incentive to convince people that they are right
That's
is
not force.
extraordinary. That's why I changed what I said.
Yeah.
The incentive they have to change people's mind
Yeah.
and believe what they believe
Yeah.
is extraordinarily, almost infinitely greater than a trans person is to change other people's minds.
Then why are you here proselytizing on behalf of trans? And where's the force, Will?
Okay, I already took force out of
the
equation.
So then Christians aren't forcing you to believe anything?
Let me finish.
So then if Christians aren't
their incentive to change people's mind is infinitely greater than a trans person is to change other people's mind. That's why Christians and religious people will shove things down trans people's throat that they disagree with in their mind.
Yeah.
Like, you need to do this or you're going to be tortured for infinity.
Like, you need to do this or I'll kill myself?
Well, being tortured for infinity... Wait, no. Killing yourself is my personal choice. You don't have to. You can.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to. But do this, or I'll fucking kill myself. That's not force.
Well, it's not. The incentive
for
you to convince me to be a Christian is very great. The incentive for me to convince you that transgenderism is true is very minimal compared to
Then why are you trying to do it?
That key difference, that incentive difference, is why one is much harsher, much more narrowed down, focused, and pressures these small groups of people in a much harsher light than transgenderism does to everybody else in the world.
So let me get this right. Christians proselytize, not utilizing force by your own admission, but transgender people say, if you don't believe in my ideology, I'm going to fucking kill myself. You think, which one sounds more forceful, Will?
I'm going to kill. That is not the threat. It's not you believe in this or
really?
I kill myself. That is not what people do.
Then if I don't if I don't affirm trans identity, what is your ultimate argument reduced to? If you don't affirm trans identity, they're going to kill themselves.
Andrew,
That's
if I disagree with a Christian, are they going to tell me I'm going to go to hell? Yes. If you disagree with a transgender,
wait. That's actually not accurate. It depends. Catholics and Orthodox. Specifically Eastern Orthodox, are not going to make a salvific claim. Catholics may make a salvific claim. That's true. And many Protestants may, though many won't, right?
Most people.
No. No, they're not most people. You're wrong. Why don't you look up how many Christians are of the Catholic faith versus Protestant? You are incorrect. But that aside, Catholics, remember, ruled the planet for about, 1,200 years or so. But anyway, the principle and point and partial here is just this. When you say, I had to walk this back, Andrew, you're right. Christians aren't actually using force or proselytizing because you had to admit you're proselytizing on behalf of trans ideology. That's fair. I'm not disputing that. What I am disputing is when we're talking about force doctrine itself, Christians are not forcing you to believe in Christ. That would be antithetical to Christian doctrine, in fact. If we forced you to believe in Christ, that wouldn't be true belief. You and what you're proselytizing on behalf of, though, is you affirm this is true, or I'll put a gun in my mouth and blow my fucking brains out. That, sir, is force.
No,
that is
transgender
force.
People do not say that. Transgender people are not going to approach
then why
a
should we
cisgender
affirm
person. Let me finish my statement.
I just want to know why we should affirm them.
Oh my fucking God.
Why should we affirm them?
Why do we?
Because if we don't, what happens?
What? Okay, we should affirm transgender people because we should respect people. Just like how we should not go into a Christian church and paint the whole thing red and say all of this is a lie. We should not go and disregard the feelings that they have towards their religion, because that matters too. And right? So we should respect that, just like we should respect someone's gender.
He just basically admitted
therefore,
that transgender is a lie.
That we should respect Christians as much as we respect trans, then their opinion that transgender people are incorrect and that there's only two sexes and that this gender thing is totally bullshit, you should affirm it. And if you shouldn't affirm it, then what you're saying is, no, I agree that the trans people are correct and that their ideology is correct. And I have a more utilitarian version argument for why. I just think that utilitarian argument that you would base it on would be because if you don't affirm this identity, trans people will kill themselves. And I'd like to know how that reduction is incorrect.
I try to follow what you're saying, but let me try to repeat what you said.
Sure.
Basically, you're saying that the reduction of trans people trying to kill themselves is the main motivation that trans people are putting forward so that other people will agree
well, I'm
with
saying
them?
It's the primary utilitarian argument. It has to be.
It's the primary utilitarian argument.
Yeah.
I think
otherwise you're at like an impasse, right? So if it's just the case, I don't fucking believe you, but you should believe me, then who cares? We're at the same util set, except I could say I have more positive util because more people agree with me. So the only reduction you could give from there would be, well, trans person says, no, this is actually maximum util, because if you don't affirm this, I'll do the ultimate thing, which is bad, which is kill myself. Like, I don't see how you get around that.
So I think really at the end of the day, our society has greater utility when we respect each other. Would you agree with that, Andrew?
No. In fact, I don't even think you
really-
would. I don't even think you would agree with that. Like,
I would.
Donald Trump is the president. Do you respect him?
I have to, right?
No,
To
you
make
don't.
our
Hey, fucking
society
come
go
on, don't
forward.
bullshit me, bro. You don't fucking
Well,
respect
Don't worry,
Donald Trump.
Speakeasy.
We're not going to have a war over.
You
what
don't
Donald Trump is doing.
respect Donald Trump, though. Come on, right?
If I'm trying to work with somebody, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, but you don't,
Right?
though, right?
If I'm trying to promote growth, if
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
you
to promote
don't fucking
prosperity,
just answer the truth. You
listen
don't
to my
respect
truth.
Donald
Just
Trump.
because you don't like my truth doesn't mean it's wrong.
I just
am
want to
going
know.
work
Okay,
with
so just
somebody.
honestly, then you respect Donald Trump? Just say yes or no.
I will respect him to work with him.
Yes or no, you respect Donald Trump?
I just answered this. I'm not going to.
No, you didn't. Yes or
So-
no?
so-
You know,
so I-
yeah, you didn't really answer it. Yes or no?
Well, what do you
I
mean
respect Donald
What
Trump.
do you mean respect?
Whatever you mean by respect.
Oh, well, I already answered. I will respect him.
You will,
Well, if we
but
wanna
that's not my
hey-
question. What's my question? Do you? So let me ask
Well,
you.
I don't know what that means.
Do you don't know what?
He's not
okay.
in the room with me. I can't do anything
So
to
then,
respect
if
him
you
right
don't know
now.
what respect means, why are we talking about trans respect?
All right.
Because
all
you
right,
know
so
trans
there's-
people and you can
there's-
communicate to
there's-
them
We're doing a
directly.
dance right now there,
Different.
fellas. So I do want to ask a question just because it was brought up in our chat earlier. It's not in our super chats, but SpeakeaZy's out right now. So I'll just ask it. Donald Trump, you know, he made what was it, a declaration?
Two
I don't know if he
genders,
wrote an
yeah.
executive law that there's two genders. So yeah, maybe we could talk a little bit about that. So Andrew, yeah, what do you think that's going to change about American culture? His declaration or signing the executive orders. We maybe could be talking about that, but I'm not sure. Like I said,
Well,
I'm
I'll
not sure
give
if
it-
that was an executive order or not.
So I'll give it multiple different views. So from the first view, my view, as a Christian, I completely agree with him that, of course, the best thing that you can do when you have a society where birth rates are in collapse is do everything you can to affirm that man and woman should be together, and a nuclear family, which is the backbone of the entirety of American society and all societies, by the way, or the cross-generational family, which would tune into what the nuclear family became, is completely correct. And by the way, that type of positive reinforcement is not propaganda. This is for the health of the nation. That in and of itself would have maximum utility, even from his view. It would have maximum utility to affirm that the nuclear family should be kind of pushed up above all alternative lifestyles, just for the purpose of the birth rate itself. You can't have people have experiences which are good or bad from a hedonic calculus unless they fucking exist. They can't exist if you're not birthing them. So I think ultimately it's a good thing. It's a great idea. He should affirm this, and he's aligning with the majority of the world when it comes to what we think in terms of sex and what we think in terms of gender being interchangeable with sex. And even a utilitarian is going to have to grant this, which is why he's been granting it all night. He really doesn't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
Let's let William respond a little bit
Sure,
to
right.
some of what you're saying there. Since I take it you're also in America there, Will. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also.
Are you in a good state, though,
yeah.
Will? That's what matters. A
I
good
think
state.
you would say I am.
Are you in a
All right,
well,
well,
what?
go ahead.
Okay.
I want him to engage with
One of the
some of the
Southern
things that
boys.
you were saying.
So I do not obviously agree that Donald Trump saying that we all have to have one of two genders is a good thing. In fact, I would go ahead and say it's a backwards thinking idea, right? We're going backwards in terms of how our social understanding of psychology works. We understand that it's very simple. Their cavemen thought this, and we thought this for lots of years when we were very primitive, that there were two genders. It's very simple for us to understand and comprehend as primitive people. But now that we've gotten older and we've gotten wiser, we recognize that that was just a oversimplified approximation for what represents true reality. True reality is much more complicated than that. And to dictate that we can't acknowledge what is real anymore, and we have to go with the dogma that Donald Trump gives us, is a shame, and it's a backwards way to produce policy.
But how can you call it dogma when that's what you're talking about the entire night? You're proselytizing on behalf
dogma
of
here.
a
dogma.
dogmatic belief.
No dogma. Mine
It is-
is.
well,
you
here I
agree.
can-
What part
I'll-
of what I said about gender idea, identity, gender expression, and sex is wrong?
Well, not only can I point to multiple things you said were wrong, like the third sex, for instance. That was completely incorrect. The other thing is that the gender bread and the entire demonstration of the gender bread, when you're talking about a mind state, it's actually not saying that. It's not making the affirmation that the mind state is true. You did say all mind states are true just because they're mind states. So if that's the case, what you ultimately are reduced to is that all mind states are true. My religion is true. Your proselytization of transgenderism is true. So then we just have to get down to bare bones utility. And the more people, hang on, bro, I didn't interrupt you a single time, did I?
Oh yeah,
no. Why, you gave your entire dissertation about Trump? Did I interrupt? No,
you're right. Not this one time.
I didn't. When we're having an exchange, it's fair for us to interrupt each other, right? We agree.
Yeah. Well, this is an exchange, like.
Yeah. I agree, but usually when you make the statement, it's time to make it.
You can go.
The other person does.
Let's get back without the meta there, fellas.
Well, the meta here was important, but that aside, I'm just saying if you're affirming all mind states are true, then I'm just happy to grant it to just show you that still maximum utility is going to be in my ballpark, not in yours. So, let me ask you this.
Oh, come on! I wanted to respond to what you said.
Yeah, but I'll just ask the question. You can respond and then answer the question too, right? So all I'll end it with is just this question: birth rates being higher, at least to the point where you can reproduce your own society, is going to be good for your nation, no matter what nation you're in. And if the entire world is in the problem of birth rates, and all of it is, except a few places in Africa, and even that with industrialization, birth rates will fall. That's going to unfortunately deplete labor, and we need that labor to feed the world. We know this because we've almost eliminated starvation. So I'd like you to respond to that.
Be very clear.
Go ahead.
How it's related to the gender.
Well, it's related because you were shaking your head about birth rates. Because you just want to import people to replace births. That's why.
So, okay. So I think the reason I was shaking my head, if I can recall correctly, is that you said we are declining rapidly in birth rates, and that's absolutely happening in America. Is it not gaining as much acceleration upwards as we used to be? Yes, that's true, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for society. An upward, direct, straight up growth in population is not always what's most beneficial to society. And let me go back to what you were saying before about ideas being true or not. Have I or have I not multiple times said in this debate that what you believe in yourself, your opinion, your favorite color, the gender you have, the religion you have, because it's just a state of mind, is just that. It is a state of mind. It exists as a state of mind.
No, you said it's true.
What do you mean? It's wait. Is my favorite color red? Is that true?
You would say it's true, right?
The identity is red. Yes.
So then it's true, right?
No, it's not true in an objective
sense. It's not true? So now your favorite color being red is not true?
In an objective sense, it's not, right?
Oh,
it's a subjective
question. But in a subjective sense, it is.
Right, which is a different context. And
okay, so then objectively, so then objectively, trans identity is not true?
No, trans identity is true to the individual.
Objectively?
Objectively, there is no truth.
Okay, well then if objectively there is no truth, then you can't say that trans ideology is true, sir.
I've already said
right.
This multiple times.
Then the affirmation is that any mind state is true.
Any mind state is not true. It's just a mind state. It's the way you think of yourself. It can't be true or false. Okay. It's just the way you think.
So is trans identity true or false?
It exists. That's what I said before, and I'll keep saying that.
What did I ask you? Can you repeat my question?
Let me ask a clarifying question.
Hang on, bro.
I'm going to
ask you again, and you can ask a clarifying question. I just want to make sure you get it. Is trans identity true or false? What part of that are you unclear on?
I'm unclear because that's a fallacious question. It's called begging the question, because you're already assuming this concept could be categorized as one of those two things.
No, and that's not what begging,
because it simply exists.
I'll respond. That's not actually what begging the question means. Can you pull up the begging the question fallacy?
Oh, I would love to right now, because
do it.
I know.
And then read it out loud, and man, you're not going to like what you read.
Oh, relax.
I'll relax. Don't worry.
We're all just chilling.
Hang on, Mod. Let him.
A logical fallacy that occurs when an argument assumes the truth of a conclusion.
Mod, I'm not Flanders' wife over here.
Oh, wait. Did I assume
it's trying to prove?
Did I assume the truth of the conclusion I was trying to prove, or did I ask you a question, sir?
truth of the conclusion.
What?
You're assuming the truth of the conclusion.
Did I assume the truth of the conclusion, or did I ask you a question, sir?
Assume the truth of the question. You might be right about this.
I might be right about this.
What is the fallacy when you?
Yeah, I'm right about this. I'm sorry.
What is the fallacy that the question has something wrong?
That's got to be.
Question?
That's got to be painful.
A good faith
that would be the fallacy.
No, the question has something wrong in it already.
Oh well, it depends. So there could be. So first of all, when you're talking about questions generally aren't going to be in the categorization of fallacy. Fallacy is going to point to an argument which is flawed. So you have two different types of arguments. You have valid and sound. If you have a valid argument, this is talking about the premises. If you're talking about a sound argument, it's talking about the conclusion. In this case, none of these are fallacies because I just asked you a question. When you said you're using a begging the question fallacy, that actually made no sense because I asked you a question. You don't even know what begging the question means, bro. You've got to stop this, man. You're your own worst fucking enemy.
Every day I'm learning something new. Don't even worry, Andrew. So your question had something false in the premise. That was the point I was trying to make. The premise was wrong.
That's fine. You would just say then, if that's the case, you would say that. Well, first of all, I didn't give you a premise because it's a question. A premise would be an argument.
No, questions can be wrong, right? What color is the number one is a wrong question. The premise is wrong.
What's wrong about the question?
Because colors can't have numbers.
Okay. So wait. So the question wasn't wrong because you had an answer to the question, right?
No, I don't.
You would. You would say there's no colors to numbers. What's wrong with the question?
Because that's not an answer to the question. The question dictated
that is an answer to the question.
the question dictated a number.
Well, then you could answer the question and say, well, the thing is that numbers don't have colors, or you could say numbers do have colors, or you could say any number of different things.
I could say that, but the main point I'm trying to come across is the premise of the argument was flawed.
There's no wait. Arguments are not questions, sir.
Did I say the argument? I meant the premise of the question. I said the premise of the question.
There's no premises to questions.
Of course, there's a premise to questions.
How do you have a premise for a question? Premises are arguments.
What color is the number one? Has a premise. The premise is that numbers can have colors. That's
a
premise.
Premises are based around arguments or positions. They're not based around questions.
Moving on to the next question.
So here, let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
If I asked you this question, how tall are short people? What's actually wrong with that question?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer, but the thing is like there's nothing actually wrong with the question. What you're talking about is the validity of an argument or the soundness of an argument. Questions don't have premises. That's not how
questions absolutely have premises.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you $100 right now. Google, do questions have premises?
Ooh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm kind of surprised you're arguing about that.
You should have made. You should have made him bet the $100 too, because you're wrong.
No, he did. He did bet it.
I'll say 5'10".
I did.
5'10" is tall for short.
Yeah, the answer is no. So when do you want?
Associated with arguments. Well, I'll Venmo you, but
yeah, you Venmo it, bro. I'm sorry. Okay. Like this is good for you to learn this shit.
I'm learning.
And now here's the thing, bro. Will you Venmo it over to SpeakeaZy? SpeakeaZy, give me your Venmo real quick. I'm going to take a leak.
I don't have Venmo. I have Cash App though.
Okay, can you PayPal it to SpeakeaZy?
Oh my God, I'll do any pathway you want.
Okay, SpeakeaZy, give me your PayPal right now. Tell me when you get the $100.
Deal.
Right. Well, we could. I don't know if we should continue with questions if Andrew's not here.
Well, we have other ones that we can unpack, and I think SpeakeaZy fairly could have some floor time. And of course, Will, you are doing a fantastic job holding down your side of the fort on your own. I am SpeakeaZy on PayPal. I'll get the link. Oh, you guys, your bets. Everybody always making bets on stream. It's been a long time since this has happened for me, I have to say. Like, did you accept bet terms and get and lose? That's not fun. Somebody's getting a couple bucks.
Sorry, I had to take a leak. I don't mean to cut off the moderator. Did you send that 100 yet?
I don't think it's happened yet. What did you do? Did you force it out with like 400 psi? What are you doing? That was so fast. Oh,
Did you
man.
get your $100, Speakeasy?
Not yet. I sent him the name. I'm just getting the link for him.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got it sent over. But no, that's I was just making commentary about the fact that this always seems to happen when we're having these style debates. Somebody gets bet a certain amount of money, and then somebody's anyway gambling. You guys, all right, Rave.
We do not
I think this
gamble
is
on
some-
YouTube. What happens is we have respect for the other person, and because we have
Yeah,
that type
sorry.
of respect, when we have a disagreement, we pay for it with our mouth or our wallet from our mouth. There we go.
Poetic.
There you go. I didn't say the G word. That's yeah. That's
didn't say that.
That's not good. Yeah, I didn't. It's in your imagination, gaslighting everybody now. All right. Mike Alrondo says modern day debates. This is off topic, but a debate request. I'd love to see a 1v1 debate with Maynard Reports versus Destiny on Trump versus Biden. Is Biden still alive? Anyway, let's carry on to the next super chat. Doc City USA said, "Did there's the PayPal information? My goodness. All right, so Doc City said, did Jesus identify as God, regardless of reality not showing one, and people accept him as one? How is that not a delusion as well?" Gee, I gotta start doing this as well. I could use a couple extra bucks, fellas. You gotta give me some directions here. All right, I'm just picking. So, did Jesus identify as God? Did you want to start on that one, Speakeasy, or Andrew? I think.
Yes.
during that one.
Jesus did identify as God. You'll actually find this in John 1:1. And so here's what you'll find in John 1:1. This just off the top of my head. Please excuse me if I don't remember it 100% accurately. But it goes something like this. In the beginning, there was the Word was God, and the Word was with God. And then later in John, he explains that the Word became flesh, and that flesh was a reference to Jesus Christ. So yes, it is the case that Jesus Christ is God.
Yeah, he also said, I and the Father are one. So yeah, many times.
You got it. I think we'll move on from that one, guys, just because we do have quite a few super chats, and yeah, Andrew and Will got into an unpack fest there for a while. But
Okay,
it was a lot
can
of
we?
fun, and
But real quick, moderator, I'm very sorry to cut in. You've been very good this evening. Speakeasy, have you gotten your $100 yet?
Not yet.
Will,
You're so good,
can we put a priority on this, Will?
Well, the thing is, the first Google I searched said no, but the thing is, I'm finding other sources that might be disagreeing with that initial
There's no source
answer.
philosophically.
So I might not be sending
Oh,
you that
are you
100
fucking
bucks.
serious, dude?
Because
you know what would have been
you
funny if you
were
had sent the
actually
100
wrong.
Big
for
cup
being
of
good faith.
coke.
oh no,
Cup of coke.
oh no.
If you had sent that 100 for being good faith, I would have sent you 2 and said we don't even need your money, because that would have been even funnier. But the thing is like, bro, you lost that one.
Oh, no. I very much do not believe that I was correct when I was starting to go in that direction.
Yeah, then you got to send the 100, bro.
I just told you it was not. So I very well am right in premises being in questions.
No, premises are not in question.
Premise is an assumption. Would you agree?
It can be an assumption.
It can be an assumption.
Mhm.
And an assumption can be in a question. Would you agree?
Of course.
It can be a part of the question.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
So a premise
that
can be in a
questions.
question.
That doesn't mean that questions are premise.
No, but a premise can be in a question.
No, a premise can't be in a question.
You just said an assumption can be in a question.
Yeah, but
And
that
an assumption
when you're
is
talking
a
about
premise.
logic, when you're talking about logical arguments, when you're talking about premises are an engagement of
axioms.
formal logic. That's formal logic. A question itself is not formal logic. You can do an internal critique, and then you can make a counter argument, which would have a premise, right? But you just asking a question or something for clarity is not premised.
But a question can have a premise in it. It can have assumptions in it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Show me a question with a premise.
What color is God?
That's not a premise. What's the
It
premise?
100% is a premise.
What's the premise?
The assumption, which is the premise, is that God exists.
Okay, so wait. So a premise would be God exists. The question itself is not a premise.
The question itself is not. It is because it's assuming that God exists.
No.
The assumption's already there.
There is
right?
an assumption baked in there. That's true, but there's no premise baked in there.
A premise is an assumption.
No, a premise is a part of the validity of a sound argument. That's it.
Wait, but no, you admitted a premise can be an assumption. You admitted
No,
that.
I said that you can have
Oh,
premises which
backtracking.
are assumptions. That's true.
So if then that means an assumption in
But
a question
because
can be a premise.
well, wait, that's actually fallacious on your part. Just because a premise is an assumption doesn't mean a question which assumes is a premise. Do you understand?
Honestly, what you
don't?
said didn't make sense because
Okay.
a premise is an
A question
assumption.
is asking
A premise,
for information.
just because
a
a
premise
premise-
is giving information.
Yeah, just because a premise can be an assumption doesn't mean a question has an assumption. Therefore, questions are not premises.
No, but questions can have premises in them.
Okay, show me one.
What color is God?
That's
The-
not a premise.
the-
that's
the-
not. Wait.
The
That's
foundation
what's
of the question. The foundation of the question is already assuming God's
No,
existence.
The premise
It
would be.
is.
The premise would be, is there a God, or there is no God? Therefore, what's the question part? What's the question in a premise? What premise can you give me where you're asking if a dog is a cat? Can you say in a premise, for instance, is a dog a cat?
I'm saying premises are within questions, not questions are within premises.
Okay, so then questions are not premises. Now pay up.
That's not what we said. No, questions can have premises in them. The premises,
Okay, show me one.
The premise of I don't remember what the original question was that had the premise in it. But
Listen, there is no
what color
premise.
is God has
You
a
asking
in
a
it.
question has nothing to do with a premises for an argument. A premise is based around an argument, not around a question. There's no source. Now, you can look up sources which will say there can be inferences to questions. That's true. But that has nothing to do with questions themselves being a part of a premise. That is not what a premise is. A premise is a base for an argument, for its
So
validity,
which
would lead into whether or not it is sound. That's it.
You already established that assumptions can be premises. Right?
No, I only established that a premise can't start with an assumption. Why don't you get this?
You guys are in the deep end, but
Yeah,
you know what?
I'm the one who doesn't get it.
There's no
Alright,
deep
so-
end. You owe him $100. You lost, bro. I'm sorry. Okay.
So it's all good. I'm just
saying I would have paid it out. I would have paid it.
I understand that, and you know what? If you got it to spare, Andrew, I mean, I'm your boy. But I will say, in the interest of fairness, I could always put up a poll, or we could just move on from here. It's up to y'all. So where are you guys at? I can put up a poll and ask our audience what they think.
Put up the poll. They're
we
gonna
know what that
all,
poll is
even the
gonna say.
liberals, are gonna agree with me though. Watch.
Can a premise
Sorry?
be in a question? Is the poll?
No, that's not the poll. The poll is a question of premise.
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, it's not. I
Yeah,
said there's a
literally
premise in a
is.
question.
But
because
that's
questions-
not true though. That's factually not true that there's a premise and a question. You're wrong. Both ways. No matter which way you cut it, you're still wrong both ways.
All right, I think we'll move on from here, and we're gonna let that one play out in the sphere of the public eye. And if you guys ever meet up again in your own spaces, I mean, I'm not sure if you know how to get a hold of each other, but not my circus, not my pony. You know guys,
what? You know what? I'll pay it. I'll pay it to SpeakeaZy on your behalf, just because I feel bad for you, Will. I would have paid up because, bro, like you could just look at it yourself. Look at it yourself. Literally. How am I wrong here? How am I wrong?
Look at what?
If a premise is a form of argumentation, which gives validity to the conclusion of an argument, or you can have a sound argument, which is referring and a referent to the conclusion. A question itself is not a premise. That's fucking insane. And that was your assertion. You are completely wrong, and you need to pay up here, bro.
You're misrepresenting what I said originally.
Okay,
a question
then
is
tell me
not,
what you said.
A question is not a premise. That's not my statement. I said questions can have premises within them.
Give me
right?
one.
And the question can be wrong
That's
based on what the
wrong.
premise is.
No,
because
that's
the
still
premise
wrong.
can be
The
wrong.
question is gaining information. A premise is giving it. How?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What you're saying is a premise can have an inference of a question. That is not the same thing as a question can have a structure for argument. That's not how that works, bro. Like,
you
it doesn't
said
make any sense.
assumptions can be premises.
Okay, give me
All
a
right,
premise question. Hang on.
A premise
I just want
question.
this. A premise
What
question.
color
All
is
right,
God?
30 seconds.
That's
folks.
not a fucking
We gotta move on.
premise.
It
bro.
is because the premise is God's existence.
God, no.
God's
That's
existence is a part of the question.
no.
What if someone
no.
answers that God isn't real?
do.
Then is it still
It is
part of the
true
premise?
that I could. It is true. I can make a counter. I can make a counter to your argument or I can make a counter to your question by saying, "Wait a second, this doesn't contend with my argument or the validity of my argument." But you just asking the question itself is not premise.
Would you admit there's an assumption in
bro.
the question?
What's premise 1 for your question?
For what color is God?
Yeah.
Okay.
Premise 1.
They're not numbered. A premise in that question is God does exist.
Ah, I see. And is that a different statement than what color is God? You asking you saying God doesn't exist or does exist is built into the premise. The question itself is not a premise, though. Do you see?
The question isn't a premise. The question has a premise.
The question isn't a premise.
The question
what
has
is the premise for the question?
One of the premises is that God exists at all. That's a premise. It's an assumption. Would the word assumption be correct?
So you saying you have presupposed the thing and then put it in a premise is not a question.
Would assumption fix all of this to you?
Nope. Because here, I'll explain.
Yeah.
If you presuppose thing X and then put it in a premise, that's not asking a question. Yeah.
No, you put it in a question.
Okay, so give me a premise. Tell me a premise. So then tell me a premise that has a question.
No, it's a question that has a premise.
Okay, so tell me a question that has a premise.
What color is God?
That's not a premise.
What did you say? The question has an assumption.
You would say in a premise, if God has a color X.
Would you say it's an assumption? Would you say the question has an assumption in it?
Oh, sure. Questions can have assumptions.
That is what it meant. And you did originally state that assumptions can be premises. You said that.
Yes, but because an assumption can be a premise does not mean that because a question can have an assumption that means that a question itself is a premise.
Why not?
That makes no sense.
What's the difference?
All right, we do need to move on. I said 30 seconds a long time ago.
So the difference is in a premise, you're making an assertion of a truth claim based on something which is axiomatic or some type of presupposed starting point. The distinction between that and a question is you're asking about the validity of the premise, or you're asking a question before the validity of the premise, but it has nothing to do with it being a premise itself. You have to pay here, bro.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, bro, but that disappoints me because you're just factually wrong here. That a question is not a premise. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't say a question's a premise.
You did. You said all questions are premises.
All right, hold on. I don't want to put you guys on.
You're trying to reframe the whole entire discussion.
We've been doing really well, but I don't want to coerce anybody into paying money, but I would encourage you not to make any bets with each other. We do have a pretty hardcore.
We don't bet
right
here.
Now.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say the B word either. Oh my God, it's just the. All right, modern day debates poll is up right now, and if you haven't voted in, I put it as who had the facts tonight. So we got 9% for William. We got 7% for SpeakeaZy, 3% for Pep Talks, and then a whopping 81% for Andrew.
Wait. I just figured this out. I just figured out how to demonstrate this. I was thinking about this. Give me an argument based purely in questions.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not relevant to this. An argument.
Give me an argument based only in questions.
That's not relevant.
Because
that's not what I'm arguing.
Premise isn't a fucking question, bro. That's why you can't do it.
I have
if it were true
continue to agree
that a premise could be a question, then it would be the case logically, if a premise could be a question, that you could do an entire argument in the form of questions
You're
as
arguing
premises.
against a straw man.
No, there's no straw man.
I'm
here. Hang on.
I am not saying a
I'll
premise
shut
is
up
a
and let you
question.
respond. I just want to hear this.
Couldn't
Let's
get
go
a
through
Q&A,
it.
guys.
If it is true that premises can be questions or questions are premises, then give me an argument in all premises. And if you can't, that can't be true. If X, then Y. Go ahead.
I have already stated that is not my stance. Premises are not questions. I agree. That is not what I said in the beginning of this.
Then that's it. If
That's not what I
premises
said.
are not questions,
Premises are not questions.
Pay up,
But
brother.
questions-
Pay up, brother. Pay up,
Oh,
brother.
my Lord. But questions can have premises, which we're going to rewind it and we're going to prove that I'm
questions
right about
questions can have premises. Okay. If questions can have premises,
that. Yes.
then give me an exact premise for a question.
If God, what color is God, has the premise that God exists?
Bro, it's so fun. I don't even know what to do with this.
I know. This is crazy that you're not understanding this. I can't
I
say
don't.
it
I
any
actually
other
don't
way.
understand.
Fellas,
this.
I know,
hold
but
on.
maybe one day.
All right, guys, hold on. We're going in circles on this. Not that it hasn't been fun, but I think we've reached the end of the fun, and we're just repeating ourselves at this point. So let's get back and engage with the audience a bit more. Justin Henley says, King Justin. I think he's being funny there, saying he's King Justin asks, since you can so much. Oh no, this is not worded well. Since you can have so much about reducing self-deletion, should people be allowed to hold their own life hostage to control other people? How is this not what trans self-deletion is doing? I did my best. There's some spelling errors here, but did you want to start with that one, Will?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what they're doing. First of all, that's not what the transgender community is doing. They're not holding anyone hostage. You know, someone feeling so much suffering and pain that they eventually resort to committing that act it's not holding you hostage. It's their life, and how they feel makes them feel like they have no other escape except for that. And the fact that you keep focusing on how that makes you guys feel trapped because they feel even more trapped to the point of they will commit this act is really just misrepresenting the entire subject.
I think you actually agree it's an emotional hostage taking, right? Like, so if you had a girlfriend that told you she was going to end her life if you left her, should you be obligated to stay to make sure she doesn't end her life?
So that's not
trans. Or would she be hostage taking?
That is different.
Last thoughts there, Will.
That is not analogous. That is not an analogous statement.
How
because
not?
That's not what trans people are doing. Trans people aren't telling
It's
you,
exactly
hey, if
what
you don't
you're
tell
doing.
me blank, I'm going to kill
saying
myself.
Not affirming them leads them to ending their lives.
Just because that is true doesn't mean they're threatening that. And that's the difference between a hostage taking.
We're going to ask the next question there, fellas. Even Lord says transgenderism seems like a self-correcting problem. If society excludes them, they remove themselves. A 0.03% removal of population is small. Any thoughts there, Will?
Was it that they don't care that they're committing these acts? Is that the idea? Could you repeat it one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, if I was going to word it, it's another one of these really hot takes. Like you guys said earlier, this might be one that we just.
I mean, if it's just disrespectful, then there's no real reason to entertain it.
It's a hot take. Jesus Iber Martinez says, Swire syndrome, a rare genetic condition. People with XY chromosomes and have all normal female reproductive organs and appear female. What gender are they?
So this is a good question. So we have to go back to what do we even mean by gender? Are we talking about their identity? Are we talking about their expression? Are we talking about their anatomical sex? All three of these categories are on a spectrum, and they're used to simplify things, but at the end of the day, the description of the physical reality is what's more important. And if they want to identify a certain way, that's their choice.
So you're saying they can be three genders all at once?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on mute, Andrew.
Yeah, sure.
He maybe talk to his crew.
There's no hard rules about how gender identity works. It's how you perceive yourself in your own mind.
Yeah, that's why it's useless, right? You talked about its utility earlier, but like, what utility does it have? I can literally, I can say you're a woman, and you should just be able to say that I'm telling the truth.
So if you want to affirm someone's identity, that's respectful and generally nice. You don't have to. No one's forcing you at gunpoint to do that. The utility in gender identity is in the way it makes someone feel.
When you say,
right?
I just want to ask you something. When you say, if this doesn't happen, then this will be the outcome, you're saying that's not a threat. So what is it? Is it a promise? Like, what is it?
If this doesn't happen, then this will happen. So
yeah, when transgender people say, if I don't get affirmed, if I'm not allowed to go into the woman's washroom, then I'm going to end my life. Is that, if that's not a threat, what is it?
So they aren't saying that vocally to you.
No,
it's not threatening you.
No, not
they don't.
Directly,
they don't,
because I don't hang out with people, but they say it all over on the internet, right?
It happens very tragically, and it's horrible that we even have to have this discussion at all.
You're
but
not
it is not a threat because they're
hang
not
on.
Not a threat. What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're not using it as a tool to manipulate you.
Andrew hasn't had a chance to sink his teeth on this question yet, so what's going on?
Well, hang on. I do want to bring it back to the money you owe SpeakeaZy, but I have one more way to demonstrate this. Okay, one more way.
We're still on this one. All right. I will go use the washroom. You demonstrate your.
Do questions have to have a? Hang on. Do questions have to have a conclusion?
Do questions have to have conclusions?
Yes.
I don't even know what that means.
Does a premise need to have a conclusion? Premise A, B, C, conclusion X.
Does a premise are you saying questions need to have answers? Is that what you're saying?
No. When I give you a formal argument, premise 1, 2, 3, conclusion. Do premises need to have a conclusion?
They need to have an assertion.
They need to have a conclusion too. Otherwise, what are you making the premise for?
If you want to call it a conclusion, I would use the word assertion. It's assuming.
Yeah, well, no, that's in the premise. I'm talking about the conclusion. So premise 1, X. Premise B, X. Premise C, X. Conclusion Y, right?
Questions don't have conclusions if that's how you want to define
Yes. So if questions don't have conclusions and premises must have a conclusion, we have deduced what?
Premises must have conclusion. Wait.
Yes.
Again, premises must have conclusion.
Yes, look it up. Does a premise need a conclusion?
Craig, I had to try so hard not to laugh.
Okay, let's.
So you're saying premises need to have conclusions?
Yes.
Right. A premise that is within a question might have a conclusion in it, but the question isn't making a conclusion.
How do you make an argument?
How do you make an argument?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make an argument?
There's no wrong answer. You can Google it. I'm not even upset. Google it.
I wasn't.
How to make? No, you can. You should. How do you make an argument?
You gain a lot of supporting facts that support an argument.
No, a logical argument. How do you make a logical argument?
Go with your point. If you want.
So a philosophical argument, you have premises and you have a conclusion. Premise A, B, C, D, conclusion X, right? Okay. That's how you make a philosophical or logical argument.
Okay.
You agree?
Well, those premises sound synonymous with assumptions, right?
Perhaps. So what?
Okay.
But premises have a conclusion.
Questions can have assumptions in them.
But do questions have conclusions?
I've already said no to questions.
Then if that's the case, then we can use logic. So here I'll demonstrate it for you. Premise 1. Do questions have to have conclusions?
If he doesn't understand this,
no, sorry. Questions don't need to have conclusions. There we go. Premise 1. Questions do not need to have conclusions. Premise 2. All arguments which have validity have premises. And then premise 3. If all logical arguments require premises with conclusions and questions have no premise, then it would be the case that logically, if a question has no conclusion, then a conclusion is not a premise would lead to a conclusion. So therefore, conclusion would be questions are not premises. And questions cannot have
Questions are not
premises.
premises.
And questions cannot have premises.
Different, right? Questions having them and questions them being
Questions
them are two
can't
different
have
things.
premises. Questions can't have premises.
But they can have assumptions.
But they can't have premises.
What's the difference between a premise and assumption?
Well, a premise could be an assertion without an assumption.
But what's the difference? Be an assertion without an assumption? No, an assertion can be an assumption.
It can be, but that doesn't mean it must be.
So what's the difference between a premise and an assumption?
But I mean, something which is stated as a fact. That would be the difference between a sound or unsound conclusion.
No, but it's the same premise and a conclusion. And a premise.
No, it's
and
not
a
the same.
Assumption are they're also, I think another word you could
So
use
then
is
do
axiom.
are so then
Axiom,
okay, but
right?
if say
It's like an
so you
axiom.
have an axiom, right?
Yes.
Is an axiom an assumption?
Yeah.
Okay. An axiom is an assumption.
It's like a
But
premise.
it's not a question.
Correct. But questions can have axioms. They have assumptions.
Okay, tell
and they
me
can
a
have
question.
premises.
Tell me a question which has an axiom.
Do you want to repeat the same question 10,000 times?
Yeah, but that's not a question based around
It is. It's based around an axiom
Well, it's
that
not
God
based around.
exists.
It's not based around a premise, though.
All of those words are synonyms.
No, they're not synonyms.
Axiom, assumption, and premise are all synonyms with each other.
We're gonna move
okay,
on.
wait,
there,
wait.
fellas.
But that has nothing to do with premise.
Maybe they have different
being, wait,
contexts.
premise. Here's a word you didn't
Last
use.
one.
Premise.
Let's go.
Premise is
Any
not a
thoughts there, Will?
synonym with axiom, right?
Any
It
thoughts,
is.
Will? And then we're gonna move on.
Wait,
It is-
no,
it is
it's
a
not. No. Premise is not a synonym with axiom.
It's an assumption.
All right.
They're all synonyms.
I'll tell you what. I'll double or nothing. If you can pull up right now the synonyms
Forget-
for
this is-
axiom, for axiom and
Double or
premise is
nothing.
one of them.
We're on the game show
I think,
now,
this is-
guys.
I think
Hold
I'm
on.
over this. Like
All right.
this is going a little far.
Double or nothing. All right, that's fun. Honestly, though, we do have a lot of questions still to ask. Even Lord says, could each debater steelman the other side?
Yeah, I can.
So let's. All right. So since you got all the hot piss over there and the gumption to do that, I'm going to start with you, Will. 1 minute on the floor, and then we'll let SpeakeaZy go, and then 1 minute for Andrew. So 1 minute, Will, Steelman, Andrew, and SpeakeaZy's side, or I would just say or just the general no side. It's up to you, but better to engage with them than anything. So 1 minute.
I'm gonna go with the utility aspect of the Steelman. Utilitarily, it gives more utility overall if we don't allow transgenderism to exist and don't affirm people's gender identity. Even though they think there's more people who don't believe in transgenderism and there's less people who do believe in it, therefore we should affirm the thing that most people believe in because it will help them more because they believe in it. I don't agree with that, but that's the Steelman.
All right, 1 minute on the floor. Over to you, SpeakeaZy. Steelman the best as you can the argument for more than two genders, and then if you want to explain why you don't agree, that's great. Oh, you're on mute for some reason. SpeakeaZy.
Sorry, I must have hit my mic here.
Ooh, do you have a fancy controller? Is that what I just saw there?
Like a touch turn on.
No, it's just the bottom of the mic. I must have hit it with my hand
Oh.
there, and that's why I muted.
I thought I was gonna say it looked like a remote for a second. I was gonna say, you fancy fella. I can't believe you. All right,
I'm
minute
not
on the
that
floor,
tech savvy. No, but so
Steelman.
basically the argument comes down to is gender has this ambiguous definition split into gender ID, gender expression, and the anatomical view of what they look like, and we all should affirm them, allow them into the women's bathrooms and men's bathrooms, vice versa, just because they feel like we should.
All right, you got it. Andrew, 1 minute on the floor. Let's hear your Steelman there. You were ready to roll.
Yeah, so the most good faith Steelman I can give is Will is saying gender itself, that people misunderstand it often. And what he is explaining is that this is a mind state and that it is a true mind state. It's not trying to force itself on anybody else. and that opposition to this is actually trying to force itself on you. Also, he further kind of extrapolates and says gender ideology itself is particularly non-harmful, and there's various reasons why he says it's non-harmful. I'm trying to give the best steel man I can, but ultimately what Will is saying is that gender itself is a mind state which is unfalsifiable. That's how I would kind of reduce it to its grounding. I would like to ask Will, am I incorrect here? That when I reduce it, it is a mind state which is unfalsifiable. Is that correct?
There's truth in what you said. I would
Okay.
maybe add that there is the other factor of gender expression, which has to do with a culture's perspective of how gender works. There is the aspect of gender identity, which is in your mind. You can call it a mind state. And then there's a cultural aspect of gender that is separate, and they don't necessarily need to be in congruence with each other.
That's fair. I was just trying to steel man it the best I could.
There's truth in what you said.
Okay.
All
Was there
right.
truth in what you said from my position?
I hope so. I feel like there was.
When you were addressing the utilitarianism aspect, do you think you steel man my position correctly?
You don't think I did?
No.
That there's more people who will benefit from the utility of it because more people don't believe in transgenderism?
But also, it must be the
on.
case that because it's a mind state which is unfalsifiable, that you can't say it's untrue that people would want to do that.
No, but I admit this.
Yes.
Right? It's a mindset.
Then that's fair. I just wanted you to get the other hand, or the other aspect to it, just like I asked you to. That's all.
Yeah, no, I admit a opinion can't be wrong.
Okay.
All
right.
It's opinion.
All right. Let's ask the next question. Actually, I got a quick question. I had asked about the microphone there. So I noticed the SM7B that you're using there, Andrew. Did you find that you had to get the cloud lifter in order to make that sound good, or are you just like running that right into a preamp? Because I found like I couldn't get enough juice to make the SM7B to actually work for me quietly enough. But yours sounds really good. So I heard the cloud lifter helps a lot, but I just had to ask.
No, I have a whole different requisite of settings.
A whole different requisite. Okay. I mean, this thing I'm using is like,
Yeah, it sucks.
from the Elvis days. It sucks. I mean, isn't grimy? I mean,
nobody's ever going to
better
say my
mics.
audio on the Crucible is terrible. No.
No. I mean, people hear me and they wonder. I mean, I'm still using this because it is from 1953. It's kicking, and I probably should run it through my my DAW and maybe drop some of the low end so I don't sound so grimy, like I'm in a tin can. But whatever, guys.
I
We're
blame
having fun.
SpeakeaZy for all of this.
There you go.
Way to go,
You
Speaker.
blame him.
That's
He's
fair.
he's a
Good.
piece of shit, this guy.
Big dick
hate
that I am.
scumbag.
God damn it.
Garbage.
SpeakeaZy.
Just the
What
worst.
the fuck?
Can't stand this guy. You're no longer invited. No, I'm just kidding.
Worse than anything.
You're welcome back anytime. I'm too polite to actually be mean for long term. You bastard. All right. Airborne Animal says their arguments all boil down to special pleading, harm reduction, fairness, subject experience. They all only matter when it is a trans identifying person, not the normal person.
Okay, well,
All right.
I'm willing to engage with that. All you have to do is look up special pleading. They're incorrect again. If it is the case that axioms are based on assumptions, and it is the case that we're dealing with mind states, then all of these things together would basically conclude that it's fine for me in an internal critique to say, if it is the case that you believe in utility as being kind of the maximum of what we should try to achieve, that if we're comparing worldviews, and I say mine is the dominant of the time, and you say, if you don't concede to my own, X thing will happen, it's on you to provide why that's maximum utility. This is a basic internal critique. There is no special pleading here, at least not from me and SpeakeaZy.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was that question saying that the conservatives were special pleading, or that I was special pleading?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant. We're just putting in why it would not be for me and SpeakeaZy special pleading. It's up to you to argue your case for why it's not on your end.
It's true. It's true. Sure. I mean, we want to go with that. I don't know
Yeah,
how
they also-
mine could be interpreted as special pleading. It's not. I would love to talk to them more about that because I don't know how that could even be personally perceived. Special pleading means this is special, therefore it doesn't follow any of the other rules as anything else. That is not what identity is. Identity is
That is not what special pleading means.
All right, let's ask the next question.
No, let's not. Can you look up what special pleading means?
Special pleading means something.
No.
Special,
I
so
don't want to hear your
of,
opinion.
wait,
Just look up what special
that the
pleading
rules
means.
of logic don't apply to.
Nope,
So
that's not what
do
it means either. No, stop. We got to get a point of
30
clarification.
seconds.
Just
30 seconds if
please
you
look
can.
up what special pleading means and read out the definition
A
for me,
person claims an exemption of a general or universal principle, but the exception is unjustified.
Right. So the key
not what I
point.
said?
No, it's not, because the
Feel like
key
it
point
is.
here is unjustified. You are trying to give justifications based on utilitarianism that would
Let's
not
wrap
be
it.
special pleading.
All right, thanks, fellas. We're gonna ask the next question. Virginia Redneck says, if trans women/men are women/men, why do you need to differentiate them with the prefix of trans? Shout out to Crucible. And once again, I will remind you that Andrew is going to be live at Modern Day Debate, DebateCon 5. It's going to be an absolute riot. We're going to have a blast. And hopefully Andrew won't be sitting by himself before the end. I can't help but be fun with that. But yeah, no, it'll be great.
Listen. I have
yeah.
booked half of that fucking hotel. I seriously doubt that I'm going to be sitting by myself.
No, that's true enough. That's true enough. I just meant for your debate partner. I have to pick, you know. I can't help it, you know. You said about being a jerk. I'm just one of those low key ones, right? Like just mask it real good. Anyway, I am picking though. It's going to be a great time. Andrew is going to be there along with a lot of other great speakers. Yeah, no, we do appreciate all the speakers that come out to Modern Day Debate. But yeah, if you haven't checked out the link in the description and seen that we do have those tickets available for that live event, if you're just tuning in now, definitely check that out. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And yeah, every little bit helps. As you heard earlier, like I've already solicited James for beer, and I think between me, Andrew, Alex, and a few other people, that's going to be just a hefty bill all on its own. I mean, we're problematic, I think, altogether. All right, so let's ask the next question. Airborne Animal says their argument boils down. Yeah, we asked that one. Sorry. Alchemist says Andrew mentioned that he's a Trump guy. What are his thoughts on the executive order issued yesterday to criminalize anti-Semitism and his plans on bringing in the most H-1B1 chain migrators ever?
So one, there was no executive order for H-1B1 migrants, one, and two, there was no anti-Semitic bill which was actually formed into an executive order. AI Chemist is just factually incorrect here. That's that.
All right. Did we want to bounce that for any amount of time, or are we just more
interested? Yeah. Does anybody have anything counter to that? Show me the executive order which illegalizes anti-Semitism. Doesn't fucking exist. It's just made up. Yeah, and by the way, AI Chemist, I know I'm going to see you at this debate con. You owe me a beer. 2 beers. And SpeakeaZy, you owe SpeakeaZy a beer now too. I don't know where I'm coming up with this, but you do for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on, but you do.
But I was just saying, no, don't leave me out of this. I was gonna say, I got.
Can you do it? Can you do the Irish drinking? Are you gonna go out and do some Irish drinking with us, bro? Is that gonna happen?
What are you telling me?
Yeah.
What do you mean by Irish drinking? Do you mean like where we go and get like?
If you don't know what Irish drinking means, then you've never done Irish drinking. I mean,
I mean, I was gonna say it's kind of funny because I have which is all Irish in nature. But go ahead, tell me what that means in America.
Well, okay, I'll do this in story form very quickly. One time I was at a bar, and it was an Irish bar, and I asked for an Irish car bomb, and she said that's horrible and racist because of the history of Ireland when it actually came to car bombs. And she said, how would it feel if I asked you if you wanted a 911? And I said, it would feel fine. I would just want to know what the fuck was in it. And at that point she started to laugh, and I felt like I won her over, right? I felt like I had won her over. And then I
Yeah.
said, here's what's in a 911. It's 2 shots
Oh
and a
no.
drink of water. And then she really started laughing. Okay. And I got a free Irish car bomb. I'm still happy about that to this day. That's Irish drinking. If we're not debating why we're drinking, we're not doing it right.
There you go. I was gonna say, see, most of the times that I go out, I'm usually playing shows, so they usually just supply me for free. So paying for drinks is sometimes a foreign affair, especially with the local place. But anyway, I won't get into that. Everybody's gonna be like, Ryan, you have a problem.
You know what? I want to drink now
says,
too.
"Sport
Woman,
is fun. An engaging dude to
bring me one of the
fairness
Jack and
of
Cokes.
opportunity, not outcome. The leagues are then built upon that. Sport is fun and engaging due to fairness and of opportunity, not outcome. Okay. Hold on a second here.
I mean, I would agree with that. Sounds right.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I got distracted. It was Jim Bob. Jim Bob was distracting me. Anyways, all right, let's carry on.
By the way, I
do
unequivocally
you have any
denounced
thoughts?
Jim Bob as being the scumbag of the universe. I hate him in every capacity I possibly can. I denounce him and his art. It is transphobic, homophobic. It's every type of phobic. And he glorifies people who should not be glorified. He is the scumbag of our time. And I really wish that modern day debate wouldn't associate with him. I just can't believe you even do.
He's smelly too. Anyway, let's carry on. We're just picking thunderstorm. I mean, I am. I don't know about Andrew. I feel like you are though. The thunderstorm says,
The fuck? You feel like I smell? What the fuck? What kind of shit is that? What the fuck kind of shit is that? All right.
What you? I don't know. I mean, like I was only like this close to you a few times. I mean, maybe. My sense of smell is not so great, but no, I was talking about Jim Bob, but no, you guys, that is one thing I will vouch for that this time. It got hot in the debate room, so I don't know about you, but I'm just gonna advise people if you're booking a ticket, like bring deodorant, bring some hygienic supplies, because at one point that room, I think it was somewhere halfway between Destiny's debate, our debate room was humming.
It was. Can I also express that one time I personally witnessed and have video footage that Jim Bob, just for fun, captured fish on a Great Lake inside of Florida and fed them while they were still alive to an alligator for the purpose of his own personal amusement. What kind of fucking piece of shit does that? That's my question. Who captures fish right out of the water and then hand feeds them to an alligator for fun? What kind of fucking scumbag does that?
Fish abuse.
That's such a rich thing. All right, let's ask the next question. All right, thanks guys for having so much fun. But yeah, just that's a great call out that DebateCon is happening and we are gonna have a ball, an absolute ball, guys. So Issa Kabir says, come to DebateCon 5 to see amazing debates like this. It is going to be amazing. Let's see. FB says, we asked that one for Pep Talks. He's gone now. James Life Talk says, also another one for Pep Talk. Sorry, that one was already read. Let's see. Mitch Greer says, if my 8-year-old consents to taking HRT while I and her doctor approve, what is your issue? It has nothing to do with you. Why be such a creep?
So that is a medical question. And I do not have any medical training. So you're going to have to refer to a medical
I'm pretty sure this wasn't for
a
him.
person who's an expert in medicine, right? A doctor. And if the doctor does agree that it's true and you still feel a little suspicious and weird about it, you should go get another opinion from another medical expert. And you should do that enough times that you feel comfortable with the conclusion that you've come to.
Hey, SpeakeaZy. If I had a open cut on my hand, should I disinfect that with soap?
Yes, sir.
You're not a fucking medical expert. Why don't you shut your fucking mouth, SpeakeaZy? You're not a medical expert.
This is true.
So
maybe,
I don't understand
what's
why
the
you're
point of
telling me
doctors, Andrew?
why should I disinfect it, SpeakeaZy?
What's the purpose of doctors, Andrew?
What's the purpose of debaters, sir?
The purpose of a doctor is because medicine is not always intuitive, right? Science is not always intuitive. Sometimes just because something feels right doesn't mean it is right.
Well, always
is
is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Have you been watching a lot of Dr. Gregory House? Sir, if I had a big open cut on my hand, do you think I should disinfect it?
I don't know how that's relevant to this question.
Can you answer my question, please?
If you have a big cut, how do I know to disinfect it?
Should I disinfect it?
Sure.
Yeah.
The difference.
Well, I don't
is
understand.
because
You're not a medical
all
fucking
medicine
expert.
Is
Stop telling me
intuitive.
things. You're not a medical expert, sir.
Some medicine is very unintuitive. Just because you feel like it's icky or wrong or disagrees with your
what I'm trying
to it is.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is in the future, instead of saying I'm not a medical expert, because there's plenty of things which you have medical expertise on, like how to treat a basic wound. Just say I don't know.
I said I
no,
don't
you didn't.
Know, and
you tried to
refer a
do this
medical expert.
elongated liberal shill bullshit where you're like, well, because due to the fact that I'm not a medical expert and there's a high degree of uncertainty inside of the frame of this particular, it's like,
no,
just say, hang on, just say the truth. Just say
knowledge.
the truth. Just say, well, are you? Then just say the truth.
Yeah, they are.
Then just say the truth. I don't know.
That's what I said, and I gave them guidance on how to find a valuable answer.
Then say it. I don't know.
I don't know. Reference an expert.
There you
That's
go.
What I said.
don't know.
That was
there
my answer.
No, that wasn't your answer. Your answer was an elongated, bloviated bullshit.
Yeah, because I gave them guidance on how to find a valuable answer.
Just say in the future, right. I don't know.
No, because that wouldn't give them guidance on a valuable answer.
Yeah, you don't know what a valuable answer is.
Yeah, it's talking
because
to experts who are familiar with the
bloviating.
subject. It's talking to experts who are familiar with the subject.
You guys aren't entertaining, but we do have a lot of questions. Hold on. I already yes. Okay, so easy. We have so many questions. You guys are having too much fun here. And if you're having fun at Modern Day Debate, smash the like button. Support what we do. We still have lots of people watching live in the chat right now. And yeah, we do hope to see you there at the debate con. It's going to be an amazing time. And yeah, no,
That sounds like a vibe of a party debate con. I wish I was in a closer state because that place. It's gonna be bopping.
Just fly out, bro.
Yeah, it's a bunch of people who are just dedicated to having a good time. Like,
honestly,
you know, we're just
I'm tempted.
We want to have a good time.
Come on, you want to go have a beer? You know, you want to go have a beer, right?
I would have fun with.
He does.
Yeah. See, you want to go have a beer.
I'll have some fun.
I see it in his eyes. Yeah. I was gonna say some big nasty IPA. I can see it. No,
I'm not conservative enough for that. Oh no, that's.
I was gonna say.
IPA.
Now, last year, though, when I hosted Aaron Ra and Stuart Neckley, I think I had like a 4-liter of beer that debate. Like that was just crazy. And it was like all 8%. Like I went to bed and I woke up like 2 days later, I swear. It was wild. All right, Yondu asks this question. If the ship is going down, should trans women be allowed on the rescue boats first, along with the women and children, or wait with the men? Why?
A great question. So, I believe. So who should leave the boat first is about who can't help other people who are leaving behind. People who should be left behind are people who can help other people. And if that's a woman, then they should be left behind to help other people. If you have a really macho, butch, strong woman who can help carry weak, liberal men down the stairs or whatever, then they should be there to help them. And it isn't again, it's just like with sports. There are metrics that can help decide who should be in what situation that are much more valuable than gender.
Oh, when the boat is sinking, they should be like, okay, wait, let's step on the scale. We're gonna see if you're getting in the lifeboat. What are you talking about?
How about or you could be like, hey, whoever can help.
Because men are more likely to survive the boat going down, not because they're more likely to be able to help.
What do you mean they're more likely to survive?
They're more likely to be able to survive.
How?
Because of the biology. Right? Again, we talked about these things before. Bone density, the way their hips are shaped, it even makes them their grip strength, the muscle mass, all these things are going to help for their
You're exactly right. Those are the things we should identify and help.
Yeah, so you're saying we should make them while the boat is going down, make them all step on a scale, check their.
Well, the quick way would be
you're trying to live in.
The quick way would be for anyone who thinks they can help, they should stay back. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It's an easy answer, and it's way more useful than gender is. So,
all right, let's ask the next question. And yeah, thanks to Anathema for hanging out in the live chat and taking care of some of the chats that are a little unorderly. We want to keep it as friendly as we can, guys. But I haven't seen too much policing going on in the chat. So, I mean, I really shouldn't say too much. But I do want to remind
I don't know. The Crucible is saying that Modern Day Debate is biased towards its chat. They're saying that the mods over there are banning them indiscriminately. You scum. I'm kidding.
The bias is towards the chat.
I'm totally joking.
Stop
the chat is more
being
conservative.
bitches, moms, and modern day debate. All right.
I'm gonna clip that real quick.
Stop. All right, no, I won't.
Stop being
too
bitches.
No. Everybody's great. You guys are doing everything you can to try to keep things friendly. We want to remind people to attack the arguments, not the speakers on screen. We appreciate our speakers.
Unless
They
it's
are the
SpeakeaZy.
lifeblood of the channel.
Unless it's you can attack him.
Unleash your hatred.
That's
Yes. Become a Sith for SpeakeaZy.
That is not
guys.
the proper Sith voice, you scumbag. You have to. No,
Do it properly.
No, you're wrong. No, it has to
Do
be.
it properly.
Yes, destroy SpeakeaZy, destroy all of which makes.
Yes, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Give in to your anger.
I see my kids are asleep though, Andrew. I gotta be quiet.
Destroy
I can't do
all
it.
of which is SpeakeaZy, destroy his septum piercing, destroy his goat hat, make it part of the Republic, which will now be under the Empire.
That's the way to do it. And then you got to do. Then you got to do the hood up, you know, with like just half the eye. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yes.
So you're a Star Wars fan, I guess we've established.
No, I hate Star
established
Wars. It's for scumbags.
Oh, okay. Yeah, are you a Trekkie fan then?
I don't know anything, but what is Star Trek?
Yeah, we did a poll the other night because I was getting a call out by one of. Well, I was gonna say Craig is debating you. He keeps getting angry every time I mention Star Wars stuff. See, I bought a Gibson SG a couple weeks back. It cost me $2,000.
Wait, you can actually play?
It was great. Oh yeah.
Let's hear it.
Dude.
Let's hear it. Let's hear
The
it.
music that's played in this is usually
What
made
the
by
fuck?
him,
Let's hear it. Let's hear
isn't
it.
What?
If you listen to the music at the beginning, that was him, probably.
We can
Oh,
put
yeah.
the fucking mod on the spot. Look, there's three of
What?
us. There's one of him. We can demand he plays it too.
None
We
of us
actually can
can.
demand
We
that.
all just stop talking.
You
Yes.
can't do
I don't-
anything.
You have to.
That
You
is
have
true.
to do it.
Fine.
We can
I'll do
bully
it
him
for
into
the
doing it.
debate con.
Let's
but
hear
I'm
it.
not,
Let's
I'm,
hear it.
I'm not. All right, I'll show you the SG, but I'll show. But I'll play the classical. How dare you, Andrew? How dare you?
I know. I'm scum.
That's the
Bullying our
worst.
mom.
The worst. All right.
The
So
worst.
this is the horror story though. I dropped this SG, snapped the neck off of it, and I just got it re-glued back on. So I mean, $2,000 investment.
I would have
And-
done it better. Just putting that out there.
Broken
The
in half
reason
better.
that it became such a moment is because I said I was like Darth Vader when he found out that Padme died. I said to my wife afterwards when it fell on the floor, and I opened up
Did
the
you
case
force
and saw
choke
that it
her?
was snapped.
Did you
What?
force
No.
choke? Why
No.
not? Why not?
No.
Then you didn't say it
You're with
properly.
him.
You didn't.
No,
You didn't
anyway.
fucking say it properly.
But did you turn to
Speakeasy,
the
you would have
dark
force
side?
choked the bitch, right?
Anyways,
You would have force
no,
choked her. Yeah. If she was
But no,
out of
but I
line
said-
like that,
I
it's
said- I
ridiculous.
said to my wife, I was like, I think I handled that pretty well. So it was me that knocked it over. But
Bro,
I
play us
said
the
to her,
tune. Play us the tune.
I s-
You're
I said
fucking.
to her,
Why
I
are you
think I've
holding us
handled it
up?
pretty
Why are you
well.
holding us up?
All
Play
right,
this.
all right,
Play us
hold
the
on,
tune.
hold on. I'll show you the thing.
All right. All right. We're waiting. I want to hear the tune. Don't rub your eye like you're not interested. You want to
the-
hear the fucking tune.
The music
You know
at
you
the
want to hear it.
beginning of all of these Monday
What?
debates is made by him. It's very impressive.
Well, I was gonna say,
He
and then
sings
you can
and plays.
see- You can see that neck joint there. Oh yeah, if you hear me doing Kashmir, I can scream. My usual is like.
You gonna do some
I like
Zeppelin,
old
dude?
rock.
Are you gonna scream?
Oh,
Hey, mama. Hey,
Oh, I do all
mama.
that
don't-
shit.
blah,
I do it,
blah.
and I would even beg to say that I can scream it live harder, and they wish they could.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
that's kind
right.
of awesome. Let's hear it.
Anyway,
Why
no,
are you blocking us, bro? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm rock blocking you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, that was
I'm-
funny.
I can grab. I'm not gonna plug this in right now. People heard me play
Rock
it, but I
block.
will.
What about the acoustic? You got an acoustic. You're not a
I'll show you.
musician without an acoustic. Let's hear it.
Like,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
not letting this go.
Will, you're invested with us now. You're invested with us. You know you're invested with us, but you want to hear something, right?
Oh, damn, he does have an
Look.
acoustic.
Yeah,
Wow.
I told
Look,
you.
I
They
said-
always have an
I
acoustic.
I said the other night. Now you got me being the bad guy at any party. I'm like the bad guy at every party. That
Let's
pulls
hear
out his
some Zeppelin
acoustic.
on the acoustic. Let's hear some Babe, I Want to Leave You.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyway.
Let's hear it.
Anyway,
Mike
but
is
if
messing
I
it
was
up.
gonna say we got DebateCon coming up, so it has to be elegant. DebateCon.
We can't hear any of that, bro.
Yeah, it's not letting it come through.
See, I can't hear you now. See.
Do you need me to grab my acoustic and
Can
play
hear it
you,
a
babe?
little.
I'm gonna leave
Oh
you
my
so that you
God.
learn how to play it properly. Is that what we need? We can hear nothing. There's nothing coming through. I believe you, but at the same time, I don't.
Well, I fucked up.
I hear a little bit. I hear a little bit.
Yeah, but nobody can hear the fuck up because nobody can hear it coming through the mic, bro.
See, that's what you do. You put me on the classical spot.
There you go.
Dude. Okay, I'm bringing my acoustic. We're doing a jam session.
Shut
And
up,
you know
Andrew,
what?
I'm trying to play
My friend,
guitar.
okay,
What's going
so
on?
here's what I'm going to say to you. I'm bringing my friend Chase Haggard down. He doesn't know this yet, but I'm going to fly him
See,
out.
I can't hear you now. Hold on, I got to plug back in.
Okay.
All right, what's
I'm going
up?
to fly out my friend Chase Haggard just because of how much of a humbling experience that'll be for you. That's why I'm doing it. I'm only doing it to watch him humble you. That's the only reason I'm doing it. I know somebody's going to send this to Chase Haggard tomorrow. He's going to come out. I'm paying for it just to watch him fucking humble you for no good reason other than I can.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yeah.
I'd love to have some other guitar players there. One of the things that I would say that was a regret last time when I was in Texas is that I didn't go and see the Stevie Ray Vaughan and the Buddy Holly statue that was there. So, you know, if I could find a way to get to a music store in New Jersey before I leave, that would be great. Or run into some other musical people, that would be fun. But yeah, if you're hanging out on YouTube, if you check my page, yeah, I do a lot of mean Led Zeppelin covers. I'm not gonna lie, I'll tell my own horn. So we're gonna get out of music mode. This was all in promotion of DebateCon 5. I swear. All right, it wasn't an aside. Yeah, but honestly, it's fun to reset the tone every once in a while. Just hang out and
Some tangents are
enjoy each other's
necessary.
company.
That was a good
Yeah,
one.
exactly. I
I feel like I've never seen you do that before. And I've watched a lot of your posted debates.
No, I don't think I've ever picked up
So that was fun.
picked up the guitar halfway through. There's been a few times that I've played the guitar for the intro. I used to have a backing track that I would play that would loop, and then I would play a solo over top, just like an improv, and then I'd hang up the guitar. I just thought it was a nice thing to do live, since we were modern day debate live. But yeah, no, I'm not going to do any of that Yngwie Malmsteen stuff right now. No sweeps. Can you even sweep, bro? All right, no more sides. Damn it, Andrew.
You should play at the event though. For sure.
Even Lord says, to quote Craig, yeah, we had that one. Now see, I gotta scroll. Let's see. Call date for Will. Should a trans woman breastfeed their child? Right back into it.
That's a great question, Will. Should they?
If your objective is to feed your child, then probably not. Right?
I don't know. Will, you're not a medical expert. I don't know how you're making all of these.
You're right. Go ask a doctor.
Yeah. What do you think a doctor would say, though, Will?
If your goal is to feed them, then probably not.
Yeah, probably not, because you're not a woman.
Because your breasts don't produce food is the more important.
Because you're not a woman.
What is a woman, Andrew?
A woman would be a biological human female.
Oh, you keep pushing it on the female definition, which is the sex typically associated with giving birth. Is that what you normally say?
Well, no, I would say that the not only the phenotypical expression, but the lead up to it, which would be your biological assertion of the pathway to sex, would be that you were either A, capable of giving birth, or you were on the reproductive pathway to do so.
The reproductive pathway. Well,
yeah, sure. It's like, for instance, if a woman is born without ovaries, we still know she should have had them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, should have. You're loading the question there.
No, it's not what's loaded.
She doesn't need ovaries to be a woman.
True.
She doesn't even need to be.
But how would we ascertain that she was a woman?
Well, it depends on what you mean by woman, because if you're talking about their identity,
female.
That's one way. Well, it depends on what you mean by female. If you
okay. Well, what do you think a female is?
Well, females, you're usually having physical characteristics that are associated with
No,
the female
not just
sex.
physical characteristics. There's something else there. What is it?
No.
What is the one sex which is able to carry children?
That's a physical characteristic.
Yeah.
If you
What
really
is
want
the
to push
one
it onto
sex
that.
which is capable of that physical characteristics? Can any male give birth? Any
male give birth?
Mhm.
Any male give birth? That is not a trait associated with being a male.
Can any male give birth?
That's not a trait that is
Can
associated with
any
being male.
male give birth?
Can any male give birth? Unless you want to change the definition of male, no.
Okay. So then associating reproduction with female makes sense because no male can give birth, right?
Can any male have XY chromosomes? Or any male have XX chromosomes?
Yes.
So there's more than one factor in play here, right?
Nobody disputed that. But here's my dispute. Can any male give birth?
Can any male give birth?
Any.
Can any male give birth?
Any male give birth. Can they or not?
So the
Any
reason
male give birth or not, sir?
So this is my
Can
answer.
you
This is my
answer yes or no?
This
Can
is my
any
answer.
male
It's not
give
a
birth?
yes or no question.
It's a what is that? Not a fucking
Let
yes or
me
no question. You
address
ready?
your question the way I think is
This
appropriate
motherfucker.
to answer your fucking question.
Okay. Can any male give birth?
Chill.
Can any male give birth?
Sex
Can any male give birth?
is a spectrum.
Can any male give birth?
Someone on
Can any male give birth?
I'm not gonna continue this.
Yeah, you're not gonna fucking
I'm willing to explain it, but if you're gonna keep
Fucking
interrupting me, if you're gonna keep interrupting me, I'm not
Yeah,
going
well,
to.
dude, I just need an answer.
All right,
This is
let's
really
let him-
easy.
I can't answer if you keep interrupting me.
Wait, okay,
let's let him
here.
give his answer,
Ready?
whether-
Are you ready?
So
Are you
can
ready?
Can a male give
Can-
birth? Is what you
Can
had asked.
any
I would love to
star
answer the question.
can any star explode?
So this
Can any
entire
star
discussion,
explode? Can any star explode?
can any star explode?
Yeah.
Can
Any
any
Let's let him answer the
star
question.
explode?
Is there a single star?
I
which
want to
can't
talk about
explode?
males, which is the
Yeah, I know.
topic of
Can
the
any
subject.
can any star explode?
Can I have a moment?
Can any
Andrew?
star
Can
explode?
you control yourself?
Hold
Can
on.
you
I'll tell you what.
Your
I will do
manly
that. I will
self-control.
literally. I'll tell you.
not
I'll make a
talk
deal. I'll
while
make a
I'm
deal.
communicating
Hang on.
to
I'll make a
you.
deal with you. I will literally answer yes or no to all of your subsequent questions that you ask me after I ask you these, and you answer yes or no. That seems totally fair.
I don't care
Can
about you answering yes or
any-
no.
Can
That's-
any star
doesn't
explode?
matter.
Can any star explode?
I don't care about you answering yes or no.
Could
It's
our
not-
sun could our sun explode?
Yeah.
Okay. Could
I'll say
any
yes or no.
star, which is like our sun, explode?
I mean, the answer is no, because some
They
stars
can't.
aren't made to explode, or they
There's
already
no.
exploded.
Wait. No.
Hold on. To be
Wait.
fair,
I'm
you said
sorry. I'm
could,
sorry.
so, I mean, it's
Now I
kind of
am actually
broad.
confused.
Yeah, because
No,
a brown.
There are stars out there which cannot explode. Really?
Yeah, because once our star quote unquote
Okay,
does
so you are-
explode,
okay.
it's going to be reduced to a brown dwarf, which doesn't
After
have
they
the
exploded.
Yes,
Yeah. So any star can explode, though.
not a brown dwarf.
That's not a star.
Look, we're discussing the fundamental axioms of the question. Wow,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was about to do with
Yeah.
the male. part
So
of
so
it, right? Wasn't I?
can any star explode?
No, I already said this.
No. What star can't explode?
A brown dwarf.
Is that a star?
Yeah.
What makes it a star?
And we could really talk about this. What's the difference between a star and a black hole and a very large planet? Star is usually associated with a lot of fusion going on them that fuels them and is fueled by the gravitational force.
Is a brown
Acting on
dwarf? Is a brown dwarf usually come from a star which exploded?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So any of the stars in the classification of the things which make the brown dwarf, can they explode?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Can any man give birth?
So let's talk about it, right?
Yeah, let's talk about
I honestly love what you just did because you just showed how questions like that are more nuanced than just a yes or no. I love that you
they
just
don't
did.
seem very
I
nuanced to
love
me.
that you just did that. So
Okay.
now let's get into it, right?
Okay, let's
so
get into
can
it.
any male give birth?
Yeah.
It depends on what you are trying to talk about when you say male, because male is a spectrum. You can be less male and you can be more male. You can be less female and
I'm
you
just
can be
gonna
more
grant.
female.
I'm gonna grant literally all of this. Can any male give birth?
You could say yes.
Okay, which ones?
If you want to define male by saying the hormone composition of a person.
Hang on. I just want to stop right there.
Yeah.
There are males which you think can give birth. I just want that on record.
It's how you define male.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
you think males can give birth, correct?
If you want to label someone a male, you can do it, but it's how you define the word.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the nuance.
Can
that
you
you're missing
define
here.
male without using female in order to define how a male could give birth?
Can I define male without using female?
Yeah. Without using what you would consider to be
So
biological
let's
female
say-
for giving birth?
Let's say
Uh-huh.
if the only sex characteristic that you're going to use to gauge the sex of a person is their hormones,
Mm-hmm.
and you said this person has a lot of testosterone, I'm going to call them a male.
Sure.
Then you're calling them a male.
What do you consider a male to be?
It's complicated. It's more of where are they on the
Just for
axiom.
sex. For sex.
No, but sex is a spectrum.
Okay, agreed. Then I'll just concede. Sex is a spectrum, and everything you consider male is a spectrum. Can any of those males, which are classified by you, give birth?
If you want to define,
However you define it, can any male, by how you define it, give birth or not, sir?
if you define it to be, then it would be.
You will, the guy I'm debating, not some guy over there named Fred, will. Can a male anywhere, by your definition, give fucking birth or not?
It's
Will.
your question is
Will.
oversimplified.
Can any male, by your definition of what a male is, give birth or not?
You can be
Whatever your
on,
definition is.
you can. I'll give you the nuance. You can be on the male spectrum.
Male. Okay.
You can
Will,
be
Will.
on the male
Will,
spectrum.
I don't care. Yes or no.
You
It's simple
can be
question.
On the male spectrum.
There's nothing loaded
And
about this
still,
question.
Let me
Zero
answer it then.
loaded. There's
This
zero
is my
loaded.
answer.
There's nothing loaded. Can any male, by Will's definition, give birth? Any male, by your definition, can any male, by Will's definition, not loaded, give birth? Yes or no?
I would say probably not.
Oh, I would think up and down.
But that's very much ignoring all of the nuance that needs to be accounted for when discussing anatomical sex. Because you can be on the male side of the spectrum and still have birthing capabilities, right? You could have a male quantity of hormones. You could have a male bone structure. You could have many male characteristics that can exist on your body. So you would potentially categorize them as male while still potentially having female reproductive organs, right? That is possible. And if you want to call them a male because they happen to have male characteristics, you could identify it as a male who has the ability to give birth. You could. I probably wouldn't define it that way, but you could. And it's really coming down to an opinion-based question.
All right, let's.
And in your opinion, no males can give birth, right?
I said probably not.
Well, what does that mean? Probably.
I already said.
You think? Do you think that
so
some males?
I would love
Wait.
to explain
Will
What
probably
do you
means.
mean, bro?
You
Anathema.
think
Sorry.
some males
Just in the
can give
chat.
birth? Will?
I would say if you want to say if the
Will,
person is
you
anywhere,
will.
I'm
You
going to.
will. Will the person? Will, do you think any male anywhere can give birth? Will.
Yeah.
Do you
yeah,
will think
yes,
a male
yes.
can? Okay. You think males can give birth?
In very, very, very uncommon situations.
Can you tell me one of those uncommon
Yeah.
situations?
I will.
Okay.
He's
A
right.
uncommon situation
4
where
hours,
you
fellas.
could say a male can give birth is when, if you want to say, there's a spectrum, right? There's a male spectrum and a female
Now,
spectrum.
if you want to say what Will
I'm-
says,
I'm like- if I want, no, you said, could it ever happen ever?
you will. I'm asking Will,
Listen,
the guy
if
I'm talking to.
Yeah,
Will,
if I,
okay, hang on. Let me just frame the question so that you understand. So there's no possibility of you not being able to clarify this. You will, guy I'm talking to, guy whose opinion that I'm addressing, guy
Mhm.
whose arguments I'm talking to. You will, not some other guy who's not Will, not anybody who's not Will, not any collective of
Let's get
people
on with
whose
it.
names are not
Sorry,
Will.
Speaky.
Will, is there any male on planet Earth which can give birth? Will.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me who that could be?
Yeah. So Will, the person you're addressing the question to,
Mhm.
I could say, if you're on the male side of the
Do
spectrum
you say
at
that?
all,
Do you say
I
that?
could.
No, not could. Do you?
Mm,
No.
see, look.
No.
Remember at the beginning when I said
now Will
the
does
oversimplification
Will
is the problem?
Will the person I'm speaking to, do you think a single male on planet Earth can give birth? Do you Will? Not guy over there, not the moderator, not Speakeasy, not Fred, not Chuck, not James, not anybody else. Do you Will think any man on planet Earth can give birth? Any male?
I've
Any.
already said yes.
Okay. Now, Will, I would like you to demonstrate from Will's
God.
perspective, not if you, but from Will's perspective, Will, what male can give birth?
Okay. I will define that.
Okay.
A male can give birth if you're in the situation where they have all male characteristics that are associated with that sex, except the reproductive organs. Right?
What?
They
What
have
reproductive organs?
all male characteristics that make up a
Uh-huh.
male sex. That's many different things. It could be your bone structure. It could be your hormone makeup. It could be many, many different things that make up your sex. You have all of it. But you also
So you have ovaries and a reproductive canal and a vagina?
But in contrast, you have a female reproductive system. You can have both.
Wait,
right?
so you can be a
You can have
male
both.
and have a female reproductive system?
Yeah, that's the. Did you listen to my intro? That's the whole point.
I am
Of
so
course you
confused.
can.
Can you show me any males that have a female reproductive system?
I mean, that's what lots of trans people can be. They can
Trans
have. They can,
people are males who have a female reproductive system?
I said that's what trans people can be. That's what I said.
Well, how could a trans person be a male and have a female reproductive system? Will?
Because they could have all other male characteristics, right?
So, what is the difference between that and being a really ugly woman?
Well, that's
you
your
don't know.
opinion.
You don't know.
No,
what is the difference between
that's your opinion
of a
I'm not gonna
female who's
entertain a.
really ugly and you think she's a male but has the reproductive characteristics? What is it? What is the difference?
I just doesn't seem like a good faith argument, right?
It doesn't.
So
It doesn't seem like a good faith argument.
Well,
even though I didn't make an argument, I asked you a question.
Good faith question.
Yeah, so, Will, if you're a really, really, really ugly woman that people look at and think you're a man, but you have the reproductive system of a female, what makes you a male?
Well, I don't define males as being ugly women. That's a very weird.
Yeah, that's not my question.
That.
Can you repeat my question to me?
Your question was. I think I'm.
You don't know what my question was? You can't repeat it to me?
I'm not.
You want me to tell you it again, Will?
Silly questions.
Can I ask you again since you can't repeat it?
I'm not interested in it.
You're not now. You're not interested, Will.
Yes.
now you have no interest.
Right. Yeah, you made me lose interest.
I do have a question here for Andrew. Now, I had a couple of people after you easily convinced me. I mean, twisting my rubber arm to play a tune live, but I had to play something not copyright, so I played some classical shit because Zeppelin is very copyright. But I'll let you know. I can send you some cashmere there, Andrew, if you want to pass it along to whoever's you'd.
Does that go something like? That's
Black Dog.
What is cashmere?
Yeah.
What is you got to? But you can only do it in bumps. Listen, many people do do's and they do daws and they do bees and they do bows. I want to hear only ba 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 ba. Okay, so that's what I want to hear. I can't hear it, bro. We can't hear it, bro. We can't hear it through the mic, bro. We can't hear it.
That's terrible. I can't believe you can't hear that. Yeah, I was gonna say I won't bother. You guys have fun on your own. But either way, that's Kashmir is the Kashmir is like a mysterious sounding tune that most people who play acoustic guitar. If you got a guy that comes out and plays acoustic, then
is that banana, 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 bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I could do that on my acoustic. You can't do it on yours.
Yeah. It's not tuned for it right now. It's not. In
I'm just
DAC
playing with you, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh man. Either way, you got me all excited now.
Mhm.
As far as I know, there are no other musical people that are making their way out to the debate con. So yeah, way to get me all razzled up. But yeah, I can't share any Zeppelin live. I'll send you an email. All right, I'll send you the cashmere. Okay?
That's right. Send me the cash.
Jace. Yeah. All right, you hand it along. I count on you. All right, Jason Cassell. People are being forced to affirm trans ideology. And this is a $50 super chat, so we're going to spend some time with this. People are being forced to affirm trans ideology. People have been fired for using the wrong pronouns. People have been attacked for using the wrong pronouns. People have been arrested for using the wrong pronouns. How is this not force?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about being arrested for using the wrong pronouns. That honestly sounds like a fictional statement. I've never heard of that. And I think you've probably just either made that up or learned it from a misinformation website. Private companies are allowed to fire people who they want to fire. I'm not forcing them. I'm not telling anybody to force them. If they choose to uphold a certain ethical standard, and that includes affirming transgender identities, then that's their choice.
So you're also okay with them discriminating transgenders as well, then, right? That's their choice. You should be okay with that.
No, I'm not okay with that.
Oh, so what's your reasoning?
Because transgender people exist.
Cool, but you literally just said that if a private company wants to have a certain ethical standard with their company, then that's their choosing.
Yes, but transgender
what if
people
a company wants an ethical standard of no transgenders?
Yes, if you want to start talking about people's ethical standards and how they correspond with reality.
I want to know why you have this contradiction.
That's what I was about to say, if you let me speak. If you want to disregard people,
I didn't ask.
Okay, if you want to uphold an ethical standard that is congruent with reality, I'm willing to defend that. But if your ethical standard is based on disrespecting people for having personal opinion,
so like if you want to have an ethical standard that's congruent with reality of only man and woman, then yeah, you can work for me. But if you want to
that's not reality.
Genders on a spectrum, then you can't. But what's wrong with that?
Because one of those was not real.
Based on your opinion? But my opinion's different. And you said any of our opinions in our head is true.
Based on the definitions of the words, right? Male and female have many different contributing factors to their definition.
Yeah,
and
you definition of woman is adult, female, human.
Oh, look, you put it on the word female again. Wow.
No, you just said definitions are important, so I just bring you the definition of woman.
Do you think that was a good definition?
You contradict yourself every turn you try.
Do you think the word female is a good definition for the word woman? Is that like a fully satisfying definition?
Adult human female. Yes.
Okay, well that's not a good definition, right? Why? Because obviously you now need to explain what the word female is, because you're just explaining one word with another word.
I can explain female.
Wouldn't that be the counter? Wouldn't that be the very same counter argument? You just explain one word with another word. But the question when we make a referent to a definition is, does that definition give us, some type of information which is not regressive to that definition? So if the definition, by the way, of woman is female, and it is, the definition, basically the root, is showing us what woman means. All referent to woman, at least in every society that I can adhere to, whether it be mujer in Spanish, all the way over to whatever, is definitely describing the female reproductive phenotype and the intratype as being.
Look at that.
As
more being detail.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is like, you can get as detailed as you want. You'll end up in a regress. I won't.
All right, let's ask the next.
Would you like to try? We can demonstrate it. Would you like to demonstrate how you will end up in a regress and I won't?
I don't know what you mean.
An infinite regress.
Right quick.
You think a woman is who thinks they're a woman. I think a woman is pointing to indicators of things which are external, which would be true.
You already
Regardless-
oversimplified it. You've already
No,
oversimplified
I already oversimplified
You've
it.
already oversimplified it because you said, I think woman is a person who thinks they're a woman. No, that's not true.
What do you think a woman is?
I believe a woman has multiple contexts that need to be explained for it to be fully understood.
Does it rely on belief?
There is a context that does.
In what context do you believe a woman
That's
is a woman
identity.
that does not rely on belief?
The context of gender expression, right?
Does not rely on belief?
No, because it relies on the culture's perception
Oh, I see.
of that gender.
So that would then mean that if I carried a purse, I was a woman?
So that would be be a characteristic
too much
that is
shit.
associated with women.
Okay, that's fair. How many characteristics do I need to have before I was a woman?
The golden question. So that is what a spectrum
move
is,
on.
right?
Let's,
There isn't
So
a part
where
of the
on the
spectrum. Let
spectrum
me
do I end up being a woman?
fucking work. Let me cook here for a
I
second.
can't wait.
A spectrum is a spectrum means that there isn't a part on it where you all of a sudden click and you become a woman. You
Actually,
just
that's
gradually
exactly
go
what a spectrum
more
means.
onto. You are confused, my man.
So it means
I
you're
am?
both all the
Yes,
time?
you so are.
Does
You
a
so are.
spectrum mean you're both all the time?
So a spectrum is, so first of all, the spectrum of male is separate from the spectrum of female, right?
Oh.
You can be somewhere on the spectrum of male, and you could also be on the spectrum of female, or you could be on neither, or you could be on one or the other, or you could be in a completely different one.
I think that's fair. What does the word more mean?
Well, so are we talking about identity, or are we talking
No,
about?
I'm just asking you what the word more means.
Well, it depends. Oh my god.
You think that more depends on what? What does more depend
just fundamentally the word more, or relating
on?
to
What
this
fundamentally?
context?
What does the word more mean?
A greater amount.
Oh, and what does less mean?
A smaller amount.
So if I had a greater amount of X thing, in this case, male characteristics, how come I'm not a male?
A greater
Last
amount of
sentence,
X things
Forrest.
because you're sliding down the male spectra. That's what you're doing.
So if I have more characteristics of a male than a female, how
You'll
come I'm
slide
not
more-
a male?
Because you'll slide more down the male spectra. That's
So
what you'll
how
do.
come I'm not a male?
Because there isn't a definitive moment where you do
Oh, so
become
then
a
it
male.
sounds like a fucking belief.
No, it's
All
called
right,
a
we're gonna ask
spectrum.
the next question.
Sounds like a belief.
Well, you're wrong.
Let's ask the next question.
Oh,
guys.
so if I have more male characteristics than female,
hold on.
I'm still not a male?
You are
hold on.
more on that male spectra. That's
Am
what
I
I'll
a
say.
male?
You see, this is what I mean when you
Am I a male?
oversimplify.
Guys have to
Oh.
put a
You're
bow on it.
oversimplifying.
I know, I'm
because you
oversimplifying
are
the
already
spectrum.
assuming a binary, and
Because
it's
there's
not.
only a binary.
Because it's not a binary.
Oh, well, where's the
and that's the
third
point of the
sex?
debate.
Where's the third sex?
Me and SpeakeaZy just hanging
If there's no
out here.
third sex, then there's only two sexes, which makes it a binary. So if I have more male characteristics, sir, than female,
No.
how
So,
come I'm not a male?
You're confused again. You're confused.
I'm
That's
confused.
okay. It's okay to be confused. It's okay.
Yes.
I'll explain.
Tell me all
So
about
a
my
binary.
confusion.
A
Churning over
binary
here.
means there's two options, right?
Oh, there's
A
only
s-
two?
That's what a binary means.
Yes.
Is that not? You would agree?
I
two options.
agree.
Okay. When it comes to sex, there are not only two options.
Oh, how many options are there?
A spectra of options.
Oh, well,
Right.
When do I become
It's just too good.
where on the spectrum do I become the thing?
So much.
It's
so
like
good.
you're asking me. Let me give it an analogy. It's like you're asking me what part of the color spectrum does something become the color red? That's what
Yes.
you're asking.
We can
And
use a spectrometer to determine that.
No,
Would you like me to
can't.
demonstrate?
Oh my
Actually, we
God.
can. Would you
The
like me
color-
to demonstrate?
Do you think the color red is one objective number?
No, I think on a color spectrometer, though, we can determine when red becomes something that's not red.
No, you can't, because the whole point is there's an infinite number of colors within the spectra.
Oh,
that is
so
correlated.
we're to the
closer.
arrow in flight. We can never determine when an arrow hits the target because it's always technically in flight.
That's what a spectra is.
Oh,
Yes.
I see. So in this case, we can never determine what is male or female.
You can say you're closer on the male spectra. That's what you can say. And that is
Oh,
the
I
most
see.
accurate and useful way to describe it.
Really? Why is that more accurate than who can breed with who?
Because that's just one characteristic. And there's other characteristics.
Oh, that's only one characteristic.
Oh my God.
Why can't I use
Shut
that
the-
as
ga- ga-
why
ga.
why
There's
can't I
other
use that as a
characteristics
threshold
that
breaker?
correlate- There's other characteristics that are corresponding with sex.
Oh,
That is
I
why
can't wait to
you should
hear
be
what they
more
are.
Well,
What are they?
I've explained them how many times? 6 times. I've explained there can be physical characteristics such as chromosomes, right?
Mhm,
There can be genitalia structure.
mhm,
There can be bone structure. There can
mhm.
be hormonal makeup,
Mhm.
etc. There is a plethora of different things.
You know what? I'm going to grant all of those. That's totally fair. Can anybody be anything other than male, or female? And if they can be, tell me what that sex is.
I don't have no. So you're assuming. No, let me answer.
Got nothing.
Answer that.
Wait. Let's stop laughing. That's really
okay,
disrespectful
I'll stop
to
laughing.
me.
You're right.
That's
you're
really
right.
disrespectful. Okay, thank you. So I do not need to show you a third axis to prove it's not a binary.
Oh,
it's
well,
not a binary.
What is a binary?
A binary means there's two options.
And if there was three, there wouldn't be a binary, right?
If there's three, it wouldn't be a binary. That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So then, can you show me where the third is?
It's everywhere on the spectrum.
Oh, where?
Right. There's multiple
where on the spectrum.
Okay, you could be neither.
Yeah. Can you show me where on the spectrum?
That would be on the low end of the spectrum.
Well, where is that?
Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Okay,
Ryan,
share your screen.
Okay.
I can't wait to see.
Because this gender-bred person, emphasis on person, is a very useful tool. Oh wait, where is this? All right. So.
Oh, the genderbred person again. Okay.
Right, genderbred person. So anatomical. We're really focused on this anatomical sex category here. Right now, right. And you can be somewhere over here on the male side, or you could be somewhere here on the female side.
Yeah. Where's that though?
What do you mean? Where's that?
Like, where is that? How many characteristics add up to this versus that?
And that's where subjectivity starts coming into play.
Oh, so you can't actually tell me where one stops and one begins because there's only two binaries.
Well, no, it's not two binaries. It's two spectra.
Oh, it's two
the reason there are more than one genders, because it's a spectra, not a binary.
Yeah. So
spectra means there's an infinite number.
Can a dog be a cat?
That is a completely unrelated. That is called a non sequitur fallacy.
Can a dog be a cat?
That is
it's not a fallacy if it's a question. So can a dog be a cat?
Now you have me questioning. Can a dog be a cat?
Yeah.
Well, it's not related.
So can a dog be a cat though?
Just unrelated to this?
Yeah. Can a dog be a cat?
It depends on what you mean by dog and cat. Could dogs have cat-like characteristics?
Whatever you consider a dog to be.
I have a dog.
Can a cat be that thing?
I could say a cat has dog characteristics. And you see, this is what we're doing again. You're exemplifying perfectly again an oversimplification of a complex, nuanced structure. Right? Can a dog be a cat? Normally, everyone's gonna be like, no. Well, what if every single part of this animal looks exactly like a dog?
Yeah.
Except it has the
is it a
genetic, dog? That's my point. What
is it?
Defines dog?
Yeah. So
that's the
here's
question.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that's a fair question. Let's look to the laws of logic. Can you read for me what the law of identity states?
I'd rather you just
no. I really want you to read what the law of identity states. Please.
I'm not going to play your game.
You're not going to pull up the law of identity.
No.
No. Okay. So we're not debating anymore then.
Oh, I'm totally willing to debate.
Okay, great. So I would pull up any definition you wanted. Why would you not do me the same favor? Can you just pull up what the law of identity? Can you just pull up what the law of identity means? Can you pull it up, please?
Okay, but this doesn't mean you're in charge.
I didn't say I was in charge, bro. We're having a debate.
I know. I'm just joking.
Just tell me what the law of identity.
Just for you. Something is identical to itself.
X is X, right?
Did you just say it doesn't
X
mean
was
you're
Y,
in
it
charge?
couldn't be X, could it?
I wouldn't.
If X was Y, could it be X?
It could be.
Well, then you have violated the fundamental law of identity.
Well, I mean,
so all of your axioms,
class?
Wait, bro, can X be Y and still be X?
I mean, it depends on how you.
No, it can't depend. You violated the law of identity. So this now is incoherent. Can X be Y or must it be X?
I think I need to understand the context of what you mean by X.
You don't know the
Y.
fucking law.
So,
what are the three laws? Hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an incoherent?
What are the three laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where you don't even know the three laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask SpeakeaZy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
Anything else, dipshit? Oh, dude, you fucking really got him on that one.
Yeah.
You fucking stupid fuck.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Oh my, I don't know if Andrew's broken.
And if you want to explain why that's
Oh my
relevant
god,
to the
this is
debate,
fucking
you
wild.
want to explain
Oh,
why
It's
that's
relevant
can
to
be
everything
why
you
the
do in
debate-
life.
can
Your
be
whole life. Your whole life.
Do you think
It
X equals
presumes
Y
the
is
laws
a
of logic. You wouldn't be able to function if you.
Do you think
I got a
X equals
question.
Y is an incomprehensible mathematical statement?
Yes.
That happens all of the time in math.
Oh, really? Show me
yeah,
where.
it does.
Yeah,
When-
show me
if
where.
X
Show me
equals
where
2,
numbers value is never its value.
If X equals 2 and
Yeah.
Y equals 2, then X
Uh-huh.
equals Y, doesn't it?
Oh wait,
Doesn't it?
so
It
if
kind
the
of
same-
does, doesn't it?
So wait a second. So if the same value equals the same value, it's the same value. Oh, I never thought of that before.
Oh, wait. Did we
That's
just establish
crazy.
that X can equal Y? Did we just establish that X can equal Y?
No,
and your
we-
whole
Nope.
your whole
all we
pony
established
show was
was
completely
nope,
worthless?
all we established is that X can equal X. Stupid.
No, you
You're so-
moron! I just told you X can equal
Let's
Y,
ask-
and you
No,
Let's
we
ask
just
question.
established
it's
X equals
undeniably
X.
mathematically true.
Guys,
Okay.
all right,
Okay, hang
hold
on. Hang on.
hold on.
Is 2 a value? Hang on.
hold
Well, we'll just demonstrate it. Is 2 a value?
30
Yeah.
seconds. I don't want to.
Is 3 a value?
Mute, but we do have to move on.
Sure.
Okay, great. Can 2 be 3?
No.
Okay, so then that's the end of that.
All right.
Yeah,
next
and look at
question,
us
guys.
defining our terms,
Hold
making
on,
things
William.
clear.
Hold
Oh, it's
on.
amazing.
Hold on, William.
I love that.
We do need to
can move on.
move on.
Let's move on.
Thank you so much.
Speak easy.
Doctor,
What are the laws of logic?
I
He
don't
gives
know,
them, and
man.
then the guy's like,
all right. Let's move on. Dr. Matters. Like I say, we are just a little over halfway. Like we're 2 hours, my shiny translucent arse.
I can't even
What
fucking believe
is-
that just happened. Speak easy. Did that just happen?
100%.
All right.
Hold on. But earlier didn't I say, Andrew, I was going to try to keep this to under.
I got the
like,
hiccups because I've
under
been drinking.
around
Shut
2.
up, Mod. Shut up. I have the hiccups because I've been drinking.
I didn't say anything about your hiccups. You're allowed to hiccup.
You were thinking
Oh my
about
God.
it. You were thinking about it.
Was I? Did you catch me? Did you catch me burping at some point? You might
Perhaps.
be projecting right now. It's okay.
A little
It's
bit.
okay.
A little bit.
You're watching. All right, stop looking at me. All right, you're making me conscious. All right, Dr. Matters says, Andrew, win. Andrew, can you prove that Jesus taught and apostles followed the idea that lying to save oneself or another is biblical? When did Jesus or the apostles lie to save themselves or another?
Well, whether they did or they didn't has nothing to do with the argument here from the internal criticism of utilitarianism.
All right, let's move on from there. We're going to try to bust through and do some of these super chats real quick and get these speakers out of here so that they can rest. And so can I, because from what I know, there's going to be more snow tomorrow, and that just means more work for me. It's fun. All right, so Caldi, we got that one. Trainer Tig says, you want the authority of science to make metaphysical claims, saying that science reveals gender identity to be innate, at the same time insisting that people are free to be who they want to be. Any thoughts there, Will?
That gender's sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
You want the authority of science to make metaphysical claims, saying that science reveals gender identity to be innate.
I'm glad I
at the
cheered you
same
up a
time
bit, and thank
insisting
you,
that people
Rachel.
are free to be who they want to be.
Well, gender identity isn't innate; it's an opinion.
And by the
that
way,
you
shout out to everyone in
establish
the
your
chat.
mind. So I don't
You
think
guys
that
have been amazing.
you're trying to make it sound more objective than it really is. It's more of a subjective concept of the way you perceive gender and the way you perceive yourself.
All right, let's keep this going. Jesus Martinez says, Andrew, ma'am, would you fight against a female MMA?
Sure. Fuck them.
Coming full
They
swing.
hey, they wanted equal rights. Absolutely. I'd break that chick's jaw in a second and happily do it.
Got a woman beater in the house.
Hey,
you know
hey,
how
wait a
rich
second.
I
Wait
could be if they'd
wait,
let me fight all
wait.
those UFC
Wait a
chicks?
second. You mean
yeah.
if she identified as a male, it's fine to punch her in the face, right? Yeah, that's right. Anyway,
We will.
John Burt says, Will, Excuse me. See, now I'm doing it. Damn it. All right, John, Bert, Will, can you please get in your custom red crystal? What is this all about?
It's an inside joke. I'm not gonna.
Okay, I don't know.
No, it's
Hi,
not. It's not an
Gallagher.
inside joke. This is a very real phenomenon. I am told that liberals are being stuffed into crystals.
It sounds like a vibe.
Would you go? What color would your crystal be?
My
Will?
favorite color is purple. So
You're going in a purple crystal,
Of course
Why not?
it is.
not a red crystal.
Well, red is more conservative. So
Yeah, but your hair is red. You're not conservative.
my hair looks red. It's really brown. I don't know why the lighting makes it look like that.
Speakeasy, am I crazy? It looks red, right?
100. This whole time I thought it was orange hair. This whole time.
Does it look brown now? It looks more brown now, right?
I still feel like you deserve a red crystal.
Oh,
For
it looks
sure.
white now.
Wow.
with all that light on it.
I'm sure I'm gonna regret saying that, but sure, I don't care.
I was gonna say I've just got like a few grays coming in on the sides. You know.
I mean, like, is there actually an
dirty,
explanation for this,
doing like
Andrew?
a-
Or
Let's see. what we can do
well,
with this
of course,
next
of course
question.
there is, man. We're just
Yeah, but like-
a little bit of jousting. That's
but what
all.
is? But like, what is it? Is it
Yeah,
like,
but
their souls are
okay,
going to a
okay.
crystal?
I'll explain. I'll explain it.
Yeah.
Do you know how you drive a blonde crazy? I'll tell you later.
Oh, no.
Mm, okay.
Okay, Guy Gallagher says it is
Love it.
objectively true that there is no.
Let's
truth
fucking
will.
go.
I'm not sure if we want to engage with that one too much.
Is
'cause
there
we got-
objectively no truth? So the way I would
try to keep it to like 10 seconds and
Yeah,
we'll move
easy.
because we'll just try to we'll just try to knock these out
Objective-
Rye's getting hungry, I tell you.
objective truth exists, but it is impossible to know something with absolute certainty.
All right, 42 attack says Will, bad news is
Wait,
you
hang on.
lost.
What? Do you know with wait? Do you know with absolute
5
certainty? Wait, do you know with absolute certainty objective truth exists?
No,
Well, then why would you say there's objective truth, dumbass?
because I believe it exists.
What the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck?
So you know what a belief is, right? You can believe something without having absolute certainty that that thing is
Oh,
true,
okay.
right?
All right, I
Does
think we've
absolute
already-
truth? Does absolute truth exist?
In my belief system, yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Wait, it
Okay.
exists inside your belief system. Does it objectively exist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
all right. Next
And
question.
can you
can
know
ask the next
anything for
question,
sure?
guys.
No.
Oh, well then
We've
how
already-
can absolute truth
You guys have
exist?
Because that's how objectivity works. Just because you don't know how
You guys
objectivity
already
works
did this
is not my
dance
problem.
earlier.
All right,
All right,
all right.
all right,
You
you guys
don't
did this dance
objectivity.
earlier, okay? So we're gonna move on. Trainer, so bad news, you lost 100. The good news is you got free education. You should thank Andrew. That's from 42 attack. So bad news is you lost $100. Trainer Tig says, if all humans are mortal, why do we strive for immortality? The premise is humans are mortal, which is then used to question the pursuit of immortality.
What the hell was that question? If all, is that for me?
It's a whole lot of question. Did you want me to repeat it, or
If all
do you have it?
all humans are mortal, why do they want to pursue immortality? Because they won't be human anymore? Is that the
If all humans are mortal, why do we strive for immortality?
because it sounds better, more fun for the person? That's what I'll say. Sounds like a more pleasurable experience that is desired by a human. It's a
Alright.
really weird question.
Let's keep rolling. Emily A says, cause an assumption can be a premise, doesn't make any an assumption a premise. Gaslighting is manipulation, and not all manipulation is gaslighting. Fuck six. They put FFS, but it's parental filters a little bit there. So any thoughts there?
This is just gonna go in a
No?
circle.
All right. Sorry, Emily. $5 Canadian. Not too much thought there. A cause and some assumption can be a premise. Doesn't make any assumption a premise. Yeah, I don't think the panel's got too much to say there. The smartest man in the world says
He doesn't want to
"Truly
compete with that.
estrogen poisoned ginger. Live streaming from the set of the Golden
God.
Girls.
Everyone thinks I'm red hair. Wow.
Invest in a dictionary. Be honorable and pay the bet. Why? The smartest man in the world follows up with modern day debate. Did fight the flat Earth? Who is going to be having a debate with Andrew? So that is Craig McNeil versus Andrew Wilson. That's going to be on February 15th, the first day of DebateCon.
By the way, he's going to lose. I just want to point that out very quickly.
Might win.
No, he's not going to win.
He might be better than you.
He's not better than me.
You don't know that.
Did everybody?
I know
did
that.
everybody see the? Did everybody see the debate
Objectively.
the other night?
Objectively.
I was gonna say, I don't know if everybody saw the debate the other night where I called him a crotch pheasant, but yeah, we.
Wait, you called a man a crotch? Did you start with mini? You got to call him a Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant, otherwise it doesn't even count.
What the fuck?
Oh, it has to be Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant. That's where crotch pheasant comes from. Family Guy. Family Guy states it must be Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant, otherwise there is no crotch pheasant. These are the rules.
Otherwise, yeah, you're right. It is. I haven't actualized the concept. I didn't mean it though. I didn't actually want to insult anybody. I've called people worse, honestly. Lost Ronan 25 says premise 1: Will cannot admit he is wrong. Premise 2: Women cannot admit when they are wrong. How is Will not a woman? And P.S.
Bro,
I get
the
along pretty good
conclusion.
with all these guys.
Hang on. That sounds like a. Not only do I grant that the validity of this is correct, but it must be also a sound argument, as Will has quite often sounded like a woman this evening, I must admit. And only because of this, Will. It's not because I dislike you. I do like you.
I mean,
it's
I would
because
love to know why.
it's only because you do seem to have problems admitting when you're wrong about something. And you would actually be 10 times a debater if you would make concessions about things which are completely irrelevant ultimately to what it is you're trying to get at. It would make you 10 times better. I'm just pointing that out.
All right, let's move on. Next question. Caldy says, should two men be allowed to breastfeed their children?
Come on,
I
Will.
don't know what kind of question.
Will, should they, Will? Just go ahead and say yes.
I think I already answered this question. If your intent is to feed them,
it's a different one.
Well, it's the same idea. If your intent is to feed them, that is not going to succeed in feeding them. So
what if your
Would they
intent
be
is to
allowed to do
bond?
it?
What if your intent is to just bond with them by sticking your nipple in their mouth, Will?
if your intent is to bond with
Yeah,
them,
like it is a significant bonding. And I can give
I
you
don't like
study
it,
after
Andrew.
study.
we're
I don't like
asking.
it.
No, it's good. It's a good question. We're asking, what is a healthy
we just
way
not?
to bond with a child? What is a
Yeah,
healthy way to bond with a child?
is it a
Right.
man sticking their nipple in a child's mouth? Is that good for bonding, Will?
Right. I would say no.
Not for me.
Yeah.
Like, you're
So
creeping me out right now,
so
right?
all
Let's
of
go.
these
We just
men
asked
who
the
claim they're
same-
women sticking their nipple in a child's mouth, not a great idea, right?
I'm not sure if I've ever
Is that
heard of
because they're not
happening.
women, Will? Like, do you have a problem with a mother sticking her nipple in a child's mouth?
Well, that's
This
different.
hurts,
'cause
like,
they
But
feed
what if
you.
Oh,
it wasn't
God.
to feed the child?
I swear.
Right? That was like it didn't give him enough nourishment. She had to use like a bottle and other things to help with the nourishment because she wasn't pumping enough, but it did help with bonding. Is that a problem then?
I don't think it would be appropriate.
You don't think that a mother having a child latch on to her breast, even though clearly that assists with bonding, even if she had to use supplemental formula because she couldn't pump enough, is wrong?
I don't think that helps the baby very much.
You don't think that assists with bonding?
Does it assist with bonding? Is it a healthy way to bond? I don't know. I don't.
Why
think
is
so.
it unhealthy?
Because it's not nourishing the child.
Oh, it is. It's just not a ton of nourishment.
Oh,
But
so
it
they
is
get
just-
some?
Yeah, sure. They get
Oh,
some.
then sure, do it.
So then for you, men putting their nipple
They
in
don't
an
get
infant's
nourishment.
mouth, even if it's not much nourishment, but just a tiny, tiny bit, that's still okay
can't.
for the
If it's
assistance of
nourishing,
bonding.
if it's nourishing a child, then I'm all for it.
Now,
All
what
right,
if
I'm
I
all
were to
cringed
say
up.
to
I'm all
you,
cringed up, guys. Come
that
on.
we had
look,
No, I
studies-
like this. I like
Dying
this.
to
I
Keep
actually,
going.
actually, I do too. I just have one quick question.
He's done.
What if we
too.
could-
Look at the poor
What if
fella.
I could show you studies that said that even if you were to bottle feed because you, the mother, could not produce enough milk for your child, that even sticking your bare nipple in the child's mouth as the mother assisted with bonding? You would still have to concede that for a male, that should be the case too, right?
But you're saying in this study that there's still nourishment being given to the child?
No, there's none at this point.
Then from from my intuition, that sounds inappropriate.
Okay, yeah, but from a scientific standpoint,
If science helps us discover truths that are not intuitive.
so
And
if science says that
just-
women who let their baby latch onto their breast, even if they can't give them nourishment and have to supplement it, Will, why shouldn't a male be able to do that, Will? Why shouldn't you go over and stick your fucking tit in your child's face and let him suck it, Will? Why not?
Does it benefit the child, Andrew?
Well, why would it benefit the child if it's
I'm
only the
asking you
mother?
in this axiom. Does it benefit the child for the mother?
It seems to from the mother. Yeah.
Does it benefit? So would it benefit the mother with the child for the father?
Should I mute them? Like,
I don't think it would,
All right.
Will. But
Guys,
you know
then
what?
I guess
I'm
we
willing.
shouldn't.
Killing
But
me.
Will, I'm willing to
I'm
be
gonna cringe
corrected
to death.
if it
I
is the
swear.
case that a mother puts her nipple in the child's mouth and it does benefit the child. Wouldn't it then logically also be that
You know
if
how
you
hard it is
use
not
it
to
and
burst
put your
out
nipple
laughing
in
at
your
this shit?
kid's mouth as an infant, that it would
Oh,
benefit
that's so
them with
hairy.
bonding?
Let's just not. No. Stop.
Will, can you answer my question, Will?
I guess
Oh, so if I could scientifically show you that
that
a
it
woman
benefits the child.
that a
Yeah.
woman
I
putting their
can't.
nipple in a child's mouth benefits her, you would, if you were a single dad, put your nipple in your kid's mouth?
I don't think I would do it.
Why not?
That would probably make me.
All right. You guys are both on mute. You're killing me. I'm gonna cringe to death. SpeakeaZy's doing. Look at that face. SpeakeaZy's doing everything he can to contain himself as well. He's just like, this is. Boys,
I mean,
oh
it was a good
boys.
argument. I was enjoying it.
I'll tell you, man, like, yeah, no, I'm getting.
It shows the
woozy over here, I swear.
inconsistency in the logic that this genders everywhere has.
Oh man, that's just like anyway.
Yeah, I
like,
get it, but I think
times
these
that, like-
extremes
like-
need to be presented, because then it shows the inconsistency of the
It's not
logic. It
extreme.
shows the
There are literally
chaotic
males right
world
now.
we get to, and yeah, that's
What
There
not
was
are
the
even that
literally males
extreme.
right now, like nominal Naomi,
What
who
was
put their
inconsistent
nipple
about what I said?
in a child's mouth in order to assist with pair bonding. That is not inconsistent.
see?
Not only is this
See,
something
no.
which is happening, I can give you the specific persons happening with. The name transgender nominal Naomi sticks his nipple inside of a child's mouth in order to assist with pair bonding. Will, is
Okay,
that a
I
problem?
don't know what to do with
Will,
this.
is that problematic, Will?
What matters most is if it's benefiting the child.
Yeah, Will, is that a problem?
all
It doesn't, you
let's
don't, you're not
move on.
gonna say. if
All
it's
I
a-
know, Andrew, all I know is that you've got kids. You know that when you help them and they're teething and they latch on to something like your hand, like
Wow,
that, it
Ryan,
hurts.
thank you.
It hurts. It's like, ow, no,
It's
soothe her.
beautiful.
Stop that. Kids are nasty.
Oh,
I
hey,
couldn't
Ryan,
imagine being a
if I
woman
could give
with
you
all that.
scientific evidence that putting a nipple in a kid's mouth was beneficial to the kid, would you
To
put your
grab it, like
nipple?
the side of your hand.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Would you put your nipple in a little kid's mouth, bro?
So Andrew, why would you not?
No.
Whoa, Andrew, please,
Exactly.
please entertain my question, please.
Sure.
You
I
just
just
said
told you
if
they
it's
bite-
scientifically
they-
proven to help the child do that.
If a mother does it,
Good on
Wait,
them,
I thought-
because obviously
what if it's a man?
I can't
If it's
imagine
that's
being
the
a mother.
that's the question, right? It's like,
Well, no.
if you
let's-
really believe that men can be mothers, then nominal Naomi sticking his nipple or adopted kid on his fucking chest should be fine, bro.
Hey Andrew, what if it's scientifically proven that it does help the child?
I can't
if
wait for you to show me the scientific.
I'm
proof.
not saying it is. I'm saying what
Mhm.
if it was?
Yeah,
what if
then
it was
I would likely have dispute with the scientific methodology.
That's true because you have a preconceived notion and you won't admit,
So?
you won't listen to any opinions
no.
and scientific evidence that disagree with your preconceived
Are you saying I
notion.
haven't listened to any of your scientific methods this
No, but
evening?
you're admitting right now that you wouldn't listen to a scientific study that would disagree with your idea.
Oh no, I would listen to it.
Well, you
All right,
just
my
said you
body-
would take issue with it.
My body hurts.
Let us-
listening to
well,
you guys
okay,
talk about
okay,
this.
hang
So
on,
come on, let's
Hang on.
do last
Well,
20
let's just
seconds.
let's just grant it. Okay.
20 seconds.
Let's assume for a second the scientific study said that it was beneficial to an infant to latch himself, if there was no mother present, to a man's nipple. I would still say there's moral problems with that.
Oh, there
Will,
it is.
hang on, Will,
There it is.
is there any problem with that if science says it's okay?
Well, it's the fact
Will,
that you're
answer my
putting-
question. I just answered yours directly.
Yeah.
Would you say it's okay then for a man to stick his nipple in a kid's mouth?
If it's scientifically proven to benefit the child, why wouldn't I?
Well, let me tell you about a little country off the coast called Papua New Guinea. In Papua New Guinea, men stick their dicks in little kids' mouths. Hang on. In little kids' mouths at the demand of the little kids, Will. And the reason that they do it, hang on, the reason that they do it is a right of manhood. They demand to be able to do it, Will. What are they doing that's wrong?
I'm not gonna entertain this question.
Why?
I was just saying, I'm gonna,
I'm all for
woozy, I
crazy
swear.
concept. This is a little fun.
Will, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Keep,
Hang on,
we
Will.
can
Will,
keep it going.
1 second. Just look up "Calm Warriors Papua New Guinea" if you think I'm lying.
All right.
I never said you were lying.
Oh, okay. Well,
Everybody
then
heard
what's
that.
the
Everybody heard
problem?
that.
Will,
Hold on. No. We gotta stop. You know, I let that go way crazier than I usually would, but you guys are both on mute. SpeakeaZy's the only one that's really behaving. You guys just won't stop bouncing, and I swear, like, I hurt all over just like thinking about the things you guys are saying. Like I say,
To be
babies-
fair, I
anyway.
would have bring them up too.
Oh, anyway, the smartest man in the world did finish off the question by saying, did FTFE ever figure out what an idiot he was, or is it Professor Dunning-Kruger still strutting from our last chat? So that was the rest of their super chat, and I'm going to move on, and we'll ask the next question. So here, you can come off mute there, Will, and we'll ask the next question. Google persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. So yes. So what is that? Persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. Looks like all of our speakers are having a good
wait, I'm
little-
sorry. What was the question?
out.
I was enviously looking at my own shot, thinking about when the opportune time would be to take it with my Crucible audience. So I completely missed the question. That's on me. To be fair, what was the question?
Well, I have the definition because the whole thing was just to look up the definition. So I can read it for you now.
Of the Calm Warriors of Papua New Guinea?
So the persistent Mullerian duct syndrome is a rare genetic disorder where a male with a typical 46XY karyotype develops female reproductive organs like a uterus and fallopian tubes alongside normal male genitalia due to a defect in anti-Mullerian hormones, which usually causes the Mullerian ducts to regress during fetal development. That's
Will, can you tell me what the question was? Because I'm not even actually sure.
The question was look up that term.
Why?
That was the whole question. I think that was the whole question. They didn't ask anything else about it.
SpeakeaZy, what am I missing here?
I think the idea is they wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, it's just they asked to look up a
You're muted,
definition of something. Oh, I'm muted on here. Oh, it was just a question asking to look up the definition of something, and I missed what the word was or the condition.
Okay.
All right, where we at?
I said a bunch of racial slurs while you were gone, Ryan.
Hey, give me one moment. I have to relocate my computer real quick.
Okay.
You would do that. You would do that. All right. No, I told you I was gonna grab my own.
Well, actually, it was SpeakeaZy. I tried to stop him, Ryan. I tried.
Oh man, you know.
I'm just a
had to
dickhead.
Say all that. Yeah, all those hate speeches. You know, we can't handle it. We're gonna have to ban you from YouTube. Gonna have to message the overlords that be.
I identify as master.
Isn't the
gonna-
platformer of the evil worse than the evil itself?
No, he's gonna get issued his official fuck off notice here, just any day now. Anyway, here I'm gonna. So you're having a shot. So I think a good reason to have a shot is we're gonna have beer this time at the request of yours truly at the debate con, and I'm gonna have a little.
Do you know, Ryan? I have video footage of me drinking Gavin McGinnis under the table. You think you could go rounds with me, bro? Could we do it?
We do it. Oh man, I might have to behave myself. I gotta do 2 days, as you know, and I gotta
tough it out.
Go longer than you.
Tough it out.
To go longer than you.
Look. I was up when last time I was at DebateCon. I was up earlier than you guys were and helped set up even though I was a debater there. I still did,
true.
and I was hungover both days, and still managed to run Matt Dillahunty out of there in 5 seconds. Like, what's your excuse here, bro?
I don't know if it was 5 seconds. It was a little less than that, actually.
Well, 7, whatever.
I can't help myself. Like, I have to say, I was a little disappointed, and I am excited for the fact that I think both you and Craig have thick skins, and you will actually get through this debate topic, which they're going to be debating the same topic that Andrew was going to be debating at DebateCon 4, only with no runouts this time, secular worldview versus the Christian worldview. I think it's who has the better foundation is going to be the debate topic. So yeah, there's going to be a great expectation. Nobody's going to be disappointed. Everybody's going to, everybody's going to do what they got to do.
Is a Crucible chat welcome at DebateCon? Are they allowed to buy tickets and buy VIP tickets and come visit with all of us? And if we have a big party where we're all drinking and celebrating, because it's the first time I've met many of these great individuals, Ryan, you are going to be there, right?
I was going to say, it just depends when you're starting, but I will try to do my best to swing by. But are you going to have your shot or what? Here, look at the size of this thing. Look at what I got here. Come on.
Yeah, but this is like by volume, far more alcohol. Cheers to you, Ryan. And to MDD. I look forward to going down and destroying, absolutely. And SpeakeaZy is going to be there too. He just doesn't know it yet. Cheers.
Set the house on fire, buddy. All right. Now that we've gotten that far and we're all having fun, Will, I don't know if you have something to have over there. You were welcome to have a cheers with us. We're, like I say, excited for the DebateCon. There you go. Yeah, whatever you got. All right, let's ask those last few questions, guys. But yeah,
are you going to DebateCon, Will?
I wish.
Why don't you go?
I have responsibilities at home.
Well, wait a second. I think it's fair to say that there could be monetary problems or this or that. If I was willing to pay for your flight out in your room for the evening, would you come drinking with us over at DebateCon, Will? You're going to have a good time, Will. Like, you're going to have a good time. I know you're a progressive scumbag, but we won't even bring that up, right?
Oh, my God. I have to ask my boss, and AKA my wife. So,
what the fuck? Your wife's your boss?
Fuck, Chad. She's my
what
fucking
the
boss.
What do we have to do here, SpeakeaZy?
She makes
my how do we save Will, SpeakeaZy? How do we save Will?
She makes my life happy. She's my boss. I love her, and I consult her on things. So.
All right.
I
really appreciate that offer.
I'll fly you out as long as you promise for 2 straight nights. I'll be debating both days, so you get to like cope with your hangover, right? And I don't get to. I have to go debate and put on a good performance. If you promise to drink both nights with us that we're there, I'll fly you out, Will. Deal?
Oh, man, I appreciate that.
You gotta go and get wrecked. See,
we'll talk.
I'm getting flown out.
We'll talk.
I'm getting flown out anyways. I've got probably other obligations to help out with the DebateCon on the first evening, but maybe on the second evening we can rendezvous and see what happens. Maybe hit some karaoke. Who knows? Like I want to scream my booty off somewhere in America. You know how it like. What greater joy is it to go down to America and I don't know, scream some music at some people? That's why I messaged Andrew about his music friend there. If he's gonna bring a guitar, then yeah, there's no reason we can't make some noise. It's kind of like,
listen. I didn't even want to fly out. I know this piece of shit scumbag lunatic named Chase Haggard happens to be one of my best friends in the world, even though I fucking hate him. But he's a guitar genius. I didn't even want him to come out to DebateCon to make me look stupid because he's brilliant until I knew that you played the guitar and I needed you to be humbled for no good reason other than the Crucible audience will enjoy it. So now he's flying out if you're bringing your guitar, and that's the way it's got to be.
Oh, if I'm bringing I know I won't be bringing my guitar, but I'll bring
Why
my pipes.
not?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Thought that was the whole point.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No. I was gonna say no. I'll bring my pipes. And
what kind of masculine setting is this? We're supposed to be competing and talking shit
and playing
eating,
Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, and eating meat and drinking booze. Like, what the fuck?
This is a men's gathering.
All right. Well, I'll see what I can do, but I'm pretty sure that I can get my hands on a guitar. Like most bars, or your friend is going to bring a guitar. So, but my hope is that they know how to play some of the tunes so that they can just play and I can just belt out some songs. That's usually how I roll my life. I try to find somebody who can play the tunes. But I mean, I can play my Mr. Crowleys and my solos, Eruption, all that good stuff. I'm an 80s rock guy, so can't blame me for going down the rabbit hole there. But we'll have fun. We'll have fun for sure. Let's see. The smartest man in the world says sex is a spectrum. Perfect example of a wrong opinion. False non-dichotomy is our false. What is it about a lysenkoism you find so valuable, Will? Lysenkoism? Like, I can't. I'm not
Anybody know what lysenkoism is? I don't know.
Well, let me just do a quick little Google here. So I'll copy
Yeah.
and paste
How
the
do you spell
word.
it?
Yeah, it's a weird one, guys.
I don't know if it's just me, but you seem a little quiet there, right?
Me?
Oh, me?
No, Ryan, there. You
Sorry.
see,
Yeah, I can.
I'm having a hard time hearing you that last question there, so I don't know if it was just me, but
Sorry.
no worries.
I turned my preamp down earlier, and I stepped away from the old 70-year-old mic here. It needs a lot of preamp and help, So Lysenkoism is a political campaign led by the Soviet biologist Trofim Lysenko against genetics and science-based agriculture in the mid-20th century, rejecting natural selection in favor of Lamarckism. And then the second school of Harvard says a deadly mix of pseudoscience and, let's just open it up, political ideology. So, yeah, it seems like it's a 1900 Soviet.
Looks like I might have to go out to DebateCon,
I
guys.
say I like communism, kind of. I don't know.
I'm doing what I can, guys, to help you out here and expand on this.
Maybe
but,
lysenkoism is the best system anyone's ever thought up in their life. So who am I to deny?
Yeah, this is a very long article here that you can go through on Wikipedia. We're not going to go through it right now, but it does sound interesting from what I'm looking at. Maybe we'll have some time to visit your thoughts there, but let's carry on. We got just a few more super chats, guys, and then let's get out of here. Oh my, 2 hours, my butt, I swear. Jason Cassell, in Ireland, a woman has been arrested 3 times for wrong pronouns. Any thoughts there? Do you guys know about this?
Yeah, actually, Will had said something about that was unrealistic, but there's a dude in Canada that the mother wanted to affirm a transition on the child. The father didn't want it, and this father faced penalties for not wanting to affirm the kid's gender. So, like, yeah, that shit does happen, and that's a problem.
Well, that's a really different situation than not affirming a pronoun. But I don't know. I struggle to believe that someone was arrested for not affirming someone's pronoun. And to be honest, so even if you were in that situation where there was some horrible totalitarian government and you say you have to always use a pronoun anyone ever uses always, you could always just reduce down to using. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to cut you off. I do want to add context here. I looked this up right quick, and it does appear that this is a true story out of Ireland. So a teacher in Ireland was suspended from work and jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use the correct pronouns to address the transgender students. So I don't think that it was necessarily saying that she was jailed because she used the wrong pronouns, but she was getting taken to court and then was in contempt of court. But I mean, the underlying girth there is that was the situation.
Well, so. I really appreciate you looking up that context, because doesn't that just give enlightenment to the situation? She wasn't put in jail for using the wrong pronouns. She was put in jail for being in contempt of court after using the wrong pronouns for a different charge. That's a different situation. And if you want to, if somebody is going to use pronouns to purposefully try to harass somebody and bully them, I think that is grounds for some form of legal action. And if you really just, it's a fundamental personal belief that it's contradicting your morals, and that is the problem, and you really just don't want to do it, and the totalitarian government says you have to, you can always reduce it down to using their name. You can always use their name, and then you don't have to lie to yourself or contradict your own morals or any of that. Just use their name, and it won't contradict anything you believe.
Let's move on there, guys, if we can. The smartest man in the world says, an idiot admires complexity, a genius admires simplicity. For an idiot, the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. Terry Davis, look up the whole quote. Will, he's talking about you.
It's a very... it's hard to describe that without sounding insulting, but it's almost like you don't think things can be complicated and be real. Like, things are sometimes more
That's not even what
than you thought.
Hmm.
Just because you thought it was one way and it was simple and it turned out to be something different and it's more complicated doesn't mean that was wrong. Quantum physics, much more complicated than we thought it was, and yet it is reality. So it's weird to insult me just because my system is more complicated.
Let's try to keep trucking. This is another one for you, Will, and then maybe if you guys want to jump in there, SpeakeaZy and Andrew, give some thoughts back, or we can keep trucking. We've only got a few more super chats to go. A few did pop in since the last one. So, question for Will: is it objectively true that you can't know anything for sure?
Is it objectively true that you can't know anything for sure? I would say, yeah. Yeah, it's objectively true.
Move on from that one. Callie says, I'm sorry, I need clarification. Should trans women breastfeed their children?
I'm not even
debate. Oh no, please, no. Can we not?
This turned into Papua New Guinea disturbing conversation. So I've already answered the question. The answer is, if your goal is to nourish your child, then that's not going to do it.
All right. Ryan Jonesy, a lot of questions for you.
I can't correct him no more.
I like these questions.
No worries. ALC says Chase Haggard. Is that Merle Haggard's son or something?
Okay, so I just want to officially go on record. It is true that Chase Haggard happens to be one of my best friends in the world, but he's also a piece of shit scumbag because he's better than me in almost every metric, which includes debate and music and logic and everything else. And because I look up to him so much, that is what makes him a piece of shit. And so I still hate him. And so even though he's my best friend and I hate him at the same time, tell me what the contradiction is, Will. You got nothing. You got fucking nothing, Will. Nothing. It's not a contradiction. I can hate him and he can be one of my best friends.
God,
next question.
Human emotions are so complex.
So not Merle Haggard's son.
Well, I mean, I would never try to determine where Chase's genealogy is. The problem with Chase is that because he was born as an exact replica of Tsar Nicholas and he has even the mustache cross with the goatee, he could very well be Merle Haggard's long lost son. I have no clue. I would never.
He's gonna show up and start strumming the guitar and go, "Lord, I was born a rambling man." I'm gonna be like,
well, he could do that.
Haggard's son.
He could do it because that's how talented he is. But that just kind of proves how bad all of us are in comparison. So
no, I'm kidding.
But he's also a piece of shit because of that. That's my actual view.
I was gonna say there's so many versions of there's Ramble On Ramblin' Man, and then there's oh shit, what is Merle Haggard's song now? I just had it in my head and then I wanted to make it.
Okay, Ryan, let me just make this clear. He's better than you, Ryan. He's better.
Oh no.
In by like every conceivable metric.
He deserves more than us.
Yeah, he's just better.
Okay.
He's a great.
He also is the true Dark Lord. He's been running the Orthodox Discord for years. He secretly puppeteers the Crucible. The guy is fucking. He's like, I mean, you don't even want to know. You don't even want to know. Let's put it that way. You don't even want to know. For your own safety, I shouldn't even tell you. But SpeakeaZy, doesn't Chase Haggard run your channel too?
Yeah, this is all objective facts. By the way, objectively true.
I was gonna say, oh, sorry. I was gonna say NAM just happened, so I mean, yeah, if we can go down to the guitar.
No, he won NAM too.
have a fucking guitar duel. Oh yeah, it'd be so much fun. I'd love to get my arse spanked in America in a guitar duel. You're right. Just to meet some good freaking musicians. You know, it's few and far between every once in a while for me. So I
But
would
when
love
you
that.
understand that Chase really runs Modern Day Debate and Will's channel, that is when we'll be on the same level.
God. He's really
Oh,
the top of the top.
the shadow government of modern day debate.
Man,
All right.
he's everywhere
Yeah.
all the time.
The secret guitar player. All right. There we go. Doing those the six string shreds. There you go.
He lives between us and in us. It's beautiful.
There you go. All right. ALC says question for Will. That one we read. I was just jumping around a bit. Brick Jones, he says, will you live on Venus when you go to space? When we go to space?
Venus. Isn't the Mars the one for boys? I mean, I'd go to Venus. Why not?
Okay. The smartest man in the world says, Andrew, I'll go car bomb for car bomb with you, homie. Check out my cameo on Modern Day Debates debate with Fight the Flat Earth. So that's who you're going to be debating.
Okay,
there,
listen,
Andrew.
fuckhead. I don't care about any of that. Are you gonna show up at the hotel when we all go out and we have a massive feast like Will's gonna do? He just doesn't know it yet. When we all go out and have a massive feast and we go round for round and I fucking destroy all of you, are you gonna be there so that you can capitulate that my Irishness is at least tenfold what yours is? That's the question.
And when I tap out early and I go have fun.
Look at it. He's already pre-capitulating, Speakeasy.
See, yeah, that's right. We need somebody to come out here and apparently outdrink Andrew. He's feeling, I don't know. Are you
I'm
feeling
just coming
insecure?
as a
What's going on
witness to
here?
make
I
sure
just gotta
you
check
guys
that
can't
out.
lie about what happens.
Yeah. I'll just. That's right. You need to keep track of the ale that's going down.
I want you to come, Will, but it sounds like your wife won't let you, bro.
Well,
I mean, I also have two children that I have to raise.
Yeah,
so.
I have children too, but my wife doesn't do the let thing. But if you knew Christian ethics, you would know why the wife is not allowed to let. She must obey.
Must obey.
Yeah, like for instance, I'll show you. Woman, bring me down a fucking shot right this second because you must fucking obey. That's how it's done, Will.
Oh, who am I talking to?
Well, you're talking to somebody who blew you out the entire night with superior logic. You should listen to this.
I don't want to hear you blowing me. That's weird.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Talking about
asked
that.
you to come, and
I'm not swinging that way, bro.
What's going on?
Will, what would there be a problem if you swung that way?
Absolutely not.
Well, then shut up, Will. It doesn't make any sense for you to say you don't swing that way.
If
as
you
though
want me
that's
to
an
try
insult.
it, if you want me to try it,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I guess
if I want you to try it, you'll try it, Will.
I'd be open-minded.
Oh my goodness.
What would your wife think about you being open-minded?
You're right. I guess I can't do it. Sorry.
Hey, I was gonna say,
Andrew, I forgot.
Andrew, you're kind.
Yikes.
You use Blistex, right? Like, what's good? Oh god. Oh man, it's winter. Okay. It's chap lip season. All right. So check your cameo. So January 4th. For the debate prep, MDD has my email address. That proves Fight the Flat Earth is a moron. Email me with questions. That's from the smartest man on earth. So we finished that one off. Let's see. ALC says, is Chase Haggard Merle's nephew or something?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all true.
That's great. Is it?
It's all true.
Okay. That'll be fun.
The wife just delivered this, Will. Where's your drink that your wife just delivered, Will? Where is it?
Oh no.
I'm just alone sitting in a room.
Holy God, that's rough. Holy shit.
2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock where I am. So I mean everybody is so far gone.
You've asserted yourself as the alpha. That's good.
Yes, Will.
He is a Jedi. All right, so
it's called Alpha Logic.
Mark Solderson said Ryan was bringing his guitar until he found out Andrew was bringing a shredder. That's kind of funny because that's my main job. I brought out the classical, but like my main job is just to be the shred guy. Like all I play with is the Kramers on my wall here. So I mean, I don't know, but I love good I love good acoustic players for sure, especially in bar situations, because you know you can cover a lot of ground and it can get really intimate. So why not? But yeah, Andrew, yeah, just hit your buddy up there and tell him to bring 2 guitars. Ain't no reason we can't shred.
Why aren't you
together
bringing your guitar, bro?
What's
Because
stopping you
we're-
from bringing your guitar?
Or one of your many. You just told us you got a bunch
Yeah.
hanging on the
Why-
wall.
why
you
aren't
have
you
a
bringing your
lot of
guitar?
guitars to not bring to the event.
You
Bring one.
literally on even a regular flight can check 2 bags. You check the 1 bag, and then you check the guitar.
You have a whole bag extra in
What the
addition to
fuck?
the guitar.
What the fuck?
What's the excuse?
Yeah.
I'll think, boys. All right, I'll think on it. Okay, they're precious. I just broke one, and I spent $2,000 on it.
That's
so
why
I'm
you should
just-
feel more
$2,000 on a broken guitar, bro? What are you doing?
No, I spent 2,000 on it, and then James sent me pickups for it, which cost like $500. You know, that was just before Christmas, and that's the guitar I just showed you. And just before
That
I took
piece
it
of
out for a
shit you just
show-
showed me cost $500 to fix.
What are you talking about? No, the pickups that I put in it that James sent me. pickups are the-
$500 for that piece of garbage? Really?
For the
No,
pickups.
the pickups. The pickups are the thing that make the
Yeah. Why would you
sound,
put
so
$500 pickups in that shit guitar?
It's a Gibson SG.
Oh wow!
I was gonna
Not
say,
a
aren't
Gibson
you all-
SG.
Aren't
Wow.
aren't you all you know, it's an made in America guitar.
I'm just fucking with
know?
you, bro. It's
Aren't you-
good.
aren't
it's
you
good.
all,
It's good. I'm
aren't
just
you-
messing
aren't
with you. It's
you-
cool. It's cool. I'm just
No,
fucking with you.
I know. But I was gonna say, I was gonna say, this seems like it goes.
I mean,
against
that
the
is
pro-America
like
thing.
that is
We
like
love
low tier.
American-made
It
guitars.
is low tier though. Listen, James Hetfield on a Fender Stratocaster is gonna blow you out on that fucking thing with $500 pickups on a fucking SG. It doesn't matter ultimately. You got to make that fucking thing sing, son. You got to make it sing.
Well, you haven't heard me yet, so I mean, you know, send me an email back. You listen to what I sent you, and you can tell me how much I fucking suck.
Already
All right.
putting Discord in the MDD. My job here is done.
What is your job? Oh, it's just-
Throwing Discord.
Yes.
There you
He's
go.
he's the
Yes. Join the
trick-
dark side.
the god of trickery over here.
What's he been doing?
Why
I
are you
don't know.
fucking with your thumbnail? That's
Ooh,
very
this-
disconcerting.
Yeah, this is called what's it called?
And see,
Dermatillomania.
even if I did
I like to
plug
pick
my
at my
guitar
skin.
in,
How do you not have
the-
red hair but you have the ginger curls? That's very strange.
See, does it look red now?
No, it
right?
doesn't. It doesn't
Yeah.
look red now. That's fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Well, the beard kind of does.
There might
Am
be
I
some-
wrong, Speakeasy? The beard still looks red.
some
Yeah.
weird color.
Yeah.
Actually, the hair did still for me too, so I mean, I might be seeing something different.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm half mystery meat, so who knows what I really am.
I won. All right, let's go into those closings. And as I say that, last super chat says, Andrew will pay for your seat on the plane for your guitar. That's from Mark.
By the way, yeah, hang on.
There
Did
you
I
go.
tell you that I told James I only fly first class?
Jesus.
Are you going to demand a first class ticket?
For my guitar?
No, just a first class
No,
ticket.
I mean like that's you know, oh me? No, I'm not so picky. I've never been so. I've
Oh,
never been
bro,
so
dude,
picky.
have you ever been in first class? Do you know how good it is? They give you the meal and you eat the whole way down. Now, it's shit food. The point isn't to eat it. The point is to pick it up and scoff at
Yeah.
everybody who's not in first class and just kind of lord it over them, even though you know it's garbage food. That's
It's about
the point.
asserting your dominance.
See, I just
Yeah.
bring a lot of cash and I just keep grabbing IPAs.
So
by the
wait,
time I'm
you're
good
gonna
there-
be paying for the first round of drinks for the entire Crucible crew.
You eat my whole. Anyway, I won't say any more bad language. I've been saying. I've said enough on. Yeah, exactly.
He did the
March,
math real
March
quick
time.
in his head. He's like, actually,
All right. Closing statements.
Yeah. Hell to the gnaw there, Andrew. Yeah, if anything. Yeah, you can.
Well,
you can buy me
it's
a
completely
case or a
fair
few.
because the opposition opened first. That me and Speakeasy give our closings, and then he gets the last word. That seems fair. Yeah.
That's always the way I do it. I do it the UK style. I love those old debates. You go back and watch the William Lane Craig, Christopher Hitchens, and UK always does it. Whoever starts ends. So
now, because
yeah.
SpeakeaZy
Andrew,
went
you go
first, I should really go first with my closing, but I'm going to put it back on SpeakeaZy anyway because I'm an asshole.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah, you rosy red one. All right,
Yeah, that's
on you,
definitely
SpeakeaZy.
a fair deal.
Yeah.
Well, first, I want to say again, thank you to Modern Day Debates for giving me the opportunity to come up. Thank you to Will and Pep Talks as well for actually showing up and doing the debate. A lot of people on your side don't even attempt to do the back and forth. They like the echo chamber, so I at least appreciate that. And I don't take anything personal. If anyone wants to find me, it's SpeakeaZy with a Z on YouTube. For my closing, I just want to say I don't think the other side at all showed any actual logical sense to why we should even consider more than two genders, and there definitely isn't more than two genders. That's basically it. And also thank you to Andrew Wilson and the Crucible for the support. I appreciate it big time.
All right, over to you, Andrew. Being a big turd, handing it over to SpeakeaZy after describing the rules.
Yeah, I know. What a piece of shit. I know. What a piece of shit.
A collective pile. All right, over to you, Andrew, for sure. You got 60 seconds. Final thoughts.
What the fuck? 60 seconds? What is this? What? Okay.
Yeah, that's
so very quickly, because I'm a bitch knockered. Thank you to SpeakeaZy. Let's start with that. You were a great wingman in this debate, and man, it is hard to find good people who will step up to the plate. So I'm going to take this entire time to affirm my opposition rather than myself. Thank you to Will. You were extremely good faith. Even when we got into like the, what do you call it? Like tawdry back and forth, you were even good faith there. And so respect where respect is due. My arguments were better by your own concession, but you were still good faith the entire time as we made these arguments. So for that, I very much thank you. And with that, I will say you can catch me at Modern Day Debate. You will see me over there with this doofus next to me. I don't know who this fucking guy is. But anyway, Chase Haggard's going to blow him out. If you want to see Chase Haggard blow him out, Chase Haggard hasn't even agreed to come, but he will. And we're going to blow this idiot out. And then on top of that, drink him under the table. And then on top of that, you're probably going to see SpeakeaZy there. And then on top of that, Will probably come too, because the Crucible will take care of your ticket. Will go ask your wife for permission. Go be like, honey, we need permission. I gotta go.
You're saying this just so that when you debate Alex Stein the
hey,
next
you
day,
can't cut me off in my fucking. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Who cut somebody off in their closing? What the fuck, SpeakeaZy?
Fucking piece of shit.
It's not very Canadian of you, bro.
It's not, dude. What the fuck kind of shit is
that? Misrepresenting the Canadian.
Are you gonna cut everybody off?
Yeah, they call me Garbage Maple where I'm from. Anyways, no, as I say, you're just doing this so that when you are debating with Alex Stein, you can look over at me and be like, he's so fucking hungover. I'll be there like, oh my God, why did you do this, Andy?
Listen,
why
Mr. Stein, Mr. Stein and me have a very old relationship. I've been going back and forth with Stein for years. He's a good friend of mine. Now, he's not like Chase Haggard, where he's like a logical and musical genius, but he is a buddy of mine. And so is Alex Stein gonna like go out with us and have drinks and have a good time? Of course. But Ryan, you're gonna be there, right? Ryan, you're gonna be there, right? We're not gonna fucking like do this bullshit where we eat James's Subway fucking sandwich. We're gonna go out and we're gonna party like
What
fucking
is
rock
wrong
stars,
with-
right?
What is wrong with Subway as well, though? I got.
I'm not saying there's something wrong with
nothing-
Subway. I'm just saying that
nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying that, like, look, if I invited Ryan over and I was like, please come to my, debate con thing, I would take Ryan out and be like, hey, thank you so much for coming out, this and that. James does the Subway thing because he gets free Subway. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out, Ryan. You
I'll
gave me a
wake up on the-
meatball sandwich. I would have taken everybody out for a steak. I'm just pointing it out, Ryan.
I'm gonna wake up on the bar table tomorrow and be like, "Where is everybody?" And I'll show up and be like, "Andrew, you left me there." I'll be like, "Yeah, that was fucking
Look,
funny,
if
wasn't
there's
it?"
not 10 people there fighting over the bill, we have failed. So anyway, the point is, I hope to see all of you over at the MDD live broadcast. You'll find that in Newark. We put the address out multiple times. SpeakeaZy. He sucks. He's a piece of shit, but he's still going to come out, and we're going to have a great time.
All right,
And
hang
on.
I
You
love it.
filibustered me, fucker. And Will, are you going to come, Will?
Sounds like a vibe.
Are you coming, Will? I want a
Ooh.
commitment, Will.
Oh my god.
Come on, Will. The
Well,
Crucible
ring
pay
right
for it
on your
all.
finger.
Hang
Doing
on.
my best. I'm doing my
Crucible
best.
crew, go over to MDD, put in ones. If we'll take care of Will, right? He has to come out. We have to do the drinking. We have to do the eating. We have to live like fucking kings for a weekend. Will, you're coming, right? If we pay for it, Will.
I'm gonna try.
No, I don't want to
Do my
fucking
best.
hear we're gonna try, bro. Will, if we pay for everything, are you coming?
I would love
Sorry.
to come.
Enough of the
So
peer pressure.
Will,
I was
hang
gonna
on.
say,
Real quick.
Will's gonna figure it out.
If we pay for everything, and we'll pay for everything, we'll pay for your flight, we'll pay for your room, we'll pay for your drinks, we'll pay for your food. You're coming, right?
I will do everything I can.
Fucking this fucking guy, dude. What
I
a
know,
fucking worthless
I know.
fuck, this fucker.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
I know. So
All right,
Two
my
fucking
closing
days,
debate,
2
my closing
days.
debate, my
All right,
closing argument.
Andrew, it's very generous for you to offer, but we're just gonna stick you. I'm gonna stick you both on mute, just to be fair. All right, I know SpeakeaZy doesn't have to be on mute, but like, we'll just be fair. All right.
I know.
Don't make. All right, free cocked wills.
Thank you.
Sarcastic dick. They pay $5 for that.
Free
Oh
will.
my god.
It's like, hey, it's just take
Free
your
Willy.
guitar and hang out with the lads, man, and have a drink. Andrew's the beast. Learn from the man. If there's guitar there, like I said, I'm not looking to get too wasted because I do have a job to do. I've got 8 debates.
Stop
to
meeting
be
me, Mom.
hosting.
Stop meeting me.
Oh my god.
Don't make me turn off the ability to unmute yourself. All right,
You're
but we
just
do have-
jealous because Chase Haggard's gonna blow you out, bro.
I'm so jealous.
You'll see.
cry.
Listen, bro, you're gonna see. And here's the thing: I'm gonna film it. I'm gonna film as Chase Haggard completely blows you out, Ryan, and I get to watch that live. And I'm gonna film every fucking second of it while you say, Chase, teach me more. But he's not going to. You know why? You know why he's not going to? Because you have to drink Chase Haggard under the table before he'll teach you a lick, son. Just saying.
All right, you'll have to send me who it is you're talking about as well, so that we're all
No,
playing on the same ground.
No, that's no fun. He's younger
Why
than
is that
you.
no fun?
He's younger than, well, maybe he's not younger than you, but he's a young man, very
What do you
bright.
think I am? I gotta ask.
I would put you at fairly close to 30.
All right, yeah, no, I'm 31. But no,
Yeah.
Fair enough. But no, I am definitely not like I like the things that I like, but I'm not super egotistical. If somebody's great at something, like, I congratulate you. I just hope that we can make
What
music
the fuck?
together.
No, I want to hear. I'm going to blow this guy out. He's scum. He's going to get wrecked. Where's that fucking Ryan masculinity we want to see? Come
I
on.
mean, obviously he's gonna get rocked, but I mean,
Yeah, there we
I don't
go.
have to
There
worry
we
about
go. There we go.
I don't have I don't have to get off onto it. I'll just pick up the guitar and let my hands speak for themselves, right?
Fair
All
enough.
right. Will's been waiting so patiently while we banter on about the debate con. We're so excited. We can't help it, Will. I'm so sorry.
Dude,
You know,
it
you
sounds
got
like
caught up in all our promo.
it's a vibe. I love this.
Also will market DebateCon just a little bit. Like you can tell
Oh, yeah.
tell
No,
everybody we're pieces of shit. That's fair. But like throw in the DebateCon, throw in the marketing.
Flies buzzing around our heads the whole nine.
Throw in the marketing a little bit.
It really sounds like it's going to wind up being like that movie Hangover, but with people who are debating each other all the time. So
And
I think that sounds like a way more fun version of Hangover.
so this
in
is
my opinion.
fantastic. So
yeah,
this is
that sounds
awesome.
like my heaven. To be honest. So
All right, all right. Let him
that
have
sounds
his. Let him
that
have
sounds
his.
awesome. So for my closing,
You're too fast.
I tried to explain my side pretty well. I want to make the most important point of my debate is that we oversimplify gender and sex, and things are sometimes more complex than you think. And someone's personal opinion about themselves, you cannot change. You cannot take that away from them. And if we want to support each other, be a supportive, respectful society, then we should support people when they need help and if they want help. So I do appreciate Wilson and SpeakeaZy and Ryan for being here. I think MDD, the live event, is going to be a vibe with Ryan rocking his guitar and everyone drunk all the time. That sounds like the best time ever. So
I don't
everyone,
bring my guitars, I swear.
anyone
They're all
who's
precious.
within a 2-hour distance, drive there for sure. It's gonna be good.
Awesome. All right, well, let's close it out there, guys. Oh my goodness, look, I did it again. Ryan Dunn did it again. I went for almost 5 hours. Ah, shit.
This is what the people want, Ryan.
I said
You're
earlier,
doing a great job.
I said to everybody, 2 hours. We're gonna try to keep it to 2 hours. Like it's 2:30 my time here in Nova Scotia. So yeah, I'm gonna go and make some burgers.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I've got everything ready. To hell with this. I got bacon ready. I've got burgers ready to fly. So this is, you guys are great. You're important, but it's burger time. All right. So thanks everybody for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We are going to have DebateCon 5.
Wait, before you close, can I just ask one question? SpeakeaZy, can we have a convo post debate?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are you live right now?
Yes, I am.
Send me a link when you can. Okay, go ahead, Mod. Sorry about that.
No worries. I was just gonna ask if you need me to. Obviously, you guys are connected, so I don't need to connect you guys. So, but
are you coming over? Are you coming over?
No, I need to. I like I just said, I'm gonna make burgers and.
Will you coming over?
Double stack.
I'll be down.
Okay, send him a link too.
Here, I'll put the StreamYard link right here in the back.
Right now, it would happen. Okay.
There you go. All right. Well, these guys are going to be hanging over at SpeakeaZy's link there. So you guys, if you're hanging out in our live chat and you want to keep hearing more from these guys, they're going to be hanging over at SpeakeaZy, who is linked in our live description, along with Andrew and Pep Talks, who was here earlier. We appreciate all our speakers. Will, SpeakeaZy, Andrew, excuse me, and yeah, Pep Talks. Sorry. It's like I said, I'm getting to hunger time. So I'm going to hop on out, go grab myself something to eat. And yeah, I got to go skiing tomorrow. Oh, I got to be up in like a few hours. And yeah, it's a good time.
That's fun.
To be a Canadian. Yeah, I was going to say it's 9 to 9. So I'll be back tomorrow night. Try not to break my hands the whole 9. So, all right, guys. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate y'all.
Take it easy.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
All righty. And I did put my link there for the guys to come on over. Listen, I want to say thank you to everybody who was here during the debate. I was reading your support and your great comments. I can't thank you guys enough. All right. I just, as the OGs over here know, I don't ever pay attention too much to the chat. while I'm debating. But yeah, that was great. I am extremely happy with how that went. And I did see a couple of you saying they wish they heard more of me, but you got to remember this is a team debate, right? And the worst thing you can have in a team debate is the people on the same team trying to like outweigh each other and talking or nothing, right? I had my game plan that I was going to let Andrew lead the way and I was going to pile on top of the arguments like I said last night, right? That was the game plan. And it worked fucking great. It worked fucking great. And thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it. I really do. And you know what? I think I might have to take a flight over to the debate con in February here, just because, you know, not only for the experience, I want to go and meet everyone, you know, have a good time, drink some drinks, enjoy some music. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. All right, give me one. Let me put this up just for a quick second here. Just for a quick second while I grab my water. And smoke. I was waiting to smoke, you know what I mean? Oh. Here, I think we need to put a little celebration troll tune on, don't we? Just for the time being, you know. Andrew might be coming over too, so let's put a, you know what I'm saying? Let's fucking go.
If the bears are in the building, best believe it's about to get real. Sticking to the facts, we don't care about your sad feels. Do some shit to hide and say it's better that you stay clear. Digging deep for specialty, we got the weakest slay fear.
Like I said, I can't thank you guys enough. And a big shout out to the Crucible crew that's been coming through and dropping some donos. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you all. Bow down to the bears, we set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the groove sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. Thinking you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears, we set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. Verbal combat Friday, slowly taking over, tell the world. We put a lot of work in this story, so it's well deserved. Ambition for a mission, the path we walk is undeterred. Had a chat with God, he said the future win has been confirmed. Often imitated, but they just can't duplicate the craft. I said this shit before, let's say it louder for the back. It can be just 30 or the 1500 in the chat. The best chat that's on this YouTube, that's a fact. Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. And you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to
training mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. The we can never lose sector. The we can never lose sector. Speak easy.
W stochastic. Ah, shit. Oof. Oh yeah, I've been waiting to smoke. All right, that was just fucking great. That was just great. I I knew, I'm not gonna lie. One thing I knew was gonna happen is we weren't gonna stick on the if there's more than two genders because they couldn't win. There's no winning for them on that. So we had to move over to like the trans issues type thing. I kind of knew it was gonna go there. Perfect, Rachel. Oh, and Will just got here. Welcome, welcome.
What's up, SpeakeaZy?
How's it going?
That was a long debate.
Definitely.
But it was a really good time. I think it had a good balance of contention and also camaraderie. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Like the thing with debates, right? A lot of the time, because you're on opposite sides and you're proving your side, there's going to be contention, right? It's a bad thing to hold on to that and like make it personal and keep this contention going after the debate. It's kind of pointless.
Oh no, it's all melted away now. Now that we're kind of just chilling out.
I don't feel like it's melted away.
The contention is still burning in us. Is there people here, or is it?
Yeah, there's thousands upon thousands watching you right now, bro.
I can't see any.
Thousands.
That's perfect. That's how
Yeah, over here in my small channel, we got about 80, and then over in
Andrew's, you mean
like
his giant channel, which deserves to have far more views than it currently does. There are thousands here, but I did want to continue from where we were. I did. I'm just not quite satisfied because I don't believe that you believe this. I really don't.
Oh,
and so here's my question to you. What would be convincing to you for me to bring you over to my side of this? What would be actually convincing to you? Go ahead.
So that's a really good question, and I like that. The problem, the core issue of this debate isn't really a scientific one that can be argued with evidence. Would you agree? Because this is an argument.
I think it can be argued with evidence, yeah.
But I don't think so, because it's about semantics. This is about a semantical distinction. That's all it is.
Yeah, so I'll answer your question. I do believe that you are correct. There is a semantics distinction. But I don't really think that means we can't argue with evidence. So post semantic distinction, like you and I could agree that there's all sorts of semantic distinctions. You and I can argue over what a chair is or what a cup is or various things like this. But that doesn't mean we couldn't use evidence to reinforce our position, right?
I mean, you're right. And I guess I'm coming at the side of, I mean, your utilitarian argument is good. I'll say it's not a bad way to approach it from. But I come from it that all of those ideas that maybe you could argue it's going to help those people feel satisfied that the people who are trans aren't considering themselves trans right? That's kind of the idea with the utilitarian. It makes them feel better, and that's more.
Yeah. I agree with that.
But I think that benefit, that utilitarian benefit, is not going to last for the rest of humanity.
What do
I
you
think.
mean?
Well, okay, I'm not a religious person, right? It's
Sure.
probably kind of obvious.
Yeah, sure, no
And
problem.
I really personally believe that we will go to a point where we outgrow religion, and we
Why? Why do you think that?
because I don't think religion is true. And I think people who cling to religious beliefs will become less productive than people who are able to take those chains off of them and focus on straight scientific reasoning and facts.
I actually think this is one of the more compelling arguments from atheists or agnostics. But let me kind of dive in here a little bit. Do you agree with me that the religious, when it comes to reproduction, reproduce more than atheists?
I could see that being true. I could see that.
Why
being true.
Why do you think that would be true?
Well, they look at reproduction as a virtue, right?
Right. So
Be
it's
fruitful
part.
and multiply.
Yes. So we agree that that's from the religious aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I, as a Christian, am commanded, if I'm going to take a
Yeah.
wife, to reproduce, right?
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why religion grows and it grew in the past.
Then why do you
greatly.
think that atheists are going to overtake it if that's still the case?
I do think they'll overtake it because
Why?
I think at the end of the day,
Who reproduces?
So you can have religious people reproduce and their children not be religious.
That's
right?
true.
You don't inherit the gene of the
But
religion.
we have a problem here. Don't you agree that the reason the Christianity stuck in the United States is because it was father to child, mother to daughter?
It was.
Then if it is the case,
but it doesn't mean
that
it'll be that way
most of the
forever.
people who are born into religious families,
I-
it is the case that some will be atheist. I don't dispute that.
Mhm.
But most are going to follow the religion of the parents. Yeah.
I think you can say that sometimes, and sometimes
Well,
most,
it couldn't be sometimes, right? Like, let's just look at the numbers right
it's not
now.
every time. Like
Yeah,
atheism
no,
can grow.
I don't. I never said it's every time. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying every single child, like me, ultra Orthodox Andrew, every child I have, some of them may, of course, become agnostic or atheist, but most of them won't. You agree with that? Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. Like you can wait. When you say most of them, as in most of your children won't, or
Yeah.
most
So
of
let's say I have
general
10
children.
children.
Yeah.
And I said probably around 7 or 8 will probably follow my religious values.
You can say probably with you, but I will say that atheists and people who don't preoccupy themselves with some religion can use the energy that they would put into their religion and put it into something that is more productive and more better for their society. And I think it can eventually result in a society that is better structured and stronger, more efficient, and values people over any dogma, right?
Let me ask you this just straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think morality comes down to preferences, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah. Then if I think morality comes down to preferences, but I can make a more convincing argument that my unchanging preferences align with what it is you think, how do you refute that or beat that?
You said you can argue.
Yeah. So let's say for a second that I adhere to all Christian virtues, absent being a Christian. I'm not a Christian at all. Don't believe in God. Don't believe in any of that sky fairy nonsense.
Right.
But I look at the adherence of the values and I think to myself, actually, these are really good fucking values, right?
Right.
Like I agree with all of them.
Right.
Why is it that if I were to say, I'm going to force those values on you, I'm going to say, me and the government agree with my preferences.
Yeah.
I'm going to force those values on you. If you were the person who said, well, my values and preferences are what is moral, then
Mhm.
everything external to that would be immoral. So, meaning anything that does not align with your preferences would have to necessarily be immoral.
Yes.
Then how is it I'm wrong?
You're not, objectively speaking.
I'm not, right?
You're not. You're not. Objectively speaking, very
Yeah.
important nuance.
Sure.
It's not objectively wrong.
That's
It
fair.
is subjectively wrong, in my opinion, what you're doing. That's all I can say. And
So
that's
then
all I can
slavery
understand.
was only objective or subjectively wrong.
That's exactly correct, Andrew. There is
Do you
no
think
objective wrong.
then that if I were to say that I'm going to force my religious values on you for your own good,
Mhm.
and it was at least from your subjective preference, society got a little bit better,
Yeah.
wouldn't I be justified in doing that?
Well, again, you're justified in doing
Whatever.
justice is subject. Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, and to be honest, I see the value religion brings. I see it. There is value in religion. I personally believe religion is what brought us out of the dark ages.
Sure.
I believe, like,
Yeah.
well, not the dark, sorry, the Stone Age. I believe when we were cavemen and we didn't have any religious beliefs, we were closer to animals. And once we gained those religious beliefs, we started to cooperate and to be stronger through that cooperation, through those religious virtue agreeances with each other.
But you would agree with me with when it comes to force doctrine. So, like, let's put it this way.
Mhm.
If it is true that everything is subjective, morals
Yes.
are subjective, ideologies are subjective, this comes down to force. How could it not come down to force?
It doesn't have to come down to force. It could come down to discussion. It could come down
Sure.
to convincing.
No,
right?
I'll concede again. Sure. It could come down to discussion.
Mhm.
When we discuss and we decide on policy or prescription,
Mhm.
prescription equals force. Yeah.
You could say that, yeah.
So if it is the case that prescription equals force, and I believe
Mhm.
that Christian values are the best form of values for all peoples,
Yeah.
and then utilized force for the prescription, you could not actually say that was wrong.
No, not in an objective sense. It's just
So
there,
so if
there isn't.
that's the case, then I'm going to be fully charitable and just say to you, okay, I've decided I'm the unilateral dictator of the United States. Christian ethics are going to be the law of the land.
Mhm.
What's your problem?
I don't like it.
Why?
That's my problem.
Yeah, but why?
Well, I don't like it because it doesn't align with my morals.
Which ones?
So Christian ethics, one of the, I mean, I think it's about 5 out of the 10 commandments are all about praising God, right?
Which ones?
Have no God before me.
Yeah.
Worship the Sabbath. Worship on the Sabbath. Don't take God names in vain.
Mhm.
I think there's a couple others, but those virtues that are praised in the Christian religion are only valuable because it preserves the religion. It is
I see.
not value in any objective sense. And that preservation of religion creates dogmas and creates unquestionable fundamental concepts that is not beneficial to society.
I actually totally agree with this take, except for the non-beneficial to society. Let me give you an example. The F slur. This is the FAG,
Right.
et cetera, slur.
I appreciate you not just saying it.
Well, it's not that I wouldn't because I have a moral objection to it. I just wouldn't because I respect that SpeakeaZy has me on his channel right now and don't want to violate the TOS. I don't have any actual objection to the word because words are only as powerful as you make them. I think you would agree with me on that. And I don't even believe that you've never called your friend the F slur because it's just such a fun word, right? Everybody, I'm like, come on, Will, you've done it. Come on, you've done it.
I think you'll even admit most of the time you don't even use it for gay people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. You've used it. Am I wrong?
I genuinely haven't used it. I can't prove
Never.
it, I've never had the desire.
Never once. Come on, you've never said it once, bro.
I can't give
You look at
the
your fucking smile. Look at that smile, bro. You can't even control it.
Not only do I not use that word, I don't use the R slur, and it's not me like restricting myself. I just don't feel the sense to want to use.
All right, fine. All right, fine. Maybe that comes off as believable, maybe not. But my point is that what I'm kind of bringing to bear here is
guys,
like,
could I have one moment? I'm gotta get my charger and hope that my computer doesn't die on the way.
Yeah, of course. No, you can't have a moment, Will. No moment.
Get back here.
Get back here. Yeah. You do the scorpion thing. You gotta do the scorpion thing. Get over here. By the way, let me give you the official tally here while we're live. Ask Mr. E. Mr. E, what did we make on the channel during the debate? Because we have to send you your due and proper SpeakeaZy.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but I really appreciate it.
No, an agreement's an agreement. Where's Will? Something's wrong here.
He said he was getting his charger.
There's something going on.
Yeah.
Something's up, bro.
Connections. It's possible.
I blame you for all of this.
That's fair. It usually is.
Totally fair.
Oh,
gone.
Yeah, maybe his thing died. Maybe he's gonna come back.
He's not gonna come back, bro.
Was that the get out of jail card he used?
It's just look, I could be wrong. I'm gonna stick around for a few minutes. We're gonna see. Just got a feeling, bro. So the thing is here's what I think. I think that Will would have a direct preference in having a debate 1v1 with you because you were quiet for a lot of that debate. I just don't think it would go any better for him.
Right.
That's what's kind of hilarious to me. I think he's kind of waiting until I jump off and he thinks that'll be the time. Hey, I got the laptop all charged. We're ready to go. And now we have a 1v1. I just don't think it would go any better.
Definitely not.
Yeah, that's just my take. But I'll wait a few minutes. Right?
For sure.
It's
funny that you brought that up because I brought that, like, we were just talking about this not long ago on a panel where, like, you almost hardly use this word for gay people. Like, obviously people use it for gay people, but like a lot of the time you'll say it to one of your friends or some dude you don't like it's just, you know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So anyway, Will, we're talking about if both of our worldviews just reduce to force and force doctrine based on preference, you can't really say there's anything wrong with me using force for my preference.
There's nothing objectively wrong about you doing anything ever.
Just subjectively.
Just subjectively.
So Donald Trump is subjectively bad.
Yes. Yes.
And
the Holocaust was subjectively bad.
Subjectively.
Right? Subjectively. And I could even argue, the Black Death, like, diseases are subjectively bad, right? Because I don't like them.
Yeah.
No, they're not really moral, but I don't like them, similar to ways I don't like other things.
So then if it's just a matter of if more people like my preferences than yours, what makes them wrong?
So I use the word like, but that's an oversimplification. Again,
sure. I agree with that.
It's more of, I have a personal moral code that I've come up with in my brain and how I decide if something is good or not good.
Sure.
Morally, from my personal opinion.
Yeah.
And that moral code for me is based on two things: knowledge and happiness. Those are the only two things I think that matter in the whole universe. But it's not just knowledge and happiness for me. It's knowledge and happiness for all people, at least
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah, I agree, but that would still just be reliant on your personal preference.
Mhm.
So if I have a personal preference that says knowledge and happiness is not a value that I hold, and most people agree with me, why are all of them wrong?
You can't be wrong about a preference.
Well, then if all of us enslaved all of you, what's wrong with that?
Nothing objectively.
Then ultimately the idea that Christian nationalism taking over the nation and guys like me pushing it, there's no actual value structure here which you're pointing to that says that this is wrong. All that you're hang on.
Yeah.
All that you're pointing to is that if you have more people who agree with you that it's wrong than it is, and if I have more people who agree with me that you're wrong, then we're correct. And forced doctrine in place means, well, essentially we can just kind of enslave you, and there's really nothing outside of your own preferences that would even say that that was incorrect.
That's exactly right. Right. This is
Well,
the
then,
life.
then I don't know where to go from there, because essentially you've just made the will to power. So, Will,
No.
I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I am far more charismatic, and I have a much larger following, and I always will, because I'm much more charismatic. And it's not even a dunk on you, right? Will could be maybe a much better husband or father or various things that I have no idea about. Just more charismatic Andrew, less charismatic Will, which means that more charismatic Andrew levying against people that Will bad. If I whipped up an entire mob saying Will is bad, all Will has is Will's preference is that Will not bad. Therefore, Andrew should not do X thing. But as long as I convince X amount of people to enslave Will, you can't have a real moral objection, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where to go from there. Will, you have been by far the most good faith agnostic and atheist I have ever dealt with. And in front of this large audience that you see before you today, shout your channel out, because, man, it has actually been refreshing to have just kind of yes or no answers. Go ahead, bro.
I actually don't have a channel. I don't really have any presence on the internet. I'm thinking I'm probably going to start growing one, because I enjoy these types of conversations. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, it's sometimes these opinions are difficult to describe because they don't sound good on the face of it. But this is what reality is. You know, preferences, morals are inherently preferences and opinions. And there isn't any right or wrong opinion other than subjectively. And
I understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate it very much, man. I'm going to get out of here. SpeakeaZy, thank you for letting me come on for the debrief. One last question for you, Will. I hope you enjoyed the debate, man.
I did enjoy the debate. I think it was very, very lively, very, there was a lot of just good vibes all around. So
Sure.
I'm happy to be a part of it.
Well, you can find SpeakeaZy's channel. He does this. It's pretty fun. It really is really fun. I come in all the time myself. Verbal combat. You got to explain it to him real quick, SpeakeaZy.
Yeah, so it's like an open panel blood sport debate. Like anyone's allowed to come join, but the chat is also able to do a bunch of attacks on the people on the panel, so they can initiate 1v1s, mute people, change their names, all types of stuff. And they're ultimately the judge at the end of who wins, and the winner gets $100 and a custom verbal combat character, and then I put them up on my channels for a week.
That sounds like
it is a ton of fun. There's cash prizes, all that stuff. You should come in and compete, Will. I must admit, you have been a very good faith interlocutor. So with that, I'm going to get out of here. I've drank way too much tonight, and my wife still has to bring me one more shot with the Crucible chat, but it was very good to meet you, and I hope that we engage again. You can also find Will. I did find many of his arguments against the flat earth very compelling. I thought that he did a very good job there. I did compliment him on that before we ever went live, just so that, you know, that's public. I thought he did a great job. Against me, though, he was completely devastated because I'm epic in all fucking ways, Will. But I do appreciate it. You have a great night, man.
Turn me into slime. Thank you, man.
Have a good one.
You two guys. Take
Later,
care.
guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Too good. Oh, I didn't think Will was gonna leave. He didn't have to leave, but no, it's all good. Because let me see actually what time it is. We have been going for almost 6 hours here. Almost 6 hours. Big shout out to Andrew and the Crucible. Shout out to Will. Shout out to Modern Day Debates as well for coming and joining or having me on. Sorry, and all of you for coming and joining is what I meant to say. I myself have had a couple drinks tonight. Again, appreciate all the support. I didn't want to interrupt the debate, but we have King just coming in here with his gifted membership train over here. We got one JP Belly. Religion will lift us up from more than that. Let's go. To Will, if I identify as an Apache attack helicopter, am I trans or mentally ill? Fuck, Chase, that would have been a great one to read for Will. That would have been great. That would have been great. You guys, absolutely amazing though. It's been killer. All right, this is good. Now what right, Jim? Like what the hell? It is a needed question. I know, Chase. That's your favorite one. I know it is. Get to the chopper. Thank you, Culpercast. Thank you for coming and help support so I can continue giving this entertainment. Okay. Hopefully this is a good road. Like I told you guys, okay? I've been going hard as I can for y'all. I put as much as back into this all just so I can continue upping this entertainment for you guys, okay? I really trying. I think it just makes sense. I should just fly out to DebateCon. All right, it's a 2-day trip. I'm close by anyway, so it won't even be far. Right? It won't be a long trip at all. You know? Wait, what? What did you say about President Sunday? Jeremy, I don't see President Sunday. Who are you talking to? Anyways, listen. Yeah, I mean, oh, he was gifted a membership. Listen. I think it just makes sense. All right. It is in New Jersey. I mean, nothing wrong with that. That's not too far. Like I said, go out for 2 days, have a trip, get a great experience. You know, maybe there'll be something I can stream while I'm out there doing some shit. I think it's a good idea. Just makes sense. You know what I mean? It really just makes sense. Oh, what happened? We got a raid from the Raging Tomato. Shout out to Raging Tomato for the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah. What would happen with VK that week? Well, King, I could still do it from the laptop or something if I had to. But isn't it on a Saturday and a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken? So I mean, I might not have to even skip it. Actually, yeah, I would, because it's Saturday morning, so I would have to skip. Who knows? We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Welcome in all the tomato raiders. All right. I appreciate you all. We just finished up a 2v2 debate. Me and Andrew Wilson took on some lefties about if there's more than two genders. I don't think I need to tell y'all who completely annihilated the other side. So you know what we're getting raids. We must continue the show. I think we must continue the show. Okay. So let me think here. We can either look for some panels to purge. Hey, and then the Crucible coming in with a raid. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Mr. E. Let's fucking go. All right. I think we might have to look for some panels to raid. All right. I think that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to do a panel purge, see what we can find. We have the crowd here, and, you know, the show must go on. All right. The show must go on. Easy thought he'd get rid of us that easy. Shit. All right. Well, let's see what we got. Hey, you know, listen, if it's open panel purge time, got to do this right. We just got to do this right.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement for the weekly YouTube panel purge, sanctioned by the bears of the Panelverse. Verbal combat of level 4 and lower has been authorized for use during the purge. All other tactics are restricted. Absolutely no one has been granted immunity during the purge and are open to all internal critiques and verbal destruction. Commencing at the siren, any and all name-calling, slut-shaming, lefty smashing, and degen crushing including toxic masculinity will be legal for the continuation of the stream. White knights, simps, and top feminists may not be available until the ending of the Panelverse purge. Blessed be my fellow conservatives and these great countries. May God be with us all. And not with them.
I just said I'm SpeakeaZy, bro.
SpeakeaZy. Oh, you!
A long time ago, you couldn't determine biology from a test. There was no pregnancy test. Drug dealing. How about selling heroin? Selling heroin gives me lots of money. Should we make that legal?
Point of the hypothetical to see your consistency.
Tyson would be able to start charging like $500 for a Snickers bar.
This would fuck the economy up.
I did not give you that role to look through my recordings. I gave you that role so that you could...
I can tell you don't have a driver's license yourself because it doesn't say your race on your driver's license. Alright, so who's running the panel right now? They want blood, so there shall be blood. They want the blood, so there shall be blood spilt upon these panel verses. May God be with us all, and not with them. Let's fucking go. Shout out Sarah. Shout out what else we got? We got some more gifted memberships coming in. Shout out to you guys. big thank you for the support. Let's see what we can find out here in these panel verses. All right. Let's see what we got here going first. Oh, look who just happened to pop up here. Someone was watching me. He wasn't up here 2 seconds ago.
They got you.
Let's see what
Claudio want to be Ramist.
If Chile is so bossing, why are you in an American chat? Right? Why aren't you hanging out with Chile chat?
He's bored to death being there.
Oh, because boring as fuck. All right.
Nah.
You can continue. You can
Chile's not
continue.
boring.
Please continue the speculation. Why am I here?
Why are you trying to Captain Savaho, this soul selling mofo from Chile? Is trying to
Sure, Chile's not boring.
How much for your soul?
Yeah, how much would you sell your soul for, Kramis? Isn't Kramis like the evil Santa Claus?
No.
No, that's Krampus.
Oh, okay.
It's not Krampus. No, it's no Krampus. Also,
When you ask this question, right? Because you say if you can go see your whatever, like, here's my thing. What I'll go with what Nice just say because it's important. The hell are you getting back in return?
There we go. I sent it, Andrew.
Back in return?
All I heard is what I'm given. What am I getting back in return?
Free burger with your next purchase from Steak and Shake.
What do you want in return?
Why would I sell my soul for mofos?
I did. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know in the chat. Andrew, I sent you the link there. And thank you, chat, for letting me know. I'm trying to get this blood for you.
That's a fact. Look at Twilight.
I come back as black. What that show? Yeah, I could be a diamond vampire like the weirdo Robert, whatever his name is, Patterson.
I think you're
come out with all my pimp shit, my cape, be at the discotheques like, hey, you bitches. Yeah, this that vampire pimping.
That's a very funny
Ain't
idea.
talking about anything.
Yeah, then you got to worry about Buffy the Vampire Slayer finding you, though.
No, not really.
Hey,
Andrew wants you to read it out loud when you get it. Okay.
Hey, listen, when Buck is around, I wear my gray sweatpants.
Oh, it was it came in Cash App instead. Oh, okay, it wouldn't accept it. That makes sense. It says Crucible Super Chat cut, and I'm guessing did you want me to read the amount as well? Crucible Super Chat cut. I just want to see that you want me to read the amount as well. Okay, yes. $875. Crucible Super Chat cut. Listen, I really can't thank you enough. Honestly, you really didn't have to do that. Truly a man of his words, okay? And as I've told him before, a true inspiration for people to follow. All right. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Rachel, the whole Crucible team. You guys absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. I that's fair. Have a good night, bro. Rachel, I hope you feel better soon. Thank you guys so much. Absolutely amazing. Like I say, guys, okay? If you're not subbed up, you'd be crazy. All right?
queer Japanese bullfighting that's happening on Kramis.
Chile.
Oh, and by the way, too, before I forget, too, make sure, let me get the link for you guys in the chat. Make sure y'all go get Rachel's book as well. Okay. The wife is listening to it these past couple of days. She's been going through it. She got the audio version because, you know, she's always doing something. She's always busy. She's not good at sitting around, which is good because she wouldn't be the wife.
Yeah, that shit look crazy.
No.
You have to have sex with that bull first?
This is Japan. Look at the mask. The guy used the.
Yeah, he looked like.
What the hell is going on here? Let me put it up to live. Why are we watching?
Pro glow. He's got the glow. You remember that? Show enough.
We might have to look for something.
Bruce Leroy. That was a good
We
one.
might have to look for another one.
He changed very fast.
How these guys are doing.
This is how you get demons in your subconscious or something.
Well, that's
Yeah, he conjuring, huh?
Mhm. Casting spells and shit.
No.
Let me take a little
This is how
look out here.
Art is how spells are cast. We all know that.
No,
I bet
he's
Jeffrey
talking about
Dahmer
nothing.
thought what he was doing was.
Don't even have a topic.
Art is subjective, just like music.
Hey, why did everybody run right past that whole Elon? Oh yeah, they said he was autistic. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's cope. He's the richest person in the world on paper. So you think that this dude's too stupid to know that if he throws up a Nazi salute twice, he's throwing up a Nazi salute? Come on.
Boom! I'm going in. Let's go.
It's USS Liberty.
He's doing what
That's
his job
messing
is,
real
which is to
good.
keep people's attention.
Ah,
Why
the
would you
studio
dance
is
around all
full.
weird. That
No.
was real dystopian.
Fucking Resla.
And again, I'm biased, right? Because I am
You're
a
bi?
fan.
Just
I
letting
do
you
like
guys
to
know
line
right now that
work.
the panel is full. I know people are trying to get in, but the panel is currently full right now, guys.
So I am kind of biased.
Fucking
Wrestler, what you tell them to do is spend a bounty so they can get a spot.
Yeah, there you go.
If
I'll
y'all
be-
want to
I'll
hit
be the
that
first-
cash app, hit the
I'll be the
cash
first
app
out of the
and get it
chute,
on
man.
in there.
Just gonna say goodbye. It's 4:20 a.m. here.
Hey, shout out to dude with the pink
420.
Oh,
leaving.
someone's leaving.
Smoking
What
a
you
cigar.
gonna do with them? What is in behind you? Possums?
Capybara.
A capybara.
Right,
You don't want
Capybara.
to know. You don't want to know.
They're like,
That's
they're
the
like
ones that
big
be in
guinea
the,
pigs.
Well,
yeah, be in the
people
swamps and
can be
shit.
geniuses. GCGT.
Yeah.
How you doing,
So you
Michelle?
saying he is
I'm trying
69
to pop
guy?
for belief.
You saying that Kramis is a 69 guy? That's crazy.
Yo, just tell this guy to get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. Wish you the best, everyone.
Cool, bro.
Stay safe.
Good night. Enjoy those capybaras.
Yeah, don't sell
You
your
too,
soul,
bro.
man. It's not worth it. It's
No,
a
no, no.
Oh yeah, give me a price on that.
Faustian deal.
Oh, why is the stream all laggy?
People that are playing with the shit.
This guy still has
Playing with the capybaras? That's
No,
wild.
with their souls and the market.
Yeah,
The
but
black market
you-
souls.
You understand what subliminal messaging is. You actually did overt messaging, and then you
Yeah, you
introduced it to
did.
people. And now you're acting like you're trying to protect.
Let him leave.
Get thee
Protect
behind.
people?
Get thee
He's
behind. me,
saying
Satan.
nothing.
Do you deserve my
Let him leave.
protection?
I want to ask
Holy
you guys
water,
about
holy
this
water.
Nazi salute.
We
Devil
don't
child, devil
listen,
child.
Krampus, just drop them gifts off. That's all.
No, Krampus, no. Kramos, not Krampus. Please be respectful.
Oh shit.
That is respectful. What? Oh
No,
my
no, no.
God. Now
Not
he's
not
I
Krampus.
apologize. I apologize.
You got to get his
Oh,
demon name right.
God,
Get his
cry.
demon name right.
No, no. I'm not gonna turn.
Krampus, I apologize.
I'm not gonna turn. No worries.
Well, since you about to dip off, bro, we about to get ready to go to our next little subject. Go and grab that in the back, wrestler. Appreciate you, brother, for coming through. Get at
And
us
why
when
it
you
take
can.
so long for you to leave when you said you was leaving like 3 or 4 minutes ago?
He's waiting
Yeah.
to see what you're gonna say. If you got any last words to pop off with,
No, no.
No, I apologize to Kramer.
cast a spell on him, Kramer.
I didn't like when you was at that club and you said the N word over and over again.
Yeah, well, that was the song.
Yeah. F being on Seinfeld.
Got a spot opening up. Y'all better get to it because you already
Thank
know the
you,
studio.
wrestler.
Go right back
Yeah,
to it.
bro. Thank you for the space, wrestler. Take care, everyone.
250.
Be good.
Okay.
All right, folks, you better run for the gates.
I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Get that soul man away from me, bro. That's some creepy shit, bro.
It is right now. Once.
How you guys doing? Doing good, doing good. Yeah, it was a good debate. Well, we were on the same team, so you weren't voting against me. True.
Is a nipple whether there's milk or not, and if a man did it, would that not still be bonding? Was he steel manning the other guy's argument?
Yeah, he was basically using the other guy's logic to show him how stupid his logic is, right?
Got it. Okay.
But actually,
Can a man produce anything if a baby latches on now?
Technically, I only had one
it wasn't
choice.
about that part. It was about the bonding part of a mother. So if men can be mothers, would he tell those men that are mothers to go and breastfeed their children because of the bonding?
Oh, okay.
He said no, right?
But I only had one choice to pick, though. I couldn't pick Andrew and SpeakeaZy.
They were on the same.
We were on the same team, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I only have one poll, though.
I was a little bit interested in because someone brought up the Nazi salute. That's what I was a little bit interested.
Yeah, let's check that was the night they said that, and they ran right past that. They said he was autistic. They don't want to mess around with that.
Look like
well, I mean, do we want to drag him out of his bedroom and like maybe
not at all, not at all.
What are we?
Well, I don't get what you're meaning. Like because he's autistic,
even the left is giving up on that one.
But there's literally people saying that he did the Nazi salute. Like, do you think that was the Nazi salute?
Yeah, it sure looked like it to me, man.
Well, he had damn near flung himself off the
stage. Put his arm
going
up. So anyone, if I can show you pictures of like Kamala, Obama, all of them doing the same hand gesture, you would also say that was the Nazi salute?
I would say the same thing about them. I would say the same thing about them.
So okay, so I'm gonna get to a picture right now of them doing the same hand gesture.
SpeakeaZy. I'm saying I think they do everything in front of your face.
Yeah,
they're like vampires. You have to welcome them in.
That's a good point.
He literally tells you what that action he did meant right after.
He's like throwing love, right? He was throwing love, right?
My heart goes out to you.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Because he's not a woman that's gonna go, my heart goes out to you, right? He did my heart goes out to you. How's that Nazi?
Wait.
Oh, he did it. He did the thing.
Wait, 1 second. No,
you better cancel me real quick.
1 second. SpeakeaZy. Look what you just did. You said if it was a woman, my heart goes out to you.
Yeah, she would have probably did it in a
no. You did. Right? You did this.
It's the same.
And then the second thing you did.
It was the same meaning. Is my point.
What?
It was the same meaning. Is my point.
Then why, if it's the same meaning, why wouldn't it be the same gesture?
You don't think the two different gestures could have the same meaning?
It's possible.
Okay, so then.
So what was your point about Kamala and the other people that did the same thing?
My point to you was, if I showed you a picture of them doing the same gesture, would you call that the Nazi salute?
Yes.
So you think Obama, Kamala, all of them are also doing the Nazi salutes?
Sure.
Hillary Clinton, all of them?
Sure.
Okay, so
East German.
And your only reasoning for this
do this right here. What about the people that do this right here?
Not by their beliefs, it's just by the hand.
No.
You know that Elon Musk banned a bunch of people on Twitter for doing Nazi shit? When Kanye West came out with that symbol that looked like a swastika, he got canceled for it on Twitter by Elon. So like everything Elon does speaks like he's against Nazism, but you're gonna take that one hand gesture and say, "Yeah, that's a Nazi."
Look like it though.
I don't want to fight about it. I just thought it was odd.
Well, if you're gonna make those claims, I want to fight about it.
Okay. I'll make those claims. I don't give a fuck if you want to fight about it or not.
Okay, can I engage?
And if Kamala does it, and Obama does it, and Hillary does it, I'll make the same fucking claims about them. Show me the pictures, and I'll say the same shit about them.
All right, cool. You already said that.
The claim would be it doesn't matter because they're all politicians.
So my question,
yeah, and they fucking liars and demonic.
I'd like to engage SpeakeaZy's question. He said, "Can two different gestures mean the same thing?" Now, I don't know the answer to this, but I'm gonna go ahead and pause.
Shut up, Bill.
If I were using,
you know what I meant,
and I was to do
the
character A, and then I was to do the character Z, can they both be A or Z? I mean, that's sign language, so I don't know if that even qualifies. But what I'm saying, you're saying two different gestures can mean the same thing, and I'm trying to rationalize that.
All right, let me help you out.
Sure.
Men do this a lot, right? So men will pass each other. They'll be or.
Okay.
All meaning the same thing.
Okay. No, all right. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't have a dog to fight. I just, I thought that was interesting. But when you're communicating something that is a known symbol or something that's more formatted, like for instance, sign language that has a particular data format, right? So if you break from that, it would be impossible for somebody to recognize A from Z if you're trying to say that, no, I meant Z when I was doing A or vice versa. Okay, Roger. Okay. But I would agree that his actions, what he does and how he conducts himself on Twitter or X, I think that should speak volumes.
Why?
Well, because it's his actions.
Speak louder.
Well, what? Okay. Well, then my question would be:
intentions speak louder than actions.
Right. But both of the both.
No, I'm talking to SpeakeaZy because SpeakeaZy wanted to come wrestle. Intentions speak louder than actions.
Wait, what speaks louder than actions?
Intention.
Intention.
You could be taking 1 second. You could be taking care of your dad, and they say your actions mean something, but you really taking care of him because you might be getting some money. Well, let me finish the point, sir, and I'll shut the fuck up.
I just need a clarifier. How do you know his intentions?
I don't know his intentions, but you said you said actions speak louder than words, right?
Yeah, but you just said it.
And intentions speak louder than actions.
No. We're talking about us.
Intentions do mean.
You're wrong. No, sir.
I don't want to argue back and forth. I just want to finish my point like I shut up and let you finish yours.
You're wrong.
Intentions don't speak louder.
I'm explain to you how you're wrong, right?
So you want to talk over me
about us?
It's a dominance thing. You got a small little pecker, so you want to talk over me because it's a dominance thing.
I got a small little pecker.
He's got real big balls.
No, you probably haven't seen your dick in years, and you look down.
But I know what it is. But I know what it is. I don't have to see it. I know what it is. I know what it is. SpeakeaZy, so I don't have to see it. I know what it is. I've never had people. I don't want to yell.
Fucking dummy.
I know what it is, and I never had anybody complain about it. So. Checkmate.
You've never had, okay, dude. I don't give a fuck. You still look like.
Why are you talking about it?
I would bet $1 million you couldn't look down, standing up, and see your fucking dick.
I don't have to. I know what it is.
Can't see it either, bro. Can you even stand up? Stand up out of that chair without.
I'll wait for your finish.
Go ahead, do it. Exactly.
I know what it is, sir, and I don't have to look down at it, and I haven't had any complaints.
Yeah, well, listen, all your dick talk doesn't change the fact.
What all the dick talk? I said one thing. You're dragging it out, sir. I said one thing.
Somebody's intention.
I'll wait.
Okay, so shut up while you wait.
I'm never going to shut up. I'm never going to shut up when I'm in the middle of my.
You're just saying I'll wait.
And you're talking over me.
Repeat yourself.
I was in the middle of my sentence.
Wait.
You were talking over me.
Wait.
I'll wait once I'm done. I'll wait once I'm done.
Shut up.
I'll wait once I'm done. I'll wait once I'm done, queen, darling,
queen,
sweetheart.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Everything.
I believe.
You better get him back. You better get him back.
Awkward.
It's not awkward.
So you only talk when I'm talking. You kept saying, "Oh wait."
No one was
silence
talking
and
after
don't
that
say
clip
shit.
finished.
Just one time at band camp.
Okay, so now that you're not talking, let me explain to you. You
Yeah.
can't judge other people by intentions because you can never actually know someone's intentions. You judge them by their actions, right?
So how do
No.
you know someone's intentions?
No.
then, tonight?
So how do you judge intentions?
How do
like
you
that?
know their intentions?
You asked me you don't want me to answer? Go ahead. You got it.
You said no, so I asked you a follow-up question.
I didn't say no, I did this.
Are you in the same fucking room as me right now? What are you talking about? You answered, so I asked a follow-up.
I didn't answer at all. I shook my head no.
Shake your head. No, that is an answer technically.
Oh, he need a cheerleader. Oh, he has a cheerleader. Amazing.
No, I'm using logic.
Are you jealous?
I'm using logic.
Are you jealous? Nobody's on the side of stupidity.
Shake your head. No.
James, do you want to hold his balls too?
Let's ask everyone in the room right now if you can read if you can tell anybody's intentions.
Well,
Go ahead.
hold on. That's a
Answer.
logical fallacy. That's an argument to ad populum. Now, come on, do better than that.
No. I just want to know because he thought James was like being a single cheerleader. So I want to know if everyone else is on the side of logic or stupidity. I'm
okay.
curious.
James is ball washing because he knows that you
That's
lost the
subjective.
point. That Knight is right.
Well, logically, Knight, with respect, sans a confession.
Knightish is right, but good assertion, Flo. Stay. You want to back it up?
Sans a
I was right.
confession. Sans a confession.
Exactly. Blow state. You can't debate, bro. You can't do it. Just stop trying, bro. Stop.
But I can see your
can't
intentions.
do it. Then back up your fucking claim, retard.
No.
Exactly. No. Fuck out of here.
So debate is done with insults.
Fuck
That's
out of
funny.
here, bro. You're a clown. You're a whole clown, bro. You attempting debates is the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life, bro. Holy fuck. Now let the
You all
actual men speak for a second.
Well, Knightish, we better talk then.
Well, I was gonna say,
I didn't know I was one of the men. A minute ago, I thought I was kicked out of that group.
All right, Knight, sans a confession, intent is one of the hardest things to prove in the court of law. Without a confession, proving intent is almost impossible.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know
So,
that.
I'm just saying, logically, if that's been demonstrated throughout most of history, when one man was able to judge another, I think that kind of puts that to rest. So,
Is
actually,
there any contending with that? I would like to know.
So my question would be, how many times did Elon do that? Throw his heart out to people that look like a Nazi salute, compared to how many times has he demonstrated on X with actions that he doesn't tolerate that kind of stuff? So if you're willing to drag that dude and tack him up to a piece of wood because he does one action and you're going to overlook all of these other actions, I think that shows your bias, which is fine. You have a right to be biased.
I'm not willing to drag nobody nowhere.
Well, I mean metaphorically.
Oh, metaphorically.
Not literally.
All I said was I'm not on X like that. I'm an old man. I'm on YouTube. I don't know what he does on X. If he is doing something on X I don't know about, then I'm just ignorant of that fact. All I just saw was just, a gesture that happened, and I just asked people's opinion about the gesture. Now, SpeakeaZy knows his actions on X and all this other information I didn't know.
Roger.
So it's something I'm learning right now in the moment. I'll shut the fuck up when y'all talking. I guarantee it. I didn't know about all that other stuff. But to say that intentions don't matter because of something in the court, okay, you got it.
Well, fair enough. But
I didn't say intentions don't matter, just so we're clear. I did not say that.
Yeah, and
You just said you can't judge someone on their intentions.
The point
You
being
can't
made
know
is
their
that
intentions.
the point being made is that intentions are not known unless they're announced. That means you can only judge by what you see.
Right.
Yeah.
So if the girl is with her dad every day that's dying, and it looks like her actions is saying that she loves her dad, but her intentions is because she's going to get some money, it doesn't matter because we can't prove intentions. If what's the fat bitch that was married to the 98-year-old and the kids came and took the money from her? Nicole Kidman is not fat.
Anna
No, not her. Nicole, what's her face?
Nicole Smith.
Yeah, Anna Nicole Smith.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
I'm
We
sorry.
couldn't prove her intention, but she was just trying to get that old man for the money. That man was in love that some young girl was playing with his balls and wanted to give her the money. We don't know her intentions, right?
Yeah.
But what did the kids go after her for?
Money.
And her intention that she was fucking over their dad somehow.
No, that was their
That she was with
assertion.
that
That was their
98-year-old
assertion.
fucking dying man and giving him what he wanted. He couldn't possibly want to give
The
this woman-
original statement you made, Nightish, was intentions speak louder than actions.
Yes, I
And
still
I'm
stand on
saying
that.
that's bullshit because you can't judge somebody by their intentions.
Why
It's
would you
in
stand on
here.
that, Knight? Why would you stand on that when I just demonstrated it's the hardest thing to prove?
Because I don't give a fuck what y'all demonstrate.
Okay, so you're
Let me hear the logic.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Y'all know whatever the fuck y'all know. And if that's the big deal, because y'all debaters.
Feelings, nothing more than.
I'm not in my feelings. Fuck y'all. Y'all think that's congratulations. Congratulations. They know how to talk to fucking death.
What are you doing?
You're in your feelings when you had the.
Listen to this smarmy shit. How am I in my feelings? Because I think
all due respect.
Because y'all think. Let his nuts go for 2 seconds and then I'll shut up. I don't talk this long. But when 3 people are going after me because they feel some kind of way based on whatever the fuck you're talking about, congratulations to y'all.
I'm rubber. You're
generally speaking,
one basic argument in feelings. What are you talking about?
You're
you like it was a Nazi salute.
Intentions don't matter.
No, he never said intentions don't matter, sir. He said you can't judge someone based on their intentions.
I
so
can.
Intentions are not the most important
thing.
thing.
You can? Yeah? What's my intentions right now?
I have no idea. I think you're okay guy.
Can you tell me what my actions have been, though?
I don't watch you that often.
No,
I don't
right
know.
now
You're
in this
probably a good guy.
conversation, if you were to think about it, would you be able to tell me the actions I've performed?
I don't want to talk this much. Why y'all focused on me? There's a bunch of other people up here.
Well, I've rubbed one off 3 times since I've been on the panel. And that's been my action.
I was up here. Thank you. I feel popular.
So I don't know who you want us to bring this to, but you're the one that had the argument, so I'm bringing it to you.
I had no argument. I just asked people what they thought about it.
Yes, exactly. You have no argument.
Asking people what somebody thought about it is an argument?
No, you're arguing, but you have
made
no
a claim.
argument. That's the best.
No. I asked people what they thought about it. He came out of the clouds.
Yes, that's feminine as all.
And drama farmed, and he got what he wanted.
Drama farmed.
He said, "I don't have an argument."
Drama farmed. What
I like way when you made it that way. Do you understand that, right?
I don't want to understand. I'm okay with what I'm in.
You can dish it out, but you can't take it in. That's the problem with you.
I don't want to take nothing in.
You want to be able to say everything you want, and then nobody say nothing to you. That's a whole bitch.
You better back up.
I don't want to take anything in.
So if somebody points a gun at you, what do you think their intent is?
Oh no.
Could be to rob you.
We can't talk about intentions.
Could
I don't know
I'm
what
just
their
saying.
intent is. If they tell me to empty my pockets, their intent is to rob me.
No,
they tell me
no,
to
no.
drop my pants,
When they
their
say
intent might
nothing.
be to grape me. I don't
Nothing
know.
is-
Only
nothing
you
to
know
say.
what your intentions are, stupid. Holy fuck.
Someone pulls a gun on you. Why are you insulting people when you sit there? I just asked a question.
No, I'm not. It's not an insult. No. It's a fact.
It was just a question. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing what they said. I said somebody points a gun at you. Somebody points a gun at you and doesn't say anything. What do you think their intent is?
That's fair.
You're gonna think a bunch of things, isn't it?
You're proving my point.
Fucking Christ, dude.
Proving my point.
Well, yeah, you are proving.
I'm
this point
proving
there.
both points.
Yeah.
No, you're not
No,
proving
you're
both
not.
points. You're proving only 1 point, sir. You can't prove both points.
He is proving both points. He proved that Knight had no argument.
Well, yeah, he
And
proved
that,
that point,
speakeasy was right. He did prove both. You're right. Okay. He
Well,
did prove both.
yeah, he had no argument. Yeah, and I had no argument.
But you went right to insults. That's what I don't get.
Things are getting
If you're gonna debate somebody, you call them a dumb fucking shit.
just a little tension is happening here, and Finkel is pretty much saying, guys,
Let's do
Put a
this.
pinball.
No.
I'm excited
Burn
for that.
his guitar.
It's gonna put you to work, Burnsy.
Ooh, he's
Nah.
savage beast.
I'll admit,
Appreciate
I'll
you. Thank you
admit
for the
that,
team.
I tend to match energies, right?
Let me play
I
this real
didn't. I
quick.
just asked
You're
about
receptive.
Not personal. Did it just freeze? What just happened here?
Hey, now
Yeah,
what we ain't gonna do
let
is
me s-
disrespect them. Hold on, we ain't gonna disrespect the money. I know how y'all do it on y'all show where people are supporting the wrestler. They is hitting that super chat. When them super chats come through, if y'all see him, he put them on the screen. We're gonna try to reciprocate that with a little bit of music or something. So let that come through. Let them goals get hit for the day. And also, if you want to get somebody up off her because it is full, you can hit that cash app. You know what I'm talking about? We'll drop somebody down a little bit and bring you up if you want to join this festivity conversation that we're having up here because y'all going off.
Guys,
And
you
y'all
know how
doing
I
y'all
know
thing. So
Can I say two things right quick though?
Hold on, real quick. You guys, wait, real quick. Hold up. You guys already know how I do things, but we are co-streaming. This is what OG and I do. So you're actually helping to support us both when we're doing that. Believe me, whatever's coming out for you guys, you're actually helping out OG as well. Just want to put that out. Go ahead, Nightish.
Yeah, Resla, you got like 700 people watching you right now. So
nice.
They got your link. So
appreciate it.
What are those two words? Goodbye, night. Go ahead. What's up? Proceed.
I want to say to SpeakeaZy, I think SpeakeaZy is cool. I'm just talking shit. And then
hey,
I
man,
want to
listen, these debates get contentious. I don't hold nothing personal, bro.
That's cool. I want to ask Do Dirty. What was that R word you said?
Oh,
you say what? Reciprocate. Huh? Reciprocate. Okay. Yeah, I say it wrong just to make sure people understand that I don't really give a fuck what y'all think. I'm just gonna say the word. Well, you know, you mine. You mine. You mine.
You
already. You know what I'm saying?
It's
You know,
okay.
I slide with you, night. You know what I'm talking about?
No, easy don't
That's
make
triple OG right there.
We know how words are spelled. We gonna say it exactly the way it is actually supposed to be done, not the way that people like to
JP
spell it
done
out.
taught us this already. We're gonna learn from this.
Yes. I know that I'm supposed to say shout out to the chat, and I always say shout out chat room. I always leave that the out of there. It just is what it is.
All the time, over is spelled OVAH and out is OWT. I'm not trying to hear nothing about what y'all saying to me, right?
Endorse DO.
That's a fact. Dope. I like it.
What's a female deer?
A bitch.
Ray, a drop of golden sun, me a name like.
I'm
done. I'm done.
Let me apologize to generally specific. I know I kept
Bro,
fucking
you
that
don't owe me
name
an
up
apology.
for the longest, but yeah, I got it now.
Oh, you don't owe me an apology. You're good.
Boy, this nigga, I can't stand this nigga, bro.
I feel like slapping a nigga today.
Appreciate you, Marcus.
I
And
mean,
I did send Marcus over there. Appreciate you for subscribing to me, bro. Appreciate you.
So for the record, night, the only time this is the first time I've seen you awake on a panel. I'm not casting shade, like legit.
You are, but I take it. It's all right.
No, I'm not casting. I swear. I thought it was.
You are, sir. Come on now. Let's be honest.
I just thought it was your shtick, dude. I really did. Or I had neck. What do they call it? Neck. What do they call it where you fall asleep on?
Narcoleptic.
Narcoleptic. That's it. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, I wasn't throwing shade. I promise.
We got two more. We got two more in. Except for what WTF, FTW, and of course we got Mayo in here to share this with OG. OG, please play something for us.
Man, okay.
Rain it up so you can't catch me, nigga. Shooters put up till I'm.
Of course, I'm muted. I'm telling you right now, Flow State only showed up over here because he knew I was coming here. He's a little clout demon. That's the only reason he came over here. Dude's a whole clown.
Auto drive through. bitch.
Yeah, I was thinking about finishing it myself.
Yeah, get that, man. Appreciate you.
All right, and
appreciate
before
you, Mayo.
before we get started, Kieran came in also with the Australian, the 20 asked the question for the panel.
And he constantly is trying
Can you
so
do
hard
that
to
for
debate
bucks?
me, and he can't do
the
shit.
person's intentions by looking at natural conclusions of their actions.
Straight fucking clown.
Not unless you know the conclusions.
Unless you know that person.
That's a fact.
So
And if you don't know the consistent actions, no. But if he's been consistent with his actions, there's that.
So, like for instance, if I see a person hanging out on a bridge with their arms barely holding on and their body's facing to leap and they're crying, I might be able to extrapolate that their intention is that they are struggling with decisions of life or death.
No, they just like to be free.
He's got mad videos
Well, it could
about
be
me.
that. Uh-oh.
I don't make no
Speak, you're
videos
on
about
mute if
him
you
though.
don't
He's
know
all
that. Oh,
fucking
he's probably
waste of
He's on
time.
his other channel.
I don't even know if you can
Ignorant.
discern someone's intentions unless they tell you their intentions because of how.
I think you can discern them from their actions better than you can from their words.
You
Well, you can
literally
assume-
without an
Yeah, but you
admission,
can
you
assume-
can't. It's literally impossible to know someone's intentions without an admission. Impossible.
Yeah, because like let's say for
Why do
example,
you think that the
someone's-
admission can be trusted more than the actions?
Oh, please, may I finish though?
Well, hold on.
let's say-
What are intentions and where are they?
Well, an action
Go
has
ahead,
already
James.
happened. An action has already happened, though, so you can study that. An intention
But-
might be developing. But go
But
ahead,
you
James.
can't. You can't know intention based just on action solely because you have to have what they say is their
okay.
intention. Because let's just say, for sake of argument, someone kept stealing stuff. You'd assume that they're a thief, right? But what if you think that was their intent to be a thief, right? But what if their intent was to survive because they were stealing food to survive?
There we go, James.
That's their
Thank
intent.
you,
but you can't
James.
never know their intent without asking
Beautiful what you just said.
their intent is.
They're still a thief, though, and they're
They're a thief, but they're a thief for what? To survive, right? That's their intent. Their intent was not necessarily thievery, but they didn't think they had no other option. But
That's your boy, Speakeasy.
Wait, James, because just according to what you just said right now, right? So
I know the rules. I know the rules.
No, hold on. So the idea that right now we are quote deporting illegals, right? Even though they came over here to start a better life, they broke the law to get over here, right? They got jobs, did everything, right? But quite frankly, they still broke the law. Does that mean should we just look at their intentions versus their actions? What did they do? Their intentions are to start a better life and to have things for their families coming up, but their actions did what?
Again, this is the problem here is everyone, it seems like people don't even know what intentions are, right? The thing, intentions are private thoughts
Put names
within
on
your
it. Which
own
people?
mind.
Right.
Private
Correct.
thoughts within your own mind. It's impossible to prove someone else's private thoughts. If you think otherwise, demonstrate it. Prove my thoughts.
So wait one second. So put names on it. Who's up here being the intention police?
What?
Put names on
what
it.
intentions are?
Not me. I don't know what someone's intention.
Can you define what an intention police is?
No, can you say what you just said again so I make sure I understand what you just
Can
said?
you define what intention police
You
is?
say what you just said again so I can understand, make sure I understand what you said.
About intentions?
About the ignorant people in intentions.
are private thoughts and considered a motivation within your own mind.
Yeah.
In your
We agree.
own mind. So
We agree.
explain to me how you prove someone else's intentions.
Unless you can read their minds.
Yeah, I can't read their minds, but usually the outcomes, the final analysis.
But that's post.
That's the action.
That's
Yeah,
that's
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 fact,
object.
right.
That's
I
objective
agree.
viewing, though, right? You're objectively.
No,
viewing
you're
what
just
has happened.
outside. You're looking at what somebody did over a certain amount of time. And then in the final analysis, there's no pictures of dad. They don't even talk about him no more. They got the outcome they was looking for.
But are you
that's
talking
post.
inductive,
That is
inductive
post.
versus deductive? Deductive is analyzing. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. You're deducing what it has happened, and you're putting all the data pieces together to solve for X, right? Whatever that is. But inductive reasoning is a little bit different. If I'm understanding, it's more like feelies. You're kind of putting your feelers out there.
Like you talking about feelings. I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't mean that in a negative way.
I'm not saying you mean it, maybe mean it in a positive way. I just don't. I hear what you're saying. You're saying is that this is emotion based. What I'm saying. No, I'm just talking about outcomes.
Not at all.
I'm just talking about
Give me an
outcomes.
example of how you read someone's intention.
You're right. It's in their mind. You don't know. I agree with that already. You want me to keep repeating?
Well,
that
no, I
already
didn't hear you
with
agree
that?
with it. So if you agree with it, then yeah, you've conceded.
Yeah.
So,
and before we even get onto that, I want to thank the other two people that super chatted. We got Mayo and he said, just because gold actually hit at 2,800. And of course, we got Kieran that's also up here in the tournament that says, when someone's words and actions are contradictory,
come on, chat.
Which do you trust?
Precisely.
Come on, chat.
Thank you, Mayo, for the 10 and Kieran for the 20.
Hit that like, hit that
What everyone wants to know now is what are you going to do with all this money?
And send in the grip.
Obviously, that's the fucking truth. But you can deduce them from their actions way better than from their words.
Sorry, Jack.
You can't trust people's words about their
What's
intentions
fucking with
for
something?
shit, because the only reason somebody's telling you their intentions behind their actions is when their actions led to a bad outcome. So of course they're going to tell you the most altruistic intentions.
Do you believe evil motherfuckers do a bunch of nice things, like handing out turkeys and shit?
Yeah.
I'm helping the community, even though I'm selling rocks.
Yep.
But we can't say their intentions.
Nope.
So and post after everything else. Hey, Puffy was trying to help a bunch of struggling black children and gave them record contracts. Total didn't get paid. Biggie didn't get paid. Black Rob didn't get paid. Mace didn't get paid. But no, because it's in his own mind, his intention.
Yeah. Intentions don't really matter to anybody except for really the person that has them. So if we bring it back to Elon Musk, we can't ever know his intentions, but of course he's going to say it was my heart to your heart because he's coming under fire for it. So his explanation really means
that's
nothing.
why we judge by actions rather than words, right?
Well, do you think that he actually is the one monitoring Twitter?
Yes, he did it personally.
That's the problem.
The Nazi things, he did it personally. He's the one who makes the rules. What are you talking about? He owns it.
Yeah, if we blame Zuckerberg for squashing our free speech, how come we can't credit Elon for squashing neo-Nazis?
Well, they're really just figureheads, right? Like, does anybody think that Zuckerberg is actually the one squashing? They're the figureheads. They're the ones who represent the policy.
I mean, that's a good question, but that's moving the goalpost, right? It's begging the question in a sense.
Well, it sort of answers it in an indirect way. Say the question again. Give me the question again.
So the question would be, why do we blame Zuckerberg for infringing on First Amendment rights as the head of that organization, yet we don't credit Elon
Who
Musk?
is the we? Who the fuck is we?
Well, okay, I can answer that. Yeah, and I mean that's a good point, but regardless, I'll address it anyways.
Sure.
Because the criticism of policies, right? The leader of the company is over the policies. But to give Elon Musk credit for specific actions under the policy, he's not the one that's checking your posts to see if they're within margin.
And let me say this. I want motherfuckers to be overt. If you the Klan, come on out. If you a Nazi, come on out. What's this covert shit? So Zuckerberg, fucking Elon or whoever, let the Klan come on out and say what the fuck they are. If fucking the small mustache man children still alive and he didn't really die and all that other shit and he got generations, let them come on out. Why is all this secrecy shit acceptable? Yeah, YouTube be what it used to be. Bum fights and all everywhere.
That was the shit. You used to be able to just put on a video and then just let autoplay choose, and it was never bad.
Yeah, so like YouTube should like keep all those beheading videos that get uploaded up.
Yes.
There, all the
So people can stop lying to themselves.
all that.
Yes, so people can stop lying to themselves. Wait, one second, sir. So people can stop lying to themselves and think we are different than the people that was in the fucking Coliseum. So they can understand the actual animals that we really are.
Okay, well, hold on, man. Do you want a mirror?
Who's this we you talking
Night,
son?
Yeah, Night.
Who's this
I'm copying the people that was just up here a minute ago talking about we. So if it's a we,
we. Who's we, bro?
And I mean the we with the Q.
All right, so check it out, Night. Let me engage this. So, do you own a mirror?
A mirror?
Yeah. Can you not see that you're grossly overweight? And
I know I'm overweight. I've been knowing. Listen, 1 second. Let me help him out. I've been knowing I'm overweight since I was 14 years old.
I don't need an explanation.
You asked me a question. Let me answer. I've been knowing I'm overweight since 14 years old. But you know what's crazy about that? It ain't stopped nothing. So that's probably why I don't do nothing about it too quick.
No, I'm engaging your premise, your argument.
You're not engaging shit. You're just trying to make a lot of passive aggressive insults. You sleep, right? Night? Yes, I do. You're fat, Night? Yes, I am. Next.
That wouldn't be passive aggressive. That would just be aggressive, right? He's just
good faith.
I thought I was talking to generally unconfused, and I didn't know I was talking to 3 people.
Yeah, hold up.
Who all am I talking to? Let me know who all I'm talking to.
If you count, there's 10 of us up here.
That corner.
Okay, so check it out. A good faith question. So you posited earlier that let people see everything so they can know what everything's about.
They can see me. I'm on fucking camera.
So your statement is since 14 years old,
yeah.
You looked in a mirror. Is this the first time you recognized that there was a mirror in your house?
I don't understand the question.
So did you understand the concept of a mirror before you were 14?
Why did you ask me about a mirror?
Because you posited that people should be able to see things so that they can make changes in their lives. What I
didn't say shit about nobody changing shit. I just said be honest. Let everything be seen. Right. So I've always known I'm fat. So it's not an epiphany tonight because a man with a beard is saying, "Have you seen a mirror?" What the fuck are you saying?
Okay. Well, no. Well, if you listen and not get all butthurt, bro. Listen,
you keep talking about my ass.
You didn't realize.
Are you a heterosexual male? Why do you keep talking my feelings in my ass, sir?
Well, I'm trying to engage.
Very emotional. Why did you make that assumption?
Why do you want to engage with somebody? What is that about? It's bitches in this planet. You know that, right? You could be talking to some hoes, right? You know that
kind of engagement, sir.
Yeah, I want to
engage. Not for nothing. The thing I'm trying to
listen. I reject you, sir. I like pussy.
Hey,
I like pussy. I would prefer a bitch be talking to.
He said he don't want no booty stuff. Nidus say he likes pussy. You know what I like? I like these super chats. We got Marcus that's already here with the 2 that turned around and said, "You don't trust motherfuckers with hoodie." I told you in the chat. I'll say it right here. Then run, ninja, run. NPC, the game is up, and he says, "Hey, good evening, Resta." He says, "Crazy Mama in the building." He said, "Great stream, great stream." Listen, Kieran's back up in here. Says, in psychological research, would you trust self-reporting surveys over observational behavior studies? And then we got the 10. Wrongful Rage says, "But it's cold outside. I like it inside where it's warm." Night, I'm joking. I don't know why that came to you, Night, but Night said I'm joking. I don't have.
Hey, that was my fault, Rez. I almost dropped my weed and I clicked the damn button.
And I was like, damn, this risky.
Yeah, I was trying to be disrespectful like that, brother. All that shit about the waist, I had to bring that shit on back.
So mad. Damn. Poor guy. He's watching over here.
Everybody who's actually donated.
That's what he's doing. Little clout demon.
There was a question also in there, and that was from Kira. He talked about the psychological research. Would you trust self-reporting surveys over observational behavior studies?
No.
Oh, you got.
I'm the only one who has a preference.
Consensus right now, Kieran. Majority of us says no.
No.
I'm trusting what I see. Everybody lies.
Yep.
And whoever said that about the hoodies is a hater. It's only 2 hoodies I see up here. It's a bunch of baseball caps and 1 fedora. Get yourself
I got
together.
both.
You know who was the haters? The beaner that was over there.
Oh shit! I apologize for what Ice is doing right now.
Thanks for coming, Dennis.
Beaner. Who's
That's
the
not good
beaner?
enough. You need to cry on camera. It needs to look authentic. You gotta say, you gotta wish that if you had something, if you had your power, if it was in your power, you got, I don't know what's going on.
We might have. I think I might have.
Gotta make them feel wanted.
I think I might have.
I feel all warm and fuzzy.
I have exercise.
Generally specific got him some backup up here today, and he finally speaking. All them other days I was messing that name up. He never said a word. But this motherfucker said, I got some backup tonight.
Who's that? The backup.
I don't know.
Hey,
Just
wrestler.
asking.
If I throw up, you saw that video that I made that I bleeped out all that stuff, right?
I have not. I have barely been online.
You haven't
today.
seen it?
Any
I
day
did
today.
bleep it out. You willing to roll the dice? I mean, it's
Well,
been
how
on.
long is
It's been on my channel. No issues. No strikes. No.
Nobody pays attention to you, sir. Let's move on.
So I would like to show you. I would like to show you. There's another guy who has a hard time saying specific. Instead, he says Pacific. And I'll throw it up. It's like 4.5 minutes.
Oh, this guy wants to do drama all the time, dude.
You can say no. It's okay.
Everybody hates when somebody wants to watch their videos on your stream.
Yeah, that means that you know.
Never mind. Never mind.
It ain't hitting where it initially happened.
Listen,
At
listen,
if
I
it was
don't
hitting where it initially happened, that we will review it.
I
We'll
don't
react to it.
often listen to Flow State, but I think he's right on this one. I'm gonna see it too.
You should listen more.
Well, it's always perfect
I'm not
time
gonna
to
listen to
learn.
that Flow State, but I'll just listen to that other one thing.
Adam.
All right,
what's going
chat.
on, man?
I think I have purged
At the
this
moment,
panel
nothing. I'm just
enough.
listening to this, and I want to.
Now I want.
join. I don't. SpeakeaZy knows me, and he left. And Flow State knows me. Oh no, sorry, no. I'm going insane here. I'm going
I'm
crazy.
still here. Adam Dole's
Yeah.
good people.
Yeah, Adam, pick a side.
Yeah, can you pronounce Pacific or specific? Are you?
I can pronounce both. Whether I'm talking I'm talking about any specific ocean or the
Ooh, look
Pacific
at that
Ocean.
night. Look at that.
Ooh.
That was a dodgy
Completely
response.
purge this
Look at that
panel.
night. It's possible.
It's hard to be specific about the Pacific Ocean considering how
Well, he
hard it
hasn't picked a side yet, so I don't know what you're
Why
saying.
does
right
James
now.
look like he's about to rob a bank?
I think
Oh,
James
my
should turn his
minion.
camera off because he
My
looked like a cancer victim. If I saw him walking down the street, I think he was a skinhead. The fuck?
I don't.
Oh, whoa! What the?
I'm more prone to think he's
I would
about
cross the
to-
street and clutch my purse.
I think he's more prone to start
Okay.
provoking a bunch of Englishmen.
Well,
to a fight.
being 300 pounds and a man carrying a purse.
Is he a British
like,
man?
the issues you're having
Is he,
in life.
is he a British man? Because I see his teeth.
Wait a minute. Who? Me? I'm not British. I'm American, bro.
Damn.
Like, I'm American all the way. I mean, I have English ancestry, yeah. Because obviously,
I know Nightish isn't talking shit when he looks like if he gets
I talk
slapped,
shit
we're
all
going to see the
the
dust
time.
rise off.
I
of him.
talk shit all the time, redhead. It's my thing.
So
That's my
about that,
whole fucking shit.
about
Yeah,
that
but you
mirror,
look
like-
like if you got slapped, dust is going to start flying off of you. So I don't think you should be talking
I don't
about
know
anything.
about getting slapped though. That's crazy work.
Oh, yeah,
It
you
hasn't
definitely
happened-
can't lift those
It
arms.
hasn't
fast enough
happened
to
so
park
far in
yourself.
these 55 years. And if somebody
One of
slapped
those
me,
arms weighs as much as my body for sure. You can't lift that up fast.
You
I
gotta
can't lift what I don't have to lift anything up fast.
You'd have to break and enter. I think he's
No, all you have to do is this.
I don't think he ever leaves that chair, dude.
No, I don't. I'm in a wheelchair.
James,
No, I don't
fucking
ever leave
stream
this chair. For the
sniped me.
record, by the way.
We gotta have each other's back.
Oh man.
That got dark real quick. And
Fuck your
Roger.
wheelchair cripple.
Yeah, fucking cripple.
Every time I hear that shit, I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Man,
Yeah.
I thought there was an argument going on. I think I might have joined the wrong panel.
No, it's just a lot of he sleeps, he's fat.
Well, Adam, you
he
might have
can't see his
missed it.
dick.
I think I
might have
did
missed
actually.
it. They conceded that
Oh,
you
okay.
can never tell someone's intentions.
Well, I mean, I'd say you can get.
We had to
pretty
walk
close,
you emotionally
but-
around the block a few times first.
But the only way
Get
to
the most juice out of it.
But
You
I'd
can't
say
tell- you can't tell
You
someone's
didn't
Um,
walk.
I would-
You
well-
literally sat there and said nothing. What are you talking about? We had to walk you around the block.
I agreed with Nidish, and you started crawling out of your
You
skin.
literally said nothing this whole time. Like, what? Why are you even up here? What
I agreed with
contribution
Nidish,
are
and
you
it
to
got,
this
it
panel
got you
right
all
now?
wound back up again.
What
Obviously-
contribution are you to this panel?
Here's the thing. Obviously,
So if I'm getting wound up and that's the answer,
Wait
you
a
want
minute,
it
just-
or not the
just-
entertainment.
One second. One second,
an
people.
answer?
Does Speakeasy and Flow State not like each other?
They're best friends.
Oh, okay.
I'm picking up on
your little clout
I'm fine. He doesn't like the short videos I made of him, and he wants me to take them down, but I'm not going
Flow
to.
State's a backbiter little clout demon that likes to talk a lot of
That
shit.
I
and
made some
videos
short
about me
videos
all
that
the
make
time.
fun of him. He wants me
Go
to
look
take
at
them
his
down.
channel. You'll see Speakeasy. Look at my channel. You never see his name there because he's fucking nobody that anybody cares about. He tries his hardest to get into these debate spaces.
So you're saying
and
people
he
should go
sounds
watch my
stupid
shorts
every
about
time.
you on your channel? Or on my channel?
What?
I agree.
You better get him back. You better get him back.
I agree with Flow State. You should watch the shorts on Speakeasy's channel.
Well, intent.
You should watch all of Speakeasy's
intent.
shorts.
Look, you guys are doing it right now. You're proving intent.
What?
So on the topic of intent, I would agree that you can never have perfect knowledge, but you can have pretty fucking close to perfect knowledge by viewing actions over a long enough time span.
Yeah, if somebody jumps, you can pretty much gauge the intent that they intended to jump. That is intent.
Well, hold on. Let's engage the Sansa.
If I scare you and you jump, that was your intent to jump?
Wait.
That doesn't
You
mean
just
that.
said if we see
that doesn't
someone
mean,
jump,
no,
we
no,
know
no,
their
no. I
intention
said
was
if
to jump.
someone jumps.
You
I didn't
said,
say. I didn't.
hey, Brick.
added
what
a
if-
caveat. Yes, I know. You added into the hypothetical a whole new premise. I didn't say
You
that
said,
part.
yeah, because
I said
your
if
thing
someone
was
jumped.
if
I didn't
I
say
jump.
scare you.
So
that
I'm
you
just
jumped.
logically
Now I can prove
extending it.
You intended to jump. No, that's not
You're-
what I said.
Yeah,
Brick,
but you're.
you said
Well, hold
if
on,
you
hold
jump.
on. I wanna address this.
So
So
insinuate you could add the more to it because your premise was very general there, Brick.
Not
Well, no,
every
that's
claim
very
is modern
general.
perspective.
You could add more to it.
I want to respond to Speakeasy's.
What you're trying to do right now,
The
Brick, is
answer.
say, if you jump with the intention to jump, we know you had the intention to jump. That's like,
so
you understand
with
how
it,
circular,
you jump with
circular
the
that
intent
is.
to jump. If I'm watching someone at the
If
Olympics
you
and they
even
do a high
judge
jump,
if
It's a
okay,
bad
hold on,
example.
James.
It was a bad example.
Really not good.
Okay, if I watch someone at the Olympics doing the high jump, they run and then they jump, right? I can.
But now we're
know that they
talking another
intended to do it.
hypothetical, though. Your
There was an
hypothetical
there's
originally was.
Oh my God,
Your
you guys are
hypothetical
retarded.
originally was. That
How do
someone
you
jumped,
know,
so
Brick?
You could prove their
Brick,
intent
how
they
do
were-
you know that his intention was to get the lowest jump rather
James, please put your avatar back up. You running the bitches away.
Thanks for adding nothing. Brick, I have a serious question for you.
All right.
How do you know that the intention of the person at the Olympics isn't to jump as low as they possibly can, or to fuck up the jump, or to trip on their way? How do you know their intention wasn't that?
Can you
You could come to that. You could come to those conclusions
They didn't
based
do
on
any of those things.
You could potentially come to those conclusions depending on how well you know the
argue
person.
for something he doesn't believe. Go ahead, Adam. Let me hear it.
Well, no,
They
I
practiced all that time,
I actually do agree with this, and I first I wanted to respond to your initial question regarding scaring somebody, which causes them to jump.
Yeah, that's
I would
startling
say
somebody.
I would say, given the context that you're startling somebody, their intent is likely to get away from you because you have startled them. Now, I'm not saying you know this for certain, but I think that's a plausible intent.
Right, but you're
And then
Adam.
the Olympic person, they're practicing all that time as well.
Adam.
Adam, just let me explain.
That brick mention wasn't about the person who was trying to startle. It was about the person who jumped.
So, well, first, Resley, all he said was, if I see someone jump, that means their intention was to jump. So I said, what if someone scared that person and they jumped? He says, well, now you're just adding things on it. All he said was if he sees someone jump. In my scenario, he's still seeing someone jump. I still fit his description. It's in my scenario, he's still seeing someone jump. What if the person that scared him, let's even add on to it, the person that scared the person that jumped he's not able to see that person. What if it's something in their ear they heard that made them jump? How does he know? He doesn't know. This whole thing, even with, I'll concede everything Adam said. Everything Adam said, sure, I'll concede it. Still, my point is, it's impossible to actually 100% know someone's intentions.
I win.
You don't win nothing.
SpeakeaZy won.
I have a follow-up.
You can't know someone's intent.
If
everybody's
losing with this
debate.
I want to challenge this belief.
Rick, didn't you say an Olympic jumper?
With a follow-up.
But
if
that
it is
was
the case that we can never, ever show or prove intent, then why do we have a justice system at all?
Well, they don't get someone on intent.
Yeah, no, that is exactly how you do this. It's called judging. That's exactly what the judges and the jury
let's go. No, Rick, let's walk down this line now.
Rick, was your initial question about an Olympic jumper, though?
No, it was not, Knight. No, it was not. His initial question.
I did not ask you, Monty Python.
His SpeakeaZy can handle this.
Rick is right. It is intent. How do you prove intent in court? Go ahead.
Confession.
It is the hardest thing to prove. And so what happens is that they bring evidence, facts. The jury decides based upon those facts, and they are instructed according to the way that the system works, depending on what court you're in, as to judge whether the proof is accurate or not. And then they make a decision on innocent or guilty.
Are those facts? Are those facts?
Man, that was one of the worst responses to a question I've ever heard. Actually, that was a very bad response.
That actually.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question that the white lady in the chat said. Then what does premeditated mean?
Hold up. You're peeking. You're peeking. You're cutting.
Yeah.
So what I asked was. Based on the fact when the jury is actually going through the facts, right? Are those things brought up on theory, or the things that have actually taken place that they surmised and answer, they came up to a resolution to?
They're supposed to be simply based on facts.
So things that actually, things that have actually they can see that's been tangibly that took place, actual actions.
It's no, because they will bring witnesses to the stand too. Sometimes
witnesses who saw things, they didn't think things.
Right. So wrestler, I'm going to agree with what the white lady in the chat said. I want to ask a question. What is premeditated then?
It's usually involves a confession.
Yeah, so, what I'm saying, like to prove the intent, it's like what Adam just brought up, where he says, yes, I think that we can use a sufficient amount of different pieces of evidence to come to a reasonable conclusion on someone's intent, but you can't actually fucking know. And that's what we do in court.
Well, that is actually
hold on.
A reasonable conclusion, and not even everything's taken to a jury.
This is a question of standards.
Without an admission guilt, it's almost it's impossible to prove it 100%, and to actually give these charges of premeditation, it becomes very hard because
nobody's been convicted for premeditated anything.
Okay, so the United States justice system.
At least listen to what I'm saying, bro. You're not even.
The United States justice system doesn't do conviction based off of perfect knowledge. Perfect knowledge isn't necessary for a conviction with the United States justice system. No, it's not based on perfect knowledge.
Absolutely wrong.
No, it's not based on perfect knowledge.
very basic knowledge. It's not supposed to be
on a jury.
based on
I was on a
somebody's
jury where we
feelings.
gave a guy
This
2
is
years
where
when they wanted
SpeakeaZy
10.
is
It's not
actually very
based off
much
of
on
perfect knowledge. I have no idea where you're getting the idea that the United
knows
States
what the fuck
justice
he's
system
talking about, Adam. You're
based
a
their
moron.
legal
Shut up, dude. Shut
based
up.
legal
We're
scenarios
ruining
based
this
off of perfect
conversation.
knowledge.
Shut
The
up.
fact of the matter
you gonna cry?
is
You
most
have a
evidence
great
that's presented
conversation going,
in
and
a
Adam,
murder
you are
case is
absolutely
going to be
destroying
done by witnesses who state things in front of the jury. Now, this is obviously not perfect knowledge because it's going to rely on statements of other people who may be lying, which is why the knowledge that the jury has is not going to be perfect, and they aren't going to be basing their decisions.
Listen, make him cry. Nothing to do with that. We're talking about intent here. You're going off on this wild tangent about witnesses and how they can't be accurate and all this extra stuff. We're talking about the actual intent. Now,
They can be
SpeakeaZy brought up
accurate. They
reason,
just can't be perfectly
right?
accurate.
And this is why I want to have the conversation with SpeakeaZy. SpeakeaZy really knows what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. Now,
stop
knowledge,
ball hugging.
Shut the fuck up, you moron, fat fuck.
Why you gotta be so insulting?
I always love that.
You tried to imply very hard to insult me. Although he's a
call me more names, pussy. Stop ball hugging. If you argue with somebody, why would you just give up and say,
bitching and pissing him on it because people have been calling you fat?
You can never. You always seem to always overtalk
Nightish.
and insult.
I know you dream to be the center of attention, but you're not going to be, bro. You're boring. Just shut up for a second. Nightish, stop, Nightish. Just stop. You're not adding to anything.
If the first thing they do is
up here like a big job saying random shit. Conversation.
When they jump to ad hominems, are they this great debater?
Well, so that's not an ad hom. That's just an insult.
No, I didn't say anything about him at all. And I don't give a fuck to say nothing about him at all.
I would like to get back to
I don't care. I'm just saying what actually happened up here. Intentions and whatever. Brick wants to talk to me. Go ahead, Brick. Go ahead.
This is great, chat.
So
Let's
you
go.
base knowledge off of what? Logic, right?
Who the fuck is we?
I'm not talking to you.
See how you interject with these nonsense.
Me and your mom. Me and your mom.
You were using we earlier, but anyone else using
talking to me? I want to know all the bitches that's trying to get at this pimping.
Pimping? Is that what you just said? Pimping.
I'm trying to get at these white cheddar.
Pimping.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second,
bitches. Pull your dainty little skirts up so I can know which y'all bitches is talking to this
Yeah. Love the fact that
up so you can see this dick.
Yeah, bitches are laughing at you, not with you, my guy.
That's incredibly gay.
Wait.
Incredibly
Who's
homosexual.
up here talking about bitches when it's 12 o'clock and there's a bunch of men on the panel?
You were
I don't know which one of you bitches said it.
My job, bro. What are you doing?
Hey, Resley, you know I turned this panel on fire, bro.
Right now. What are you doing?
This is incredibly gay. This is incredibly gay.
I want to know how
just being a fat slob. Gotcha.
Can you wipe your ass, Knight? I'm just curious. Asking questions.
That sounds suspect too. Say something that doesn't sound suspect.
You need like a toilet.
Let me understand this. You want to know if I see my dick?
Get up.
You want to know how I wipe my ass?
I want to know. I want to know if you can wipe your ass.
Generally suspicious.
Is that who's asking that? Hey, I don't want to listen. I know you grew that beard to be a flavor saver, but I'm not gonna skeet on your face, Queen.
At least I got white cheddar Cheez-Its. I bet you.
That's the right one to have. That's perfect for you.
That's that white shit around your mouth.
You wish you had some.
Well, you're not helping your conversation either. Just so you
know. No, you're not.
Night, man. You look hungry. Are you hangry or hungry?
I'm happy.
You want some Cheez-Its? Come on, my boy.
Stop trying to give me stuff.
My boy.
My boy.
Take it.
That was
Take
cute.
it.
Yo.
Shit. So, anyway, so SpeakeaZy. Now, just knowledge, right? We usually go by logic in order to try to formulate our views upon what is knowledge, right?
Hey, Brick.
And so,
what do you mean by logic?
Adam,
exactly?
shut up, dude. Jesus.
No, this is actually very relevant.
Oh my
God.
It's a reasonable question.
I
Here's
don't.
why.
I don't know what you mean when you
Adam.
say
I don't care what
logic.
your question is. I was actually asking Speakeasy.
It's reasonable.
Well, too bad for you. This is a panel show,
We're
so
gonna
other
move
people
on.
who aren't Speakeasy will
We knew I
respond to
was
your
coming with a
question.
follow-up. It's really no problem for me and him to have this back and forth.
It's a qualifying question,
some,
though. He's
for some
asking-
reason, Adam has to speak up. I don't
I
get it.
do. It's actually
Yeah,
necessary.
so shut up, dude. This is what I'm
Yeah.
telling you. Shut
Adam,
up, dude.
Adam ruins
Shut up.
everything. Adam ruins everything.
I hate that show. My
is
goodness,
crazy.
Adam Conover gives us all like an awful
Okay, go ahead,
reputation.
Adam. I'm gonna mute up. You just tell us your whole story, your whole life.
Like,
Well,
when the
I was
daddy likes
born,
mommy, and
well-
they kind of had some boons.
So I was born a poor black child in southern
What do you guys
Mississippi.
think? Is this all purged up?
In my chair.
Yeah, but anyway, Brick, what I do actually really
You
want
guys
to know
gotta
is what
drop
you
me
mean when you say
some
logic and
ones
the
in the
context of logic
chat
being
if
the
this
underlying
panel
thing
is
for-
purged up.
for knowledge.
Depends on what the word is.
All right, Clinton.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So yeah, when people say the word logic, especially in these debate panels, they're not
That's gonna
referring
be
to
my
anything that's
favorite
really
Clinton.
grounded in
No, tell
philosophy.
me all about it. Really? Cool story,
yes.
bro.
He really
Yes.
thought he had.
I just want to put this in there.
Often,
To be fair, I know
often when people are using the term, they're referring to something
but I
that
do
would
know
be
these
more
things.
traditionally understood as
Host is speaking. The host is speaking. Go ahead, Russ.
I need to put this out there because this is the problem that we have whenever we see a panel, right? We also are under the assumption that every panel that we go on,
Creative.
is a
He only
debate panel.
came here because he
No,
knew I was
debates
about
do
to start
happen in
panel
arguments.
purging.
The arguments do take place,
He
but not
literally only
everything that's a
came here
panel
because I
is
was
a
coming
debate
here,
panel.
Creative.
So this is the drop-by discussions. We can have discussions. We even have opposing things that we don't agree with. But not every channel that we get on that has panelists means that there needs to be a debate.
Well, Resla, let me just follow up asking you something. If two people are having a discussion, right? Discussion, you'd probably agree, is like a sharing of ideas, right? So when two people have opposing ideas, a discussion is naturally going to turn into a debate when you're trying to explain the foundation of your opposing view, right?
Well, wait. Discussions can be arguments, and arguments can form debates, but they're not one and the same. And the problem that when we get on
No, that's not what I was saying. I'm saying though, more often than not, a discussion that has two opposing views turns into a debate.
I agree.
Yeah.
It can, but it depends on how people choose to do that, choose to handle that. The thing about being online is that people already come in with the idea of it already being a debate.
Exactly.
I would actually like, this is why I do this when people bring this up, is right now, me and you are technically having a debate on if discussions turn into debates.
Sound like y'all just having a discussion.
You and I are, in my premise, you and I are just simply having a conversation. We're not even arguing.
What are you using to make the distinction between discussion and debate then?
I don't have an argument. Actually, I've actually conceded to multiple points. I don't have any point of contention. I don't need to call out any words. I don't need to elevate my voice. I'm willing to assess what I'm hearing instead of just me doubling down, even if it means just being wrong and strong, which is what I see in a lot of places. I don't
beta. Right. Yeah, but I'm asking, like, what's the distinction between the discussion and like a discussion between two opposing views and a debate about the two opposing views? Where do you make the distinction?
Here's the distinction. Not understanding from the very beginning what's the context of the conversation and what was supposed to be formed. So the problem with the debate panels that happen is same thing that happens in communication. If you don't understand what kind of communication you're having in the first place, then you won't get there.
And you know what's odd to me about this discussion?
Before you hop in there. So for instance, if
I wasn't gonna hop in, I thought you was done.
I got you. So me having a conversation with like my chick, right? In order for us not to have a debate, there needs to be a framework already set ahead of time to understand that we might even come to a point where I understand she's getting agitated. But if we understand that this is not really a debate, you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm not here to necessarily change your mind, but if I happen to say something that you understand more my point, because it's about understanding. Some people come in with the idea of, no, I am going to change your mind. Now, a debate is already structured ahead of time. I have my viewpoints. I'm not looking to understand. I am looking to win.
Yeah, okay, so I think that's just so you're saying the distinction between the debate and the discussion is discussions are looking to understand and one's proving a point?
The debate is to prove a point. It's not to concede.
Right, but if this is why I asked you, if you're having a discussion about two opposing views, to explain the foundation for the reasoning for these opposing views, it has to be a debate. An argument, you mentioned an argument earlier, an argument and a debate, same thing.
No, again, I've conceded to what you said, even in being in agreement. If I wanted to debate, I would have just doubled down and said no.
Wait, so if you wanted to debate, you would have doubled down and said no.
I would have doubled down because there's no way I'm going to try to concede.
So you think a debate is about never conceding?
Concessions happen often in debate.
Yeah, I just conceded earlier when me and Adam were debating. I conceded to everything he said, actually.
It depends if that's what you're looking at as a debate.
Yeah, like I would argue, me and you right now are having a debate about if discussions of opposing views are debates. And I'm explaining to you why I think it is, and you're explaining to me why you think it isn't. This is a debate. I know you don't want to be in a debate, but we're in a debate right now.
I think what he's saying is to use better discretion, because what's the difference is a matter of judgment and discernment in the moment, right?
Well, I believe it's the meekness, the discussion. A person not debating and rather having a discussion is willing to be taught. In a debate
or learn,
typically
so
you're not
somebody got to submit. Is what you're saying, Brick?
Yes, absolutely. You should submit.
Submission is part of discussion. Yes.
Yes, which is why I was just trying to
throw out stuff. But I want to ask SpeakeaZy something. SpeakeaZy, didn't you have a discussion about people calling things that are debates that aren't debates? They're not even in a debate style or anything else. I thought I watched one of your shows when you was having a discussion about these things that people are calling debates that aren't really debates.
There are a lot of things online right now.
Did you? Because I'm trying to. I thought I saw watch one of your shows where you was having a discussion about these people are calling things debates that aren't really debates. Did you do that?
No, I'm trying to think of maybe there's something that I covered and I said this. I don't.
Oh yeah. I thought I watched something where you were saying that people are saying.
I mean, if you give me a reference to get to it, I mean, you could be right, maybe.
I don't just know the specifics. I heard you say that.
Hey, Resla, can we gauge a question from Lindsay Smith in the audience? Says Resla, please explain how you win if there is no debate / thank you.
That's funny because I was responding to it. Oh, and let me bring Snowman up here. A lot of people who claim to be in debate really have never even studied any form of debate tactics. Have never really been on a debate team. Has never been anything that's really structured, where the rules have been out ahead of time. What you're going to be arguing about, what your premise is, because your idea is not to quote concede. It's to argue your point out as concisely and as clear with as much clarity as possible, to give as much evidence so that you're not trying to convince the other person, you're trying to convince who? The audience.
Actually, I have a good example. Immediate inquiry. Immediate inquiry is a discussion that is not a debate.
Okay. So let me do the premise here of the question and try to see if I can get a W on this one. So
you lose already. Shut the fuck up.
So the question is, if not for a debate, how would anyone win? Now, if Wrestler and I are trying to seek to understand one another and say there might have been a conflict, but if I'm just trying to win, regardless of any other outcome,
he's not looking to understand.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to a compromise, or we both walk away not being damaged from it, or both improve our understanding or learn something about ourselves or from each other, I think that's a win-win. So that would be an example. Now, if everything's got to be debate me, bro, I get it. That's fun as fuck. Don't get me wrong.
Don't get me wrong. It's fun, but the idea of a debate is that you're not really looking to understand. You're there to win.
Right. So, Lindsay, I hope that maybe that let me know in the chat if you think that was a decent answer or not.
So what is a win-win again then?
I mean, you could presumably you could just
You-
agree with each
I-
other so aggressively it seems like an argument. You know,
Well,
just win by agreeing.
again, communication comes with arguments, but the point of the argument is that you come to an
What
understanding.
the fuck is this moist ass conversation you're having?
What is a win-win again? Generally specific.
That
A win-win is when there are two people and they both win.
That was not GS.
No, because the discussion was about what's a debate and what's not a debate. So I'm asking when generally specific say.
No,
both
actually,
people win,
the
what
question
is
was
it?
what was more important, Elon's actions or
I didn't
Night
ask
is
about
going
more
again and
important.
proving he's not listening. Night is that wasn't the discussion,
The
bro.
question about Elon Musk.
No,
I'm not gonna let you continue. The question that I asked was, what did people think about it? I didn't come with a negative or positive perspective on it.
No, don't
people up here that just
came
want.
up here
I'm going to keep talking because I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I didn't come up here to
I am lying. You want to come up here and try to say
opinion.
Elon was a
I asked what people's opinion was about it. And because some people like to debate, they wanted to come up here and say some shit was a debate. I don't give enough of it.
Guys.
Because it's been motherfucking existence.
Well, I
I'm-
feel like
I'm not-
the
I'm not
point
black
of
enough to
contention
even
was.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
Intent
Your
was.
feelings for your girlfriend.
I have kids. I don't have
Nightish
feelings.
got in his.
Are you gonna
spiel.
cry or?
Adam wanted to tell me some story
Yeah, he's
about
gonna
his
cry.
life
That's
and
a
how.
brick
I don't give a
debate was
fuck
the most
about the
important
story. You
thing,
think
and
I
never
want to
took
tell
debate
you?
class, and now
I
he
don't
wants
want
to
to
be
share.
the best
I don't want to
debater
share cheeses with you.
Wait.
pussy.
Hold
Relax.
up. You were not talking
You
about
get
James's
cheese
missing
to
tooth when we can
yourself.
see a big missing tooth in the front of your mouth right now.
I got a bunch of missing teeth.
So why are
It
you
don't
talking
stop
about
it
everybody
though.
got some
I
teeth,
understand
my
y'all
guy?
got to
Some are
group
here, some are
together.
there.
We want to pile on.
Nightish, was it the candy?
No, I'm just
Is that
trying
why
to
you're missing
make the
teeth?
point that actually
Can't stop, won't
you were
stop.
wrong, Nightish. You can't.
Yeah, can't
intentions
stop,
doesn't
won't
fucking
stop.
matter when it
Rockefeller
comes to
Records.
debates. Well, we're talking
We
about what
get
Elon
down,
did,
man.
but they were pointing out his actions matter more.
Who gives a
What
fuck?
he does on Twitter.
Who gives a fuck?
I care. I give a fuck. Me, I do.
Everybody wants to turn it into
Nobody gives a shit but
No,
y'all.
I care.
That's why
I
y'all
give a
get
shit.
offended.
I'm sitting right here giving a shit right now. That's what I'm doing.
He's a great man.
Nightish gonna get set on fire by the snowman.
Yeah.
Too soon. Too soon.
Snowman said, "Oh, they getting on Nightish. I get an opportunity to get him back."
No, I just wanted to come up and point out that everything you said
Shout out to the stay-at-home
from the
moms.
beginning of your question all the
Shout
way
out
down
to
your
the stay-at-home moms.
Don't let other people talk, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you. Shout out to the stay-at-home moms.
See, you fucking simp.
What?
How can you be a stay-at-home mom and call
fucking
somebody a
simp.
simp?
Shout out to the single moms.
Shout out to the stay-at-home moms.
I didn't say single. I said stay-at-home moms.
stay-at-home
Yeah.
moms.
Let's
My
actually
bad,
take
my
all
bad.
the women out of the workforce.
I'm sorry. I listen like you read, Nightish.
Oh, that was racist.
Just one time at
What? What was racist?
Yeah.
bro?
Did you say you people?
I can't. That was wild.
Man, this is a
really
great.
wondering
Can
what
I-
was racist.
wait, hey, angry man,
Thanks, Rez.
angry snowman, can I swim?
I don't
Can I
know,
swim?
can you? Probably like a rock, right?
Nah, I don't know. Whales are pretty buoyant. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I believe Fat does
Little clout
float,
demon over
but I'm
here.
not sure about that one.
He's literally watching my stream to wait to put that up. You're a weirdo, bro.
I'm pretty sure you could float. I don't know that you could.
You're
actually
you're
move
like
your arms,
desperate for attention,
Monk.
flow state. It's sad, buddy.
What? What do you?
Mm.
What had happened?
That was racist too. Did somebody say what had happened was?
No, I said, can you ask me a question?
I don't want to talk to you.
I know you don't.
Just shut your mouth.
Don't worry about my mouth. Why
Checking
is
in
everybody acting
conversations
weird
to
tonight?
say nothing and
I'm
then derail into it.
I'm gonna try it again. Let me try one more time.
All right,
Uh-huh.
he's gonna try.
So if you don't want to talk to someone and you tell them I don't want to talk to you. Isn't that talking to them?
I don't want you fucks talking to me, and you're still talking to me.
Now he put that thing off of his fucking picture. He's waiting.
Where people talk.
He's waiting for me to.
Yeah, I said I don't want you to talk to me.
He's waiting for me to put him on the.
It's amazing that the biggest crier is telling somebody not to cry. I like it.
What a clown.
Resto, get up here.
Oh, my boy, Resto's up.
Ain't nobody scared of you.
Oh, shit.
About to tear
There we
it down.
go.
All it takes is knocking somebody off.
Another fucking clown.
Throw a little money in the kitty.
What's good, Resto?
Another clown over here
Brick
talking
about throw some money in the kitty. Y'all exposing
Y'all
yourself
motherfuckers
tonight.
lucky I can't come do some fucking cloud sucking too,
Makes
bro.
the world go round.
Okay, fuck out of here, you clown.
What makes the world go round?
Relevant fucking goofy.
It's money.
Metrosexual superhero over here talking about you motherfuckers are lucky. What are you gonna come and dance for us, guy? Fuck out of here. Go twerk on your
That was racist too. So black people dance. Whoa, we coming out the box tonight.
Wow.
Damn, damn, wow.
Nice, he is black. He can't be racist. He is black. Tell him, easy.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
What
so
is a
Flo,
racist?
actually, I don't actually say I'm black because obviously my skin didn't come this way, but my dad is black. You fucking retard.
So he can't be.
So are you black or not? I'm confused. Find your square and stand in it easy. Are you black?
By blood, yeah. My skin
No, you're not. You're
is
mixed.
not black, obviously.
Wait a minute.
SpeakeaZy is
What is
blacker than me.
happening
So
right
as far
now?
as
Is this the
I'm
one
black.
drop rule?
Right, Flo?
One drop
We have
rule.
a one drop rule conversation.
You answer
He
back.
ain't white or black. He's fucking
Speak
mixed,
up,
dude.
Goofy. Yeah, you got nothing to say, right? Because you're
Look, everybody knows the one drop rule only
Cam
applies
up,
for
let us
girls.
look at you so
You're
we can assess how
fucking
black
go
you are.
search the fucking
All right,
spots for more
if
girls.
you're
to
black,
send you
if
nudes,
you're black,
bro.
let me hear
While
a
you're
loud and
marrying
proud N-word.
fucking
Everybody else will
loser.
be quiet.
Shut
Drop
up,
it.
guy.
Yeah.
Oh, me.
Yeah. Chinko Nino, I'm not crying racism. I just think it's funny.
Racism is very funny.
It is. It's hilarious.
Waiting for that N-word.
Got to be a Gen Xer. I love
Waiting
it.
for that N-word. You probably use that a lot when
You're
you're at
just
home
as
by
white
yourself.
as I am, buddy.
Wait 1 second. Let me say it, y'all.
It's
Nigerian.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Nigerian is a country.
What are you waiting for?
November. I did the hard R November.
What are you waiting
I'm
for?
waiting for you to prove that you're black. Let's hear a loud and clear, crystal clear
How
N-word out of you.
is Nigerian a race?
Well,
I'm
you want to
confused.
hear? You wanted me to speak a way I don't speak because it'll prove something to you.
That's what I thought. That's
What
what
race
I
is
don't speak
Nigerian?
like that, you goofy bitch.
You also
Actually,
know that you're
most
not
of the
black.
black people in my family don't speak like that, and they tell other black people that speak like that they're fucking stupid. All right.
Why are you so
I
angry
don't know
about
what the
it?
fuck your problem is because I don't want to say words that you want me to say. You say it. You say it.
I'm not
stupid.
black.
Oh, only
It was
black
the-
people
it
can
was-
say it. Only black people can say it.
I don't know. Nidus,
Well,
do you
let's go
accept
into
him
that
as
argument,
black?
Flo. Let's go into that
According
argument.
to
Flo,
Ron
since you're such a
Parade,
fucking
according to Ron
genius.
Parade, he said,
Why can only
all
black
I
people
know-
say it?
According to Wrongful Rage, he says, well,
Huh?
we all know black.
Yeah,
Say
no
black
answer.
people.
Exactly. Just stay quiet.
We're trying to. Can you calm your emotions down so we can read the super chat?
Can you calm
your
emotions down?
I'm a disciple of Yakub personally. I can't speak for all.
The two-brain God himself.
Not a
American.
god. That's actually
I don't know about
blasphemous.
you guys. I
Yakub
don't know
himself
about
never
all this
claimed to be a god.
Oh yeah, that's right. He just claimed to
whatever
create us
nationalities,
us
you're
lesser
Nigerian.
void beings.
Hey, if you're Nigerian, bro, or wherever you're
Wrong
from,
for
you
rage,
wanna come there,
$5.
Hi.
The Church of
See you later.
4, €2. I ain't scared of no N-word.
Bye. See you later.
Hi,
You come
Shiva.
back
Hi,
to
That word is
America, make sure you
nincompoops.
pay your
Nidus,
taxes.
nincompoops.
Stop. I don't know why Chinko Nino was mad at me.
Chinko.
No, that's crazy.
That was nice.
crazy.
Is that like Pachinko?
You're over here that says Church of 4. I see that no angle.
Nino.
That's
Shout out to Chiva.
That's great.
Anyway, I still want Brick to tell me what logic is.
Well, before he even tell you what logic is, we got Wrestler. He says, give him a reason to crash out before Izzy stops him. Okay.
Nobody's scared of you. Like, you talk like you're in a street fight to get on a fucking internet panel, dude. Shut the fuck up. Oh, don't make me crash out. What are you gonna do? Tear up your room, bro? We'll be all so damaged by that. Like, shut
Flow state
ASMR.
ASMR. Let's
Stay
go.
over there in your right?
Can you guys hear me eating my white cheddar Cheez-Its? Look at
Oh,
at
that was you being loud as fuck with
Listen,
your food.
somebody please take some cheeses from this motherfucker so he can shut the fuck up.
Yeah, a lot of these internet people need to stop with this like thug talk for coming onto a panel. You coming onto a panel,
Well, you don't like.
thug.
Hey, I'm in a wheelchair. I don't want to fight nobody.
You don't like.
I don't know, SpeakeaZy. That's pretty cool. I gotta say, it's pretty cool.
Just fine.
drive-bys.
I've been listening to money over here on the SpeakeaZy channel tonight, and everything's good. My family's up here sleeping. Everything's good. What are you gonna come and do? Tear up your room and I'm gonna cry? What do we, like, this threat of, oh, don't make me come up on panel. Oh, whoa. Why? So you can tell us all how you were fucking around on your made up wife with Lauren. What else you want to tell everybody? Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
How you planning to trip to Vegas with some fucking washed up 40-year-old bitch from Britain instead of your own wife?
Too far.
What do you want to talk about? Zesto?
Are you lonely?
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I mean, I don't know, SpeakeaZy. Ever since I've been coming on these panels, I've been listening to more rap. So I think there's something about debate panels that makes you like cooler.
There's more racist shit. Let's do it.
That's what I was thinking too. More racist shit.
Get it.
Bro,
I don't think you understand what the word rap means.
Bro. That's your problem. Everything's racist. Oh,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Everything's
what
racist.
the word rap is, like what it means.
Oh God.
It's a culture.
Who asked that? Did Brick ask that?
Yeah,
No,
Brick asked that.
You don't know. Brick, tell me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to learn something. You don't know?
I don't know.
Look,
What's
as
it
a
mean,
black
Pecker?
man, since everything's racist, you don't know what the word rap means.
No. What's it mean, Pecker? Word.
Go ahead. Tell me. Educate me. What's
I love
rap?
rap, so I guess I'm a racist because I love rap. Like,
No, I want Brick to explain it because he said he went to
Nightwish, if you knew anything about rap, you'd know actually the biggest demographic of rap listeners is white teenagers.
What to say? So tell me what rap means.
The biggest demographic of rap listeners is white teenagers. You
That's the biggest demographic.
You already have.
Yeah,
a
but
concept.
you're not a teenager anymore, sir. He's not a rapper either.
Didn't say
If
anything.
you already have
I
a
didn't say
concept of
anything
it,
about me
Knight,
being a
since you
teenager.
why don't you tell
never
me what
mind,
you
dude.
believe it means?
No.
I don't believe it means anything. You know what it means, though.
Everybody here already knows that Brick can't identify.
Like these
Brick. Hey, Brick. I want you to educate me to what rap means because I'm pretty sure it's in a book. That's why I don't know what it means. So tell me. I'm trying to suss it out. What do you believe it means? Because you called it racist. No.
Why
Tell me
you answer a
what rap
question with a
means.
question? Just answer his question.
I don't have to answer a fuck thing. What are you talking about? Burns?
Then he doesn't
I
have
thought
to
you
answer
wanted
a fuck
to
thing either.
educate me. Cool story. I just said I don't believe he
I
knows
thought you
what it
wanted
means.
to educate this savage. You are a savage, you
No,
savage.
I really don't give a shit whether you're educated or not. It's
Then
your
why
choice
did
to
you
get
ask
educated.
me the question, sir?
I didn't ask you a question.
I
Until
thought
after
you had asked him a
I
question.
know what rap means. No, I didn't say that.
Well,
What did you say? No, I
The
said I
dodo
don't
goal
believe
was
you know what it
completely
means.
smashed.
Okay. I don't believe you know
So
what it
let's
means.
go
With that.
over
So
well
you
over
do?
$1,000 tonight, including.
So let's go with that. You do? Because I don't know, because it's probably in a book,
I
right?
do.
Wait,
Boys,
one second, sir. One second.
I'm
Let's
here
have a little
to
back
give
and
you
forth.
guys a little
The
bit
reason
more
I don't know what it
entertainment
means
before I
because
go.
it's probably in a book, right?
But thank you, Chase. Absolutely amazing.
Tell me, it probably is in a book. You want me to put some in your mouth? Leave me the fuck alone, weirdo. Leave me.
God damn.
You're a hypersexual.
Wow.
Leave me
alone, weirdo. Get your fucking puffer, bro. Relax. Take it easy.
I got
bro.
so let me understand it all. SpeakeaZy. I got a puffer. I can't swim. I can't see my dick.
Bro, you're fat as fuck is why you need a puffer, not because you're black.
Put it all in
You're
the
fat as
list.
fuck.
Hopefully your crowd
Your skin
likes
color,
this content.
You know, your sandbox is fun to play in,
Yo,
Rezla.
stand up right now. Let's
I'm
see it.
stupid. I'm fat and I dig. What else?
You can't stand
Cheese
up.
its and I don't know rap and I can't swim. Let's go.
I bet
Hey,
money
Knight.
you couldn't swim though.
You look like the
You
kind of guy,
fucking
Knight, that
fucked,
has to
dog.
hang around.
I love that you
Sure,
said.
bro. What
I
you
can
talking
appreciate
about?
that.
Swim
Not
like a rock.
everybody floats, bro.
What?
I said you swim like a rock.
Everybody floats, bro. Gravity is not your fucking friend, is it?
Okay, I like that. So black don't float. Got you.
Fat. You are fat. You look like you weigh 500 pounds. You understand?
Look,
that,
okay.
right?
Yeah, he said you look like that lift chick that wouldn't get.
You are confusing. You are confusing different kinds of bigotry with each other. This isn't racism. It's fatphobia. This is fatphobia. Get your bigotry right.
Adam, wait 1 second. Are all these people that's right now talking to me the same? Who's all these people that's saying I can't swim, I don't read books?
All of them except for Easy.
Wait,
Sounds
hold
like
on.
it sounds like you're the
Who
one
was it
saying
that
it.
said this?
Good job.
I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to learn. We got a light-skinned black man that said that his black people.
Damn, Uncle Fatty, that was wrong. Hey, President, Uncle Fatty's comment.
One man on here
Uncle Fatty's comment.
Look, he literally.
That is fucking hilarious.
Nobody over here is going to watch your shorts, Flow State. Sorry, buddy.
I know, but you're going to
And
turn
you know
your
what's
camera
funny?
off each
Anyone
time.
that searches your name, you don't show up, bro. You understand that, right?
Wait, and I shine shoes.
You're
Shout out to
irrelevant,
that. I shine shoes. Do I know this dance?
Yes,
Yes, clearly you're doing it right now.
Yeah, let's get it all out.
No. I was actually just testing a theory to see if you cared more about what I did than about whether or not your audience got to watch the show. And you do.
My audience is watching my show. I don't promote goofy bitches on my channel, stupid. So you keep switching to try and promote your channel to the big crowd over here is what I'm stopping. If you don't
I'm not
like
trying
it,
to promote
be
my
more
crowd. I'm trying
entertaining,
to walk you
goofy bitch.
around.
Go make up your own platform and be entertaining. Don't fucking depend on everyone else like you do. You go on your channel and tell me one piece of content that is your own. Go ahead. Show me. I'm waiting.
You got run off.
One piece of
Are you?
content that is your own.
I'm still waiting for you to say the word, black man.
Shut your stupid ass up, Flo. Shut your stupid ass up.
If I get you
don't
one, will
compete
you
with me.
acknowledge?
There's no
acknowledge
competition
it?
here, right?
No, of
None.
course you won't.
None. I'm smarter,
Sure there is.
younger,
I can't
I
believe
look
you're
better.
that shit.
You're not
beat
smart.
your ass
I
in a
can't
fight.
believe you're
Every
taking this and not
avenue I
fighting back.
win, bro.
You're
I'm
not even a
better
person.
than
You change your identity.
You ain't even fighting back.
Time after time.
Sorry, right?
So now you're a
Not
Christian.
everybody is gonna
Before
be
you were a
as good as
gangster.
me.
None of it
Sorry.
is you. Here.
Sorry, Flo. Sorry.
Flow State is
What are you sorry about?
engaging in textbook example of white supremacy, where he is demanding that the black man must prove himself in order to
Oh,
be
you
a
ain't shit,
legitimate
Adam. That's
group.
fucked up.
That's wow, that was
There
crazy.
you go. Link backstage.
That
You
sounds like
admit it.
internalized self-hatred right there.
Blow, you're a racist.
Wait a minute. You try to make me and wrestler do what? Prove what?
No one was talking
No one
about
even
you,
said
fatty.
your name, dog.
No, Adam just said something. I was trying to. Why when I ask y'all a question after y'all make statements, y'all do this shit? Are you trying to shut me up because of my skin tone?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Listen, baby mama, stay at home mom. You shut the fuck
You're just
up.
fucking jealous that I can do that and you couldn't. That's all that
That's
is.
all
You're
right.
just mad.
Shout out
You're
to
mad.
you.
You're jealous. You're envious.
Shout out to you. Do you got a
I was
bonnet
sitting at
on?
home taking care
You
of my
have a
kids,
bonnet
spending
on
my
right
life
now?
instead of
Like,
man,
you have a bonnet on?
You're just mad that the white man was able to do what you can't.
What? The white man wasn't able to do
That's
what?
right.
Man, you even lost me with that one. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
We know you're evil.
Racist, you shut right up, huh?
Two gingers.
That's the point. With stupid mouth,
we know that gingers are demonic. Two ginger white boys is up here talking emotion, and we know that ginger white boys are evil. So it is what it is.
Who the fucker is a ginger up here? You dumb, you colorblind motherfucker.
I'm a ginger.
I'm not.
Three gingers. Three fucking gingers in one space.
I also have red hair.
Listen. Burn some sage. It's three gingers in one place.
Burn some sage.
That's four.
That's great.
Unfortunately, Resla, now you have to perform an exorcism on the panel. You have to do it live. That's the only way you're going to save your channel.
Exorcism.
Oh, I'm good.
Demon.
I'm good to be good.
All right. Well, don't say I didn't warn you, because I did.
He already set out his crystals. He's good to go.
The crystals are for the liberals, aren't they?
That's what I
Wait.
The liberals and knightish.
Yeah, what's your favorite color crystal, Resla? I'm just curious. I want to make sure.
Oh, you think all of us blacks go into that shit?
No, you don't understand the reference.
He doesn't get
Not all.
Singing bowls too? Is that what it is?
Not all, but most.
Hey, wrestler, don't let them cause dissension between us, brother.
Solidarity. Put your fist up.
Ungawa.
You ain't shit either.
Oh, wrong thing. I misread the room. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you.
No, you didn't. It's more of y'all.
This is more all of y'all.
Speaking of other times we gotta fight the power.
Ran it up so you can't catch me, nigga. Shooters put up till
That Waffle House comment was on point. For real, it did straight up sound like Waffle House
for the $1.99.
Wait, you ain't gonna read my super chat? What the?
Fine.
No, I think you should make Knightish read it.
Yeah,
I just read it. Shout out to Cozy for the $1.99.
Oh, right here, bro.
Wait, did we walk into a Waffle House? I just saw a chair fly past and into the cook's area.
Damn.
Thanks for having me on the panel, OG/Raza. Take money sign.
That name's Resla, not Raza.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Resla. Honest mistake.
Black.
Hey, listen, super chat up here. Let's go back to Gingerly Specific. Gingerly Specific.
Gingerly?
Hold on.
Generally,
I always came to Savage. That's how I got my son. Straight went John Smith on Pocahontas's Riz Donut. What the fuck?
Night, man. Don't make me dog walk you right now, son. I've been kid gloving you all night, bro. Don't make me.
Gingerly Specific said, "Wait, when did we walk into a Waffle House?"
Look how I control what flow state
motherfuckers with bonnets on.
He keeps
I just saw
it on
a chair fly. Oh my goodness, this is so racist. I don't even want to read it. Wrestling is yours.
That jar is syrup. It is not Coca-Cola. Night.
That jar of syrup. All right.
I literally control his whole life.
That's my body. No, nigga ain't mine. We not doing that.
Everything's racist. What's racist?
I don't know.
Literally control that bitch's life. Oh, you're my bitch.
That question was racist.
I know you listen.
No, it's nothing racist about it.
You my
listen, not racist. It's nice specific. A British man. They talked about syrup. They talked about me not being able to swim. That the education is in a book. That's why I don't know it. Listen, are you up here?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm up here, but I don't know how all that's racist, though. That was particularly pointed out at you, not your whole entire race.
Did you say
probably smell like
black? I
don't know how that was.
British dude. Then we agree. Monty Python, we agree. Monty Python, we agree.
My ancestors were
Monty Python, we agree.
I'm American, bro. I'm not British. My ancestors were British, but I'm American.
Night,
bro.
man. Is your blood type?
Hey, listen, I'm just looking at your teeth. That's all I'm saying.
Watch, Flow State's gonna turn on his now. Watch.
Is this
Have you been in
profiling?
England?
They're
I've been in
brown. They're
England.
disfigured. They look like a fence. They some are cheap. Some are here and some are there.
Now you've heard of racial profiling, but have you ever heard of dental profiling?
What are you doing?
God.
Hey, dental profiling right now.
I'm not responding to no more gingers tonight. I'm through talking to the housewife. I'm through talking to Brick, and I'm through talking to SpeakeaZy. No more gingers talking. Gingers are evil. You ginger motherfuckers. Listen. I know y'all got spell on. I know gingers have a spell on them.
You actually
I'm not
sound
talking
that you
to
could
you.
be a housewife. Are you okay? Your husband ain't treating you right?
I see you got a piercing in your eye. You got that ginger beard. I know it's all evil and wicked.
I have a ginger beard? Where am I getting a ginger beard from?
I didn't know they had ginger beards.
What color do you identify
They have
as
ginger
ginger?
beards. They have ginger beer.
You have a Santa Claus beard, but that's besides the point. What do you identify as a ginger beard?
Wait,
identify.
Hold on.
What
I thought
you identify?
You must have your own identification.
Ask me a question. Let me answer it.
Wait, wasn't Burns
You're
supposed to
asking a
play a
question.
song on his guitar for a super chat? Like, I don't know, 2 hours ago.
Did he say
Was I
you
supposed to?
hard? Stop letting these gingers speak.
Knight's upset because he has no equity within the ginger.
Hey, how do you feel about that jacket that Angry Snowman got up there?
Yeah, ain't it nice?
Hey, Knightish, I have a very important question, and this is actually serious.
SpeakeaZy.
Who do you think is the best anti-racist educator right now? Do you say like Robin DiAngelo, Michael Eric Tyson?
Michael Eric Tyson. I like that.
You like him? Okay. Well, see, I was honestly expecting Ibrahim Kendi.
This angry snowman guy has
Michael Eric Tyson. Does he talk like this?
Has some like KKK.
I don't know. I think it might be Michael Eric Dyson. Actually,
No, you
I'm
said
not entirely
Tyson.
sure who it
Keep the
is.
same, brother. Keep the same energy.
What?
What the what?
I try to remain relatively neutral. Some people try to match energy. I just
You want to
don't
put what
like
in my
that.
butt? What the what? What in my butt? You want to put what in my butt?
Making it gay again.
Isn't that a rap song?
Yes, yes, it's called What?
I'm tired of white people always doing gay shit.
Here and turn around and drop the 10. Turn around. Topic change. Do jingers? Okay. Do jingers?
Gingers.
No, that's fingers.
I actually like that. That's good stuff.
So Ginger
Redhead
is
does not
actually
have
a pretty good prog metal band.
Why are jingers the only people we pick on?
Yeah, I'm married to a ginger too.
I'm taking a bomb, so watch
married
Flow
to a
State
ginger.
again. He's gonna switch it up.
Same reason why everybody hates Nickelback.
What? Did he say the N word?
He'll change it to the other one.
Yes, I did.
Nickelback
Over here watching
band.
me instead.
It's basically the same as the N word, honestly.
Pretty much.
Really?
No,
Yeah,
no.
pretty much.
Back as a band. So I actually kind of like some Nickelback songs.
Do you know who listens to Nickelback? That's right,
Oh,
black
yeah.
people. So
You
it's
seem the
racist.
type, Jay.
Told ya.
I got all their albums, so
You seem to like some of the Nickelback songs. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Mighty
cool.
Python.
Am I doing
Mighty
it?
Python.
I own
Why
you.
you talking?
I own you, Flow
Who
State.
is that?
Even
Who
though I'm
said
probably
that
trying
they
to be
have?
insulting.
Who just said that
Monty
they have
Python.
Nickelback
Why do you
albums?
keep talking?
I do.
I listen to Nickelback some.
I love you
don't.
for it, Burns. I love you for it.
I listen to Nickelback.
I don't follow
sorry.
I don't follow trends. I don't follow hate trends either. So
Gotcha.
Can you take me higher?
I don't follow
that's,
any
that's
trends.
Creed.
I don't listen to Nickelback that much. I do listen
That
to
is
Nickelback.
Creed.
That's
I know
Creed.
it's trend.
I know it's Creed.
What the hell?
This is the
That
first
dude,
time I've heard.
they might as well be
thought I want to hear
Nickelback,
more of
too.
that.
Look at this photograph.
And he changed it back.
It makes me laugh.
No.
Watch. Let's
Go,
do it
let's,
again.
come on, y'all. Let's just be honest. Go ahead and sing y'all 311 songs.
Throw me
What's
some
311?
What's your
Throw me
fucking
some
problem with
shekels and I'll
311,
do it.
bitch?
And it feels so good.
What, you gonna tell me you don't like Sublime too, motherfucker?
Who?
I don't even know
Get
what the fuck
ready.
you're talking about at this point.
He's about to
See, that's the thing about baby mamas.
Bro,
You have to
He's
enjoy
gonna
them.
change it over
We
here.
got the full parent. We go.
You are a bitch. Bitch.
We need someone to do a drop. We need someone to do a drop.
Whoop, whoop. I can drop it like it's
Sorry,
hot.
who's trying to get on?
I got the
That's the issue is they never announce it. They just let it be a surprise. So.
Well,
hey,
if
I'll
it's
drop
somebody-
I'll
if it's
drop
somebody-
$5 if you pay Russell.
Could you sing us Creed one more time before you go?
God,
No, I'm
please,
good
no.
on that.
No, 311.
I'm about to do a
Ready?
spinner, and somebody gonna get picked. And I'm giving
Hey, here, how about this? No, how
the
about
option?
how about this? I've been going for a while. I've been
No, no,
streaming
stay.
from my modern day debate earlier. This is like I think I'm going on fucking.
Not
8
if I do
hours.
it.
So this dickhead. I mean, fuck. I'll make room for the next person, anyways. It's always a pleasure, Resla. I appreciate you having me on. Everyone, good conversations. I don't take none of this personally. But
Of course not. You the one slinging all the shit, monkey.
Shark for life. So yeah. And
Hey,
no
SpeakeaZy,
love
I was
ever.
gonna say,
But the rest.
And if I were on
the
your end
rest-
wondering what it is
towards the
that is
rest of
so Easy doesn't want to
appreciate.
Flo, Flo,
I appreciate conversations. And, Resla, if you happen to still be streaming after I'm done, I'll probably send the 400 over here to you.
That's what I'm talking about. Humble brag. I like it.
So
Yeah.
I appreciate
your numbers
appreciate,
are sliding.
for you having me up. And
Take care,
one more
SpeakeaZy.
thing, sorry.
Well,
One more
goddamn
thing.
easy, man.
Nightdish,
Say, if you
Nightdish, stop
gonna
letting
send
your
400,
skin
nigga, send
be
400 my
attached
way, bro.
to you, bro.
Just
Straight
listen.
All right.
When
It's
you
all
leave
love, buddy. It's all
SpeakeaZy,
love,
because I
Nightdish.
fuck
Don't
with
worry,
you.
bro.
Just do this. Just do this.
Later.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right, listen. Listen, folks. Someone sent me a panel too. Okay, let me see. I might see if there's another panel quick. I don't know. Let me smoke and do. I mean, fuck, we've been going 8 hours. I think I might have to wrap this up. I don't know. Shit. Chat, what are we doing? Shit. Nah, it was just a regular brag. Facts, Bill. Facts. Facts. Here, we need a troll tune. I think we need a little bit of a troll tune. All right.
Mr. Coomer, don't be a fiend. Keep it zipped up, you don't want STD. Won't get far.
Let's just set a.
Find you a wife and don't
Oh
be
no, I didn't. I'll
stupid.
check that right now,
He's
creative.
chasing women every day, really doesn't have a purpose. He wishing he could just get laid, claims his blue balls started hurting. A lazy person chasing urges to everyone around, he's a burden. The type of person that would take a peek inside your open curtains. Hitting up the local mart for lotion and some tissues. Addicted to the hub and games, he's really got some issues. Watching all the pickup artists, hopes it makes a difference. But the life is in your living's dead, so Coomer, take a listen. Hey, Mr. Coomer, don't be a fiend. Keep it zipped up, you don't want STDs. You won't get far with all this cooming. Find you a wife, man, don't be stupid. He's getting older, the club scene sees him as a perv. He's out competed by young men, or even ones that look like nerds. The realization Coomer life is garbage really must have hurt. And no one going to be around to miss him when he's in the dirt. The degen's growing rapidly, spreading out across the earth. It's obvious they need salvation, so it's time to give them church. It'll be too late when you leave this place, you'll end up somewhere that it burns. So change before it is too late, Mr. Coomer, hear my words. Hey, Mr. Coomer, don't be a fiend. Keep it zipped up, you don't want STDs. You won't get far with all this cooming. Find you a white man, don't be stupid. Hey, Mr. Coomer, Don't be a fiend, no. Keep this it up, you don't want STDs, oh. You won't get far with all this grooming, no. Find you a wife, man, don't be stupid. Go! Hey, Mr. Coomer, don't be a fiend. Hey, Mr. Coomer, don't be a fiend.
Don't be a fiend. Had to get a little troll tune in. It's a bop, right? That's what's up. That's what's up. That is what is up. One more? All right, one more.
Destiny thinks that he's good at debates. He's Spurgeon, he's yelling some that he just ate. He's waving, he's flailing, he's proud to be gay. He's crying, complaining, he's quitting with rage. Caressing on men's erections, obsessions with insurrections. Crying like the six made his whole world change. And hey, by the way, Destiny's a girl's name. Destiny the cuck is losing his mind, defending the degens all of the time. If you want to be like the cuck, then repeat. Here, bro, have my wife, then it will be me. Destiny the cuck.
Hey, David, shout out to you. It's been a pleasure having
if
you,
you
bro.
want to be like the cuck, then repeat.
Big ups to
Here, bro,
David.
have my wife, then it will be me. Destiny thinks that he's good at debates. He's Spurgeon, he's yelling some that he just ate. He's waving, he's flailing, he's proud to be gay. He's crying,
The AI
complaining,
wouldn't
he's
pick up
quitting with
Spurgeon.
rage. Caressing on men's erections, obsessions with insurrections. Crying like the six made his whole world change. And hey, by the way, Destiny's a girl's name. Destiny the cock is losing his mind, defending the degens all of the time. If you want to be like the cock, then repeat. Here, bro, have my wife, then it will be me. Destiny the cock is losing his mind, defending the degens all of the time. If you want to be like the cock, then repeat. Here, bro, have my wife, then it will be me. Destiny is a girl's name.
Ooh, shit. By the way, if anyone happened to be coming in late, make sure you don't miss the starting of the stream. Me and Andrew destroyed, absolutely demolished some lefties that want us to believe there's more than two genders. And then there was a small after debate as well. Andrew came over, and so did Will, one of the opponents. And instead of dogpiling on Will, I took the opportunity just to step myself out, maybe moderate if I had to, and let Andrew and Will flesh out a little bit more. I know that's what the crowd wanted, and I wanted it too. Can't lie. I wanted it too. Yep. Resla's channel too. Make sure you guys go give him a shout out. Not a shout out. Go give him a like and stuff on the stream. We went and joined there after. And, you know, Resla might hang out with some pretty retarded people. You know, this would be my criticism of Resla. He hangs out with really stupid people. But he seems to have a very irrational mind, and he always comes at conversations and debates I've had with him in a very good faith manner. And I would have no reason not to respect that fact about him. But the people he hangs out with, clowns, bro. That's why we need to bring him over. Bring him to the dark side. Bring him. I can't do the voice like Andrew, guys. Sorry. Terrible standard. What do you mean, Elk? Are you saying I have a terrible standard or he has a terrible standard? I'm very confused now. Yeah, I definitely cannot do. I don't even know the dude's name. Okay, I'm not into Star Wars like that. Sorry, guys. It's not my standard. Are you saying like your standard for respecting? I don't say no. I said I can't not respect that part about him. You know what I'm trying to say? That's all. I can do this one, okay? How about this? I am your father. I can't, bro. It's so hard not to laugh with that one. Who the fuck? Fail. L's for me in the chat. I got it. I'll take the L. I was trying so hard not to laugh. And it came out completely wrong. Shit. I'll accept that L, chat. No worries, I accept it. It's not the first, and I'm sure it won't be the last L. So I'll just accept it. It's just how it's got to be. All right, let me see. You know what? I'm going to let chat decide here. It's either I send you guys over to Resla, and you guys can continue listening in on that stream, or I send you guys to Nemo's Dreamscapes. So this is what you're going to do. I want a 1 if you guys want to go over to Resla's. And I want a 2 if you guys want to head over to the Nemo's Dreamscapes and listen to some Fallout Radio. I get a participation trophy? All right, perfect. All right. I mean, I usually don't like those, but I'll take this one. So again, 1 if you guys want to go to Resla's, 2 for the Fallout Radio. All right, I'm seeing more ones. And chat always wins, baby. Chat always wins. If you guys see that Zesto Molesto over there, give him fucking hell, chat. Give him fucking hell. He's a mod, though, so he's able to mute you. Oh, fuck it. Give him hell. Make sure I got this set up right for you guys. Resla's, there you go. All right, listen. What would stop me? Belland of the century. Listen, chat. That's right. Never step back, baby. Listen, you guys absolutely amazing. One more big shout out to Andrew, Rachel, Mr. E, the whole Crucible crew. Okay. Can't thank you guys enough. All right. Absolutely amazing. No, that's not the Flow State guy. The Flow State guy has his own name there. Flow State. Give that F slur hell too. Almost slipped. Better get out of here quick. Better get out of here quick. Chat. It could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. I better get out of here quick, though, because I'm about to start causing trouble if I don't.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?